Wrong text, right reply. Book 1 in an accidental but perfect romance series by PAULSON. How is it possible to care for someone you've never even met before and hate someone you know too well? She's a single mom running a group of divorcee women determined to do something new in their lives that doesn't revolve around carpooling, pickup lanes, or late homework. He's a lifelong bachelor who can't seem to get commitment right, determined to figure out how to go from lonely Sunday mornings, cheesy pickup lines, and late nights out with nothing to show for it. Savvy Donovan is a natural go-getter. Her overzealous nature helps her recover from her own broken marriage as she tries to help friends do the same. She wants to be happy, but that doesn't mean she wants a man. Nope. Never again will she rely on a man. She's resistant to any attempts at blind dates or even entertaining a dating app. She starts a group text to make sure everyone in the group knows what's going on with activities. She has no idea she's added Knox Taylor, accidental bachelor with a desire to find the one, or at the very least, fix all of the ways he's ruined relationships in the past. Knox doesn't realize he's been added to the wrong group text because he lost his phone. When he finally recovers the cell, he can't help but get immersed in the thread about women and their wants, dreams, and desires, what makes them tick and why they wouldn't be happy. He's hit the jackpot on learning about the very thing he so desperately needs help with. He's particularly interested in one woman who seems to lead the whole thing. She's sassy and fun and a little bossy. He always liked the sassy ones. Rather than come clean about who he is, Knox continues with the pretense, finally understanding why dinner with Sheila's parents should have been more important than that baseball game, or why Tina ghosted him after he'd suggested taking a cruise on their second date. What, too soon? Late one night, Savvy starts a new thread of messages between herself and KT while she thinks he's one of the girls. Sharing secrets they wouldn't tell just anyone, Savvy and Knox find out they share more common ground than they originally thought. As time passes, both Knox and Savvy look forward to hearing from the other until one day, Savvy wants to meet. She can't believe she's grown to care for someone as much as she has and doesn't really know them. Could KT be the best friend she's always wanted? When the truth comes out about just who Knox is, he'll have to use everything he's learned about women from the wrong texts to make the right reply, or risk losing Savvy completely. The only problem is, she knows him. He just happens to be the man she hates almost as much as her ex. Chapter 1. Savvy. "Nothing is going right, and it's all your fault," I mutter to Paul, my planner boyfriend. He doesn't talk back, of course. What? I'm not crazy. I know he can't talk back. It's one of the reasons he's such a good boyfriend. The sound of my own voice is oddly steadying amongst the sounds of the motors and appliances running in my well-loved food truck. Wobbling my head and wagging my finger at the front cover of the discus planner like I'm giving him attitude, which I definitely am. I widen my eyes and mouth back. Well, if I was better prepared, there wouldn't be any problems. You shouldn't be so stringent. I blame the planner like it's his fault. He can't write. He can't even talk back. That doesn't keep me from using him as a scapegoat. As if I'm caught up in some kind of two-sided argument where the combatants are me and myself, I roll my eyes and sigh. Look, I can't be more prepared than I am. And you know it. I lean forward, bracing my hands on the edge of the stainless steel counter and hang my head. Even with Paul as my planner Paul boyfriend, I know I'm losing it. I know I'm not as in control as I need to be. I can feel the wonderful edges of chaos closing in, and the sensation terrifies me. I don't want it. Not there in my keto trailer. Not there where anyone can witness my breakdown. Closing my eyes, I take a deep breath in an attempt to get both my imaginary boyfriend and myself in hand. What am I doing? The smells coming from my convection oven snap my eyes open. I'm running a food trailer, that's what I'm doing. And I can't let the product get ruined, no matter what. Stop distracting me, Paul. You're supposed to help me keep it together, not whatever this is. Every cent I dump into this place is money I'm taking from my kids, and me, and that stupid whore of a cat, and Paul. Having a planner is expensive. Planners take almost as much time and money to keep them looking and performing the way they should as a regular, not fun yet productive hobby. If you ask my children, they'll tell you I buy washi tape, markers, and stencils on the regular, but I'm wearing the same shoes I bought 3 years ago at a thrift store. Setting my jaw, I turn to the oven and pull open the door. Perfect. The little keto pecan muffins look absolutely delicious. I should probably take a picture, but I leave my phone on the counter beside my planner and ignore the thoughts pushing me to do one more thing on top of everything else I put my time into. Why would I need pictures of food when I don't have time to post them? Mom, I'm not doing this anymore. It's stupid. Abby, my 15 going on 32-year-old daughter, slams the door open at the end of the truck. I gasp at her sudden appearance, pressing my fingers to my chest and clattering the muffin pan onto the counter beside the oven. Holy crud monkey, Abby. I can't tell her exactly what upset me. She'd just worry about it being time to put her mother in an old folks' home earlier than she was already planning. The little traitor. I know my son won't put me away. He loves me, sometimes. Why? What were you doing? Talking to that stupid planner again? She folds her arms in a huff and narrows her eyes, ignoring my slack-jawed expression. Paul isn't going to get things done, Mom. Do you have any idea how many people are out there? Did she just jut her chin at me? I lost count after I realized none of them are cute boys. Ew, Mom. Did you know you're trying to get old people to be your friends? That's dumb. One more reason to take a deep breath. Abby gave me so many reasons to look into meditation and self-care. I would be bankrupt if I looked into them. How many sign-ups did you get? I hold out my hand and wait for her to place the clipboard in it. I ignore the comment about talking to Paul. Abby wouldn't understand. She's a popular and well-liked girl in her high school. I never had friends like she does. Once she hands me the clipboard, she flops onto the single bench in the trailer and folds her arms. That was horrific. I think I saw friends from school, Mom. She runs her fingers through her thick, curly hair. She didn't get the curls from my side. My coloring, sure, thank heaven, but the curls? No, she got them from her evil, horrible, I can't think of vile enough words to call him, father. I smile tightly at her dramatic statement and shake my head, pulling the muffins from the counter and setting them to the side where I can pull them out easily to finish cooling. Since I bake them with almond flour mixed with coconut flour and enough eggs to repopulate Hawaii's chicken problem, I'd have to watch to make sure the center didn't sink. Stepping back, I study the dozen treats in the pan and cock my head to the side, still muttering to myself. They look good, but what if they don't taste good? Reaching forward, I take one out of the pan and tear off a bite, licking my fingers as I eat the morsel. Almost immediately, I turn back to Paul and write down what I just ate in the tracking portion of the daily dashboard. If you eat it, you must write it. My mantra anytime I write something down. One more thing I can control. That's the most important thing to me. Control. Oh, my word, you're still talking to yourself. When is this going to end? I think Dad's right. I think you're losing it. Abby rolls her eyes at me, shaking her head and turning away. Her pink cheeks suggest she is either mad or embarrassed. None of that matters to me. The only thing that stands out is she's agreeing with her father. I spin fully around, setting my pencil down as my chest rises and falls as I breathe deeply. I thrust my pointed finger toward the floor of the trailer and convey my anger through barely parted lips. Listen here, little girl. You chose to stay with me. You want to agree with your father? Then go live with him. Want to insult me and be rude? Go live with him. I refuse to sit here and take your attitude or your disrespect one moment longer. Do we understand each other? The snap has been a long time coming, and she just happened to catch me at a moment where I feel particularly out of control. Control is my one avenue to sanity. She flicks her gaze to mine and winces. I don't flinch. I won't be treated this way. I also have no problem being the bad guy. Their father made poor choices, and the children chose to stay with me. That doesn't mean I need to cater to them or stop parenting them. That's not how this works. Abby blinks back frustrated tears, but she drops the attitude a few notches and nods. I know, I furrow my brow. There's something more going on here, and I'm so wrapped up in my own problems, I failed to notice something out of the norm with my own daughter. What's going on? Ransacking my brain, I try to come up with something that might be upsetting her. A boy? No, Abby swore off guys when I did during the divorce, but things can change like the weather. I won't rule boys out, but what other options are there? Her brother? No, Dexter hasn't been around her all day since he's at a friend's house until I pick him up on my way home later. Dad canceled this weekend. Again. Abby's folded arms suddenly take on a different context as her shoulders slump forward and she hangs her head. He keeps canceling. I don't know what I did. Is he mad at me? She lifts big, dark, glistening eyes to me, and I suddenly remember that parenting isn't always about discipline or keeping kids in line. Sometimes it's about being their soft place to fall. Glancing at the muffins to make sure they're not doing anything that will cost me money, I move to stand beside her and nudge her with my knee. Make room for your old mother. I glance at Paul. I'll need to make a note to call Keith, my ex, later. He needs another come-to-Jesus moment, and I'm actually in the mood to lecture him. Abby moves over, acting like it's the biggest imposition in the history of the world, but I know it's all an act. I sit beside her and wrap my arm around her shoulders. Kiddo, Dad isn't mad at you. I roll my eyes heavenward and then close my eyes as I lie again for a man who never was accountable and never did anything to help me. I wish I could throw him to the wolves and tell Abby that her father's new girlfriend and flashy new car and boat are big incentives for a man like him to not see his kids. But that won't help Abby. He left me for money and a younger woman. I have no bitterness, I swear. Paul would never leave me. I have that going for me. And even as much as I've grown to hate my ex, I love my children with all my heart and soul. Dad isn't mad at you, I say again, in case she didn't hear me the first time. He's trying to figure this whole thing out, too. It's been a year, Mom. How long does he need? Abby dashes her fingers under her eyes and sniffs. In that moment, she reminds me so much of myself at her age. I sigh and shake my head, my heart breaking for her. Honey, who knows? You didn't need this much time. You were out working and starting this truck business within a month of him leaving. You see us all the time. Why can't he do the same thing? How hard can it be? It's not like he has a corporate job or anything. Abby asks fair questions. Why can't her father do things the right way? Why can't he be there for Abby and Dexter when they need him? Better yet, why can't he have been a good husband and father from the beginning? I tighten my hold on Abby and nod. My words can make or break her fragile self-esteem. I don't know. We're all on our own journeys. This is part of his. I'm trying to be benevolent and kind, but I'm swallowing the words I want to spew, the truth. Maybe it wouldn't hurt to be a little more honest with Abby. I could do that and not break anything, right? Excuse me, is anyone in there? Someone clears their throat and I jump from my seat, dropping the hold I have on my daughter's shoulders. Me? I'm here. I bound to the window, leaning against the counter and staring out at the couple standing a few feet from the trailer. Hi, welcome to Killer Miller Keto. What's your poison? I'd opted for the murderous theme when I started the trailer the year before. Hey, killing was my mood at the time. Can you blame me? Killer, poison, and all kinds of murderous iterations for the names of things. Even the keto sandwiches had plastic knives poking from the tops. Because knives and murder... Yeah, it was a late night when I was brainstorming things, and the court date for the divorce was the next morning. Are they really keto, though? The last time I had something that was supposedly keto, I gained 4 pounds. The woman standing beside the man had bleached hair framing tightly pinched facial skin. She'd obviously had some work done as her lips almost blinked at me. They were so puffy. Yes, ma'am. These are all keto. My own recipes. Everything is made by hand. I lean out, pointing at the specials board while smiling at her and trying not to focus on how painful her glossed-over lips look. The only thing I'm out of today is the cereal steak wrap. That went fast. What about a chicken salad? Or we could get some of the brisket burgers over at the barbecue place. The man with her motions across the food trailer lot toward my arch-nemesis's trailer. Well, the brisket isn't made with keto barbecue sauce. I have something similar if you'd like to get your keto dish here and then head over there for your meal. I bite the inside of my cheek and try not to scream that they can't leave me. Not for the BBQ trailer. No, anything but that. He has some keto options too, honey. Come on, let's try him over there. He's probably not out of the steak. And ouch. There is the dig that I can't get out from under. I'm out of steak. Why is this a bad thing? Wouldn't it mean that my food is that good I sold out? I stand back, smiling graciously, I hope, as they wander off across the gravel lot toward the black and silver trailer with bright turquoise lettering spelling out, "Knocks your socks off, BBQ." Another customer. Stupid man-owner guy, Knox Taylor. Delicious as sin and just as mean. Okay, that's a lie. He's not mean. In fact, infuriatingly enough, he's really nice. I just don't understand why he started offering keto options. Half of my clientele disappeared when he did that. The reason it's such a big deal is because not everyone eats keto, so the ones who do are usually with someone who doesn't. And if a place offers both keto and non-keto foods, then there is something for everyone, except dessert. At least I have the desserts in the bag. No one else in that lot, or in town for that matter, can make keto desserts like I can. I'm standing in the shadows of my trailer, and I watch as the couple reaches Knox's window. Will I be able to catch a glimpse of the well-muscled arm as he reaches out to shake the man's hand? He always does that. He also has a laugh that I can hear from across the lot, and I hate that I notice it. I hate that he takes my customers, and even worse, that he has a smile that can make me forget what I'm mad about. To top it all off, I hate that I can sense when he's there and when he leaves, and that I would much rather stare at him than do anything else. Shaking my head, I turn away from the window. The dinner crowd would start showing up, and I need to have my keto desserts ready to snag anyone trying to find their sweet fix without the carbs. I can do that. I have to do that. I don't have a choice. Whatever money our family lives off of comes from the truck. We don't have any other options. When Keith left, he left for money, but we don't get a cent of the girl's cash. She finally told him that he needed to get a job to support us. Rather than actually getting a respectable, well-paying job, he takes part-time gigs and works them for a couple months at a time, then moves on, like he might do his relationships. That means he never has to pay me more than $100 here and there, leaving me to shoulder the family bills on my own. The situation gives me an eye twitch. Turning up the small fan and positioning it toward the open window, I put a keto chocolate coconut lava cake into the oven and let the smells do their thing. It would be about 10 minutes, and then I'll start getting a steady stream of customers. That's what we need. To have a good profit tonight, I only need $100 more. That's it. I can do that. 10 more sales. I glance down at the clipboard Abby brought me and blink. Putting a hand on my hip, I turn to face my daughter. What happened to the title and explanation? She shrugs one shoulder and quirks an eyebrow. I took it off. It was boring. I blink at her like I might forget to dampen my eyes, my features slack. I blink again. What? I don't want random people signing up for this, Abby. Do these people even know what they signed up for? I scan the list of 7 names. They all look like women's names, some of them weirder than others. I'd give them that, but all female or could be female. There are really no guarantees these days. Genevieve, Alex, Apple, Mandy, Sarah, Dion, KT. Alongside their names, they'd written their phone numbers. I sigh and lift my gaze to Abby. Did you explain this is a support group for divorced women? Mom, it's not a big deal. Yes, I explained it to all of them. They signed up. I only left the clipboard for 2 seconds when I saw Jason and Claudia. I had to talk to them, but I was already done getting numbers. They're going to be fine with it. Abby glances at her phone, her eyes wide as she looks back at me. Mom, I'm going to be late. Late for what? Half reassured my idea isn't going to die before it even starts, I turn toward the oven and peek inside at the slowly rising chocolate dish. I like normal lava cakes. These look similar, but they taste nothing like the originals. That was a secret I would take to my grave. My debate practice. You promised you would take me. She stands, tugging at the edge of her t-shirt that comes in at the waist before flaring out at the hips over her jeans. Her debate practice is tonight? I whirl to my Paul and flip toward the daily planning section. Nothing there. Weekly? I like the weekly dashboard style as well, but why? I run my finger down both pages. No, it isn't today. I had it marked. I know it's not today. I flip to the monthly calendar, just to be certain. I'm positive that I had a huge chunk of my life together before I had my breakdown. You know, the one where I blamed Paul for all my problems. Wait. My finger trails down the monthly calendar page and I gulp. There at the bottom in bright blue ink is, debate practice 6 p.m., get Lila to cover the truck. It was right there and I didn't see it. I didn't plan for this event that I'd made sure to put into ink in Paul. I never called Lila, the college-aged student who worked for me on call for events exactly like this. Reality crushes in around me. If I take Abby, I have to close the trailer early. I'd miss out on all those potential sales. But there is no alternative. I promised Abby and I remember making the promise. I slowly snap my not-so-trusty planner shut, pulling the elastic band around the pages and clipping the pencil into place in the pencil holder I'd glued into the front cover. My chest is heaving, and I think I might have a panic attack. I need that extra money. We need it. But I also can't let Abby down. Not when that's all my ex ever did or does. Keith has a track record of letdowns. I refuse to be him or anything like him, even if I lose some money to do it. I glance at my own stainless steel watch and nod. All right, we better close up and get going. I'll get these put away. I reach up and turn off the oven baking the lava cake and keep my panic to myself. Another hard and fast rule of mine, don't put adult problems onto the shoulders of children. I promised Abby. It was my responsibility to fulfill that promise, not complain to her about my mistakes. Abby doesn't question what needs to happen to close up the truck. Both of my children have helped enough times in the trailer to know what needs to happen when we close. Abby knows her job, and I know mine. As I reach out and pull the specials board inside, I can't help glaring at Knox's BBQ trailer. Another day on his list of wins against me. He probably has a tally board over there that he checkmarks while he giggles deliriously. Okay, that doesn't fit the actual image of the hunky, charming man I've seen around the lot. But that doesn't mean I need to give him the benefit of the doubt. Knox is my competition. That's all the mental space he is going to get from me, and he certainly isn't going to make things inside me stir. Nope, unless it's disgust. I'll allow that one. Just disgust, even as I try to stare after him and see if I can catch a glimpse. I need to be disgusted by him. At the thought, I can't help smiling. Disgust. I'll take it. Because that works with my goal to stay far away from men, all men, even deliciously hot food truck trailer owner-operators, especially those ones, with tattoos on muscular arms and jeans that fit butts that should not be legal. Illegal butt. Yes, that's what he has. The last thing I need is more complexity and chaos in a life I cling to control with the very tips of my not-so-manicured nails.
Chapter 2. Knox. The chick has entirely too much plastic surgery, but based on her bust size, I could see why the dude kept her around. Wait, that makes me sound like a pig. I'm not a pig. At least I'm trying not to be. I just don't know what constitutes pig mentality and what doesn't. Is it not okay to appreciate a woman's figure? Is it not okay to think it's funny when a woman gets offended by bodily function displays and storms off a date? Is it not okay to whistle after a woman who obviously works out as she walks by? I'm starting to think it's not okay at all. The female customer is extra whiny as she complains to me that everyone thinks keto is so easy, but it's just not. The guy stops listening to her as soon as they order, and he pulls out his phone. The last time I felt like a therapist, I'd been tending bar to get through college. I'm having flashbacks on why I got out of that lifestyle. A therapist I am not. Patient with people, even less. Yeah, I understand. Did you check out the keto truck? I know Savvy has some good keto things over there. I finish dishing up the brisket on a brioche bun smothered in BBQ sauce that is as far from keto-friendly as you can get and hand her the dish first. Her companion had ordered the ribs and they took seconds to plate and drizzle sauce on, then side with potato salad, baked beans, and a roll that is buttery enough to count as its own fat source. I would have tried her stuff, but she was out of the steak, so whatevs. The blonde cements my feelings about her with the simple comment, "Trucks run out of food. That is a sign that a trailer is good." And the woman had passed it up. Keeping my smile tight, I pass the guy's dish out. He shoves his phone in his pocket as he takes the to-go container from me, and I nod to my right. "Here you go, man. Napkins and utensils are over that way." I point around the corner, having already taken their payment. Glancing across the lot, I pause and furrow my brow. Wait, is Savvy closing up? The dinner rush hasn't even hit yet. We have about 15 more minutes, and then the floodgates will open up. What the devil is she doing? I stand at the opening to my trailer another moment when I realize she actually is closing up for the night. Surprised isn't exactly the term for how I feel, so I push my way through the door of my trailer and close the distance between our trailers quickly. I stop outside the keto trailer and lean up, peeking through the food window to speak to Savvy. "Hey, Savvy, is everything okay?" She whirls around, her thick, dark braid whipping behind her before falling on her shoulder. She stares at me, her mouth forming the most entrancing O. She blinks, and then blinks again. I learned a while ago that she does this when she's startled and trying not to say the first thing that comes to mind. The woman is the most controlled person I've ever met. I'd love to see what she's like when she loses control. She lifts her chin and shakes her head. "Thank you, Knox. Everything is acceptable. Thank you." Acceptable? Are we in some sort of Austen novel where everything is formal? We work in a food truck lot, for crying out loud. Here, formality rests on paper napkins or paper towels, and washing hands is an option. But things are never easy with Savvy. I know this, and still I try. The last year has been a collection of attempts at friendship and dodging her glares. I'm not sure what I did to her, but I have a feeling it has to do with my testosterone. She's not entirely friendly to the other male food truck owners either. I hold my hands at chest level. "Savvy, I'm just checking to make sure everything is okay. That's it. I promise. I'm not here trying to attack or steal anything, or even peek to see what that delicious smell is." I'm not lying either. Something chocolatey carries on the breeze, and I want one, whatever it is. Customers would line the lot for her desserts, especially tonight if she would just stay open. But something passes across her features before her expression settles into resolved neutrality, and she shakes her head. "Can't. I have to get Abby to something. But thanks for saying that." She turns away from me, but not before I catch the presence of a suspicious sheen over her eyes. "Maybe I can help." I step back as Savvy shuts the window, the lock grinding into place from the inside. Rushing to the door, I stand there, staring inside as I wait for Savvy to acknowledge my offer. She's fit and very much in shape, with a figure most women at any age would kill for. For a busy mother of two who also owns her own business, it's surprising. I can't help but think she's a good example of the keto lifestyle. "Seriously, Savvy, let me help." Savvy stops in front of the fridge and puts her hand on her hip, narrowing her eyes at me. Abby, her oldest, appears in the doorway, facing me and away from her mother. Abby's eyes are wide, and she minutely shakes her head in a very subtle warning that I need to back away. Abby and Dexter are friendlier around the lot than her mom. Not that Savvy is ever actually rude. The kids just put themselves out there more. I'm pretty good friends with both of them, so Abby's warning is from a friend. But I'm too far in. I can help, and I think Savvy should let me. Maybe just once let someone help. "Knox, I don't need your help. I can do this on my own. Thank you for the offer, but there's nothing you can do except mind your own business." She tilts her head to the side, her lower lip pouting out as if that is a sign she's hitting her obstinate level. Just as I'm about to turn and storm away, I notice her previously mentioned lower lip trembling. This woman is at her breaking point, and she doesn't even know it. I lower my voice and glance at Abby, and then back to Savvy, stepping closer to the doorway and resting my hand on the door jamb. "Look, it's not a big deal. I can have David cover my trailer and I'll cover over here, or I can take Abby where she needs to go. It's not a big deal. Let me help." I'm almost begging, and I know it, but I don't care. She's a woman in trouble, and my ancient knightly genetics rear their head in a desperate attempt to save the damsel in distress. I've done the genealogy, or at least seen the evidence. I have a knight or two in my pedigree. We'll just ignore the presence of a couple bandits, a serial killer, and a pirate. No big deals as long as we pretend they're not there. Right now, I'm focusing on my responsibility to uphold the family tradition of saving people. A fast image of Savvy's gratitude rushes across my mind. She will be so happy and relieved. She'll throw her arms around my neck and smother me in kisses. Those lips that always look so stern will soften, and she'll smile at me in relief. A real smile. She'll press that delectable body of hers against mine and will... What? Sail off into the sunset selling our food trailer products for the rest of eternity? No problems there. Savvy pulls me out of my short daydream with a hard shake of her head. Thank you, again, Knox, but I've got it. Have a good night. She steps out of the trailer, closes and locks the door and reaches for Abby's hand. High points of pink in Savvy's cheeks leave me uncertain if she's mad at me, or embarrassed, or something completely different. She storms away, unaware just how enchanting the breadth of her shoulders and the sway of her hips are. I'm irritated. I pick it up. Turning back toward my truck, I reach up and pinch the back of my neck in a massaging motion. That woman, I'll never figure her out. Hey, Knox! Sylvia, one of the Mexican truck owners, waggles her fingers at me as I pass by. I'm careful to keep my eyes averted from the other things that jiggle as her low-cut top shimmies side to side. I wave back, but keep walking. That woman is trouble, and nothing is going to make me pursue her, not even the delicious empanadas they serve on Fridays. You disappeared fast. My brother David hangs half out the window as he repositions the bright neon light of a burger sign I ordered a couple weeks ago. I'm still not sold on the sign, but we've gotten a few compliments on it, so I'm not trashing it. Yet. Yeah, well, I thought Savvy might need help. I jerk my thumb over my shoulder and then kneel down, moving the legs of the table holding the napkins, utensils, and spices to the side of the ordering window. Stepping back, I take quick inventory of what my food truck has to offer. No one else might appreciate the way the dark paint helps the lettering stand out, but I do. I have an MBA in business and an extra degree in graphic design. There's nothing I can't design or make look good, and I know it. David steps back into the trailer and wipes his hands off on a towel as he shakes his head at me. Look, bro, I love you. You know this, but I think you need to get your head examined. Why are you even talking to that shrew? His eyes are almost mirror images of mine with their dark intensity. You should go after Sylvia. He flicks his gaze toward the woman I won't touch with a 10-foot pole and quirks his eyebrow. I sigh and shake my head, joining him inside the trailer to continue our conversation in a lower volume. Stay away from that one, bro. And I know savvy comes across as permanently shrewish. I can think of other words, if that one isn't working for you. David wipes down the stainless steel counter behind him. The style of my trailer is similar to most food trailer setups. Stainless steel won't rust or break down easily. I went over everything in that trailer with a fine-tooth comb as I inspected the mechanics and engineering of each component when I bought it. Yeah, along with my MBA in business and a graphic design, I also have a bachelor in engineering because my old man demanded it. Too bad I never did anything with it. I move to stand in front of the window and can just barely make out the taillights of Savvy's Honda Civic as she pulls from the parking lot next to the food trucks. Nah, she's not shrewish. She's been through a lot. I glance at David and raise my eyebrow. Maria told me Savvy's been through a harrowing divorce. She's raising those kids on her own and working her own business. You don't do stuff like that without having some balls. Balls or not, I'm not going near her with mine. David shakes his head like his joke is the funniest thing he's thought of all year. He scans the lot to make sure we don't have any customers approaching before he nods my way. Seriously, bro, I know what I'm talking about. Just go with the flow, date around. That's the best way to be happy. A guy like you or me? Yeah, bachelorhood is not the worst thing that can happen. He grins as a group of women approach, eyeing both of us and giggling. But what David doesn't understand is that I'm sick of the dating scene. I'm sick of messing things up with the women I date to the point that I'm just a stopping point on their way to finding a long-term relationship. How did a man get to be my age, a strapping 39, thank you very much, without being married at least once? Yeah, good question. I asked my last girlfriend that exact thing as she packed up her overnight things in preparation to leave. She'd laughed and said a man as handsome as me didn't want commitment. It was just a term we threw around to get what we wanted. I'd stood there in the foyer of my house and stared after her. All I want is commitment. I want a family, kids, a family pet that may or may not need to be trained to fetch. Going on family campouts, fishing trips, day hikes, and nights out to eat are just a few of the things I want more than anything else. The dating scene is ridiculous and washed up. I want happiness, comfort, steadiness, and I want everyone to stop acting like a guy like me is less of a man for wanting it. Like me. What does that even mean? My idea of happiness is all of those things and more. Why should that change just because of how I look? Or how someone else categorizes me? If I had my stuff together and knew what to do, I think maybe I'd try to get under that uptight savvy's skin. See what makes her tick. The mystery she presented was bigger than the challenge. I want to know why a woman would take on so much on her own. Was there something about her I could find out and maybe apply to my own life? Maybe, if I can find the chance, I can learn what her ex-husband did that made her run the other way. Wouldn't it be great to have all the answers before starting my next relationship?
Chapter 3. Savvy. It's amazing how fast time can fly when you're juggling a house, a business, 2 kids, and sanity all by yourself. I can't remember the last time I had a foot rub or a meaningful conversation with someone besides the barista by my house. That convo was about the life-altering decision between toasted marshmallow syrup or hazelnut. I was looking for something new, so I tried the marshmallow and dang, that woman, now I'm an addict of the hot cocoa with toasted marshmallow and I want to scream. I'm at 2 a day. That's how bad my addiction is and how good the drink is. See why I need to make that money every day? The food truck crowd has thinned for the mid-afternoon lull, and I take the moment to breathe. Not to peek at the obnoxious BBQ truck across from me or the man's arm I can see when he puts it out to wipe up his counter. Those are shivers from the warm breeze and not for any thoughts about his eyes or his buns. Seriously, I need a distraction. I pull out my phone as well as the neatly folded contact list Abby had gathered for me the night before. Pushing thoughts of the nosy, muscular man to the back of my mind, I glance over the list and take a deep breath. My plan is to start a divorced women's support group. Nothing too time-consuming or high-maintenance. I really just want someone to talk to. My mother doesn't understand divorce at all. She's been married to the same man since before dirt was created. I can't talk to my children because that would just be unnecessary and cruel to put them in the middle of anything like that. So, between raising my kids and working, I literally have no time to make friends. This divorced women's support group via text is a desperate attempt to find some people to talk to who have something in common with me. I don't want people saying, "I'm so sorry," when they have no idea what they are sorry about. I punch all of the names and phone numbers into my address book and then add them to a group. Then, gulp, I type up my message. Me, hi. I wonder if the exclamation point is too much. I chew on my bottom lip while I stare at the overly enthusiastic punctuation and then take it out. Why come across as needy or desperate? Me, hi. This is Savvy Miller from Killer Miller Keto in Coeur d'Alene, and I wanted to formally invite you to join our divorced women's group. To start with, it's just going to be low-key as we get to know each other. Me, maybe in a few weeks we can get together for a more in-person gathering, but for now, I thought we would just see what everyone is looking for. Me, does that sound okay? Me, I'll start. I'm 37 and I have 2 kids. My husband of 18 years left me last year to be with the cliché, his 20-year-old masseuse. He then quit his job as a construction project manager and decided he wants to be a lifeguard at Silverwood. He won't see the kids because he's living with one. Does that sound bitter? Me, I just wanted to start a group where I could make friends with women who understand. I hit send between each comment before I can overthink my messages. I won't even let myself read over my texts after I hit send for about 2 minutes, and then I can't wait any longer. I read them again, my stomach twisting as I realize 5 minutes has passed and no one has replied. No one wants to be friends with me. My chest rises and falls and my mouth is dry. The first time I put myself out there in more years than I can count on my hand, and I'm falling flat on my face. I lean forward, resting my elbows on my knees as I close my eyes and try not to cry. I really need an outlet. I need friends. I need to not feel so alone. But not with a guy. No. I don't want to date again or get in a relationship with a man who will just trade me in for a newer model later. I don't want to deal with the heartbreak associated with that again. I don't need to worry about that, though. Men my age don't want a woman my age. At least that's what my experience is telling me. And I'm highly irritated about that fact. My phone dings and I drop my hands to hang between my knees as I stare at the cell sitting in front of me. I straighten in my seat and then reach for the phone, grateful when it dings again. Even if they're telling me to stuff the group idea, at least it's a response. Apple. I'm Apple. So nice to meet y'all. I'm a new transplant up from Arizona. I'm 42 and done with men. Do you hear me? Done. Why can't they just get one to give up? I think my ex followed me up here just to continue annoying me. Alex. Wow, a group of women I can actually talk with? This will be fun. I'm Alex. I'm 36. I'm one flipping child away from sanity, and I don't think I know what I'm doing half the time, but friends, I'd love some, please. I grin at the exuberance in their texts. I pull out my planner and flip to the page I designed for the group. I already put everyone's names in with a tight, blocky font. I mark off the ones who have replied and if they want to be a part of the group or not. Obviously, these two do. Thank goodness. At least I have 2 takers. I check Alex off, glad she isn't a guy, and go to type in a reply and another text appears. Genevieve. I'm Vev. Love this. The girl that was asking for sign-ups said this is what it was for, but I wasn't sure. She also told some guy it was for chocolate samples. LOL, tilting my head. I consider what Vev sent. A guy? What guy did Abby tell the sign-up was for chocolate? I change Vev's contact name to Vev, and another message comes in from her. Vev. I can't have babies, so my ex says I'm worthless. Maybe I am, but I'm worthless and alone now. I guess that's better than worthless and stifled. Anyway, I'm looking forward to getting to know you. I would love to get together. A level of anxiety creeps in and I study the list. I don't recognize any other name that could be a guy's except for Dion. I mean, maybe KT? But what guy would want to use initials that sound like Katie? What if there is a guy creeping on the group? That won't work for me. I wait anxiously for the rest of the names to come through, but we don't hear from the next one until almost 8 o'clock that night. Dion. This is so exciting. I've been divorced for almost 4 years, and it seems to get harder each time spring is here. Is anyone dating? I've already closed up the trailer by the time I read her text, and I've pulled into the driveway of my house. Putting the car into park, I stare up at the double-car garage doors topped with a window leading into the master bedroom. Dating. How did I confess to hating men? Raising a young man didn't mean that I hate men in general. It's more the dating kind. The kind that let me feel insecure and tell me I'm not pretty when I'm pregnant or that I'm too fat for anyone to really love. Men like Keith. And since guys don't walk around with a dating resume or even recommendations or references, I have to lump all men together in one stereotype. Take it or leave it. I'm clenching my hands and I take a deep breath. I'm not fat. I have to tell myself that at least 12 times an hour. I'm curvy, sure. I'm busty and have hips that seem to go on for days, but I'm not fat. Why would someone who is supposed to love me tell me I'm fat and disgusting? The reason I'm so against men is the answer to this question. I just can't pinpoint what it is exactly. Apple. I've tried, but there are some doozies out there. One guy with a thick gold chain once told me I could make a lot of money if I stripped. He offered to teach me. What is that? My jaw drops in surprise. Stripping? Was that really an option for women our age? I glance to the side and think for a minute. Stripping. I wonder how much money a person could make doing that. After a minute, I realize just what I'm considering and I shake my head. No, I wouldn't strip. Why would I do that? I've got a mom bod for sure. According to Keith, a fat mom bod. If I didn't cringe every time I thought it, I'd cry laugh. Alex. Pass. I'd rather hang out with guys than date. Men get weird about dating. They act like it's either a relationship or just a fling. Guys can't seem to just be friends. What is that all about? Dion. I think the last time a guy was able to be friends without anything more, it was with a rock. I can't help myself. I finally laugh in the silence of the car and shake my head. Me. What would you guys tell yourselves if you could go back 20 years? What would I say? I'd say don't do it. I'd say stop listening to your libido and listen to your gut. I'd tell myself that I don't have to try to have what mom and dad have, it's not for me. And then I'd slap myself for arguing, because I know I'd have argued with me. Alex, I'd say pay attention to the fact that he's more interested in your chest than looking at your face. Apple, good question. I'd have to say men don't determine your worth. I stare at Apple's words. Men don't determine my worth. Are those words that I live by? I'm not sure. I'm not sure because I don't know what my worth is, but I want to find out, and I can't if I'm trying to make some man happy. Alex, this is so great. Hey, Savvy, can I give you the number of a friend of mine and have you add her? This is exactly what she needs. Me, of course, that sounds great. I think after that, we should wait until we add more. I don't want to manage too many in a group. Then it might feel like a group on iPage, the biggest social media platform in the world. Apple, love this. Alex, agree. I like small groups. Dion, that sounds good. I head inside, stepping a little lighter. Maybe I found some women to connect with. The ones who have replied so far sound like they're looking for the same thing I am. It's a couple days later until our little group of 4 has grown, and a week later, I'm still waiting to hear from KT and Sarah. So I reach out the best way I can while trying not to stare across the food truck lot in the direction of the BBQ truck. I text out to the group first. Me. Ladies, I know I've sworn off men, I do. Trust me, I know this, but I have to tell you. The guy across from me is wearing a white t-shirt, and I can see a tribal tattoo on his upper shoulders through the material and his muscles. I think I'm drooling. Does that make me a bad person? I can't believe I hit send to the women in my group, but the slight glimpse I got of Knox's back as he bent and picked up a cooler was enough to make me start to pant. It's not even hot in here, or it wasn't. Now I can't seem to cool down. I fan myself as some of the replies start coming in. Apple, oh, can you take a picture? Alex, there's nothing wrong with appreciating men, they are definitely built well. On that note, what's his butt look like? Dion, yes, I second Apple. Pics, please. Dion, peas. It does not make you a bad person. It makes you a warm-blooded woman. Celebrate that. Mandy, yeah, so where is this and when can I reserve my seat? Mandy could be funny but dry sometimes. I still wasn't sure about her. She hasn't shared a lot about herself, but at least she's participating. I pull up a separate thread for each Sarah and KT, but send them the same message in the private threads. Me. Hi, it's Savvy. Did you want to stay in the group I started, or did you want me to take you out? Either way is fine. I just want to make sure you're aware we need everyone to participate, even just a little. Thanks. I hit send, no longer overthinking my messages. Pulling Paul the planner closer to me, I can't help appreciating the soft green and deep navy blue stickers I've decorated that week's dashboard with. The pinkish mauve flowers feel almost too girly for the week. Sometimes I feel girly, and sometimes I feel like I could knock someone's teeth in, if I have to. That week just happens to be one of those times. My phone rings, and I glance out into the food truck lot to make sure it's still relatively quiet before I answer. I lift the phone and scowl. Keith, what could he possibly want with me? Nothing for 20 years, and now he calls. I pick up the phone and swipe the screen. Keith, what do you need? I'm not trying to be rude, I swear, but sometimes I can't help the way I feel about him. Sav, how's it going? Sav, the nickname he uses when he wants something. I clench my teeth and speak through them. What do you want? Why beat around the bush? There's no point in us talking. We have a very detailed schedule. If he doesn't uphold his end of the deal, then that's it. We're out and I get the kids full time. The sad thing is, he hasn't wanted the kids for his time in almost 3 months. He just makes up excuses that get lamer and lamer each time. Even the kids are starting to doubt their importance to him. That fact just angers me, and I glare at a random spot in the ceiling without seeing it and wait for him to reply. Well, actually, if you want me to just jump right in, then okay. He clears his throat, and I can almost hear him digging through his brain for the right words. I wish he would just spit it out. What do you want so I can say no? I want to yell at him. Well, the thing is, I can't take the kids the rest of this month. He almost mumbles the words like he can't think of another way to say it to me. I press my fingertips to my forehead and rub up and down, as if there's a migraine building. Oh, wait, there is, and I'm going to name it Keith. You what? You realize you haven't seen them in 3 months, Keith, right? 3 months. Abby thinks you're mad at her, and I have no idea what Dexter thinks because he won't talk to me about you. I clamp my mouth shut and open my eyes. That was too much information for Keith. He doesn't need to know about us. It's his loss he wants to cancel time with the kids. I know this, but I wish I could make my kids see this. You always do this, Savannah. You try to make everything my fault. Well, I'm just trying to get more hours at work so I can pay the bills. His anger is more than likely at himself, but he has to direct it towards someone. Since I'm the ex, I guess that's on my list of job duties. What happened? Did Penelope leave you? And I wait for his snarky reply, but one doesn't come. I straighten where I'm sitting and tuck my chin. Wait, Keith, did she leave you? I'm suddenly more serious. I don't want Penelope to leave him. If she does, Keith might think he can come home. That's a hard pass on my side, but what if he thinks that's an option? Look, we're having some time apart right now, and I have to pay the bills for my new place. I just need some more hours at work until I figure things out. He must be desperate to even tell me that much. I sigh. Of course, he needs more hours if he's going to make more money. He works at a theme park in a job that is usually reserved for teenagers. He's an almost 40-year-old man who is trying to pay the bills on a teen's wage. He doesn't even make enough to pay child support. I pick up the pencil beside my planner and bite my bottom lip before I say something I'll regret. Taking a minute, I flip through the next few weeks and narrow my eyes before acknowledging him in the silence that has fallen between us. The thing is, Keith, I expect you to step up. You couldn't do that for me when we were married. You couldn't do it for the kids. You better start or you're going to lose them. I won't lie for you forever. But he's hung up before I can even finish my diatribe. I set my cell phone down and stare at the electronic device. The second-hand cell I had to get because when mine broke, I couldn't replace it because I don't make enough money. We made money before the divorce, before Keith freaked out on us and left. We had money then, plenty. But now, I'm barely scraping by to pay the mortgage, utilities, food, and other things that come up as well as business expenses. Why can't Keith see this? Why does he have to put everything I work toward to the back of the priority list? I need some of those weekends off. I need a break from being the only adult in my life. I get that things are hard for him, but he is only one person. That's it. I simply need the kids taken care of for a few hours where I don't need to worry about them. Why can't he see that? Why doesn't anyone see that? I lift my gaze to the ceiling, clench my hands into fists, and scream with my mouth shut. I might even stomp my feet, but I'll never admit it. After my mini temper tantrum, I lick my lower lip and smooth my hair before opening my eyes and staring smack into the dark brown eyes of the BBQ Knox. Dang him and his 5 o'clock stubble that seems to say it's always 5 o'clock. Or the fact that the muscles in his biceps bulge against the tight material of his sleeves. Or even worse, the thick head of hair he has pushed back from his forehead. Oh, remember that text about his tribal tattoo? I have no idea what it looks like completely, but it might wrap up and over his shoulders. Dang it. I think my knees are a little weak. I know my breathing has sped up and slowed down, and honestly, I can't tell if I'm breathing shallowly or gasping. Hopefully, I don't pass out. Swallowing, pasting a prim smile on my mouth and step forward, I fold my hands at my waist. Yes, excuse me. What can I do for you? I don't use his name. I don't acknowledge the fact that I just had a mini breakdown or that I was losing my control in front of him. I didn't lose my control. I can't lose my control. What would I do if I lost my firm grip on the reins of the slim control I barely have? I have no idea, but I have a feeling it won't be good. And if I do all that in front of Knox, I'll lose my pride, too. Once again, I feel the stirrings of something chaotic fluttering in my stomach. I will not lose control, though. I hold my smile in place and wait for him to reply to my question. If he hadn't wanted to witness craziness, he could go somewhere else.
Chapter 4. Knox. I bite my tongue. Savvy was close to losing it. I've seen the signs before in my sister, and she wasn't running her own business or raising her children on her own. A couple times a month, though, Christine needs to run away and take a break. Shifting my work boots on the compacted gravel beneath me, I'm not sure where to look. Finally, I jerk my chin up, nervous around this woman who always seems to have everything together, but who gives little glimpses into the impending hell that has to be her life. You okay? Savvy's remarkable eyes flash, and she lifts her chin. Any higher, and she's going to be staring up at the sky. I'm fine. Thank you. Did you need something in particular? She lifts her hands and then knits her eyebrows together. Why would you think something is wrong? Like I didn't just witness the mini tantrum. If she doesn't want me to mention it, then I won't mention it. I clear my throat. I just assumed you must be overwhelmed. My sister has twins and she loses her sanity once or twice a week. I half shrug, careful not to focus on the bright points of color in her cheeks, or the heat flushing into mine. I reach up, massaging at the back of my neck, and then immediately drop my hand. I don't want to seem nervous around her, even though I most definitely am. Something in her countenance softens, and she steps closer to the window. You have a sister? With kids? That's surprising. I chuckle, shaking my head. Yeah, out of the two of us, she definitely isn't the one I pictured settling down. Savvy's lips part, and I'm entranced. We stand there for a moment in silence and just stare at each other. She obviously has no idea how intoxicating she is, even under all that control. Someone yells off to the side of the parking lot, and we snap out of the unintentional hypnosis. Was she as affected by me as I am by her? She blinks and unfolds her arms. I don't mean to be rude, Knox, but did you need something? I blink again and nod. Actually, yes, I came over here to get your dessert sampler. My sister is due for a treat, and her husband called me a little bit ago to see if I could find something she could have on her diet. Keto treats were on my mind all day simply because I could see the Killer Miller keto trailer from my own truck. That's the only reason. I swear. She pulls back and cocks her head, a flirtatious glint in her eyes. No. No? Did she really just turn down a sale? My jaw is slack and I drop my hands to my sides. The sounds around me grow louder and I'm not sure what I should do. How do I take a rejection of a sale? I've never been told no, I couldn't buy something before. Savvy half shrugs one shoulder. I can't sell you my keto dishes. You'll copy them. She smiles like she's joking, but I kind of sense she's partially serious. I loosen my stance and shake my head. No, trust me, I have no interest in copying keto desserts. She has to know about my keto offerings. I rush on. I made sure my keto dishes don't copy yours, and I'm only offering them because my sister swears by keto, and sometimes she wants me to bring things to her because she's too tired to make dinner. You and your sister sound close. She grabs a box and starts loading items into it from various containers. I move to rest my hand on the edge of the trailer and glance around the food trailer lot. Things will start picking up soon. I want to stay, but I can't for long. Yeah, we are. David and I are closer because we're boys, and he is determined to have a better relationship with me than Christine, but I'm still close to her. We're a pretty tight family. I smile and reach into my pocket, pulling out cash to hand up to her. She slips a brightly designed sticker onto the corner of the closed box top and slides the box across the counter, then pulls it back. She furrows her brow as she stares down at me. How do I know I can trust you? What if you take these and start selling desserts too? What if I promise? My sister used to make me pinky swear. If I offer to do that, I might lose points for masculinity. On the other hand, it might be enough to make her smile, or even laugh. If I can't trust you, then your promise means nothing, right? She takes a deep breath, like it really is a problem that she's mulling over. I hook my pinky and lean forward, keeping my voice low. The last thing I need is Sylvia overhearing and the men at her trailer thinking I have a machismo problem. What if I pinky swear? Savvy glances at my finger and then at my face, searching to see if I'm serious. Oh, I'm definitely serious. I'll do whatever I need to do to prove I'm trustworthy. I can't say that out loud, though. That will just mark me as extra creepy. I learned that much from my sister. She finally chuckles and shakes her head, her braid moving behind her shoulders with the movement. Okay, I know you can't be trusted now. But she laughs. She actually laughs. and I'm struck silent at the transformation over her normally stoic and resting witch face. Making her laugh again has just become my life's goal. Savvy reaches the box across to me, taking the money at the same time. Our fingertips touch, and I swear my chest swells. She's aware. I can see it in the way her eyes flick to mine, and then back down as she rushes to her register. She's flustered, and I'm not sure how to salvage the situation without making it more uncomfortable. She could have been made out of lightning for all the electricity shooting through me at her touch. I'm not sure what to say. I stare at her, pulling the box closer to my side. Well, thanks for this. I promise I won't steal the recipes. Why did I say that? I'm an idiot. I know it. She's got to know it, like she needs me repeating it. Savvy narrows her eyes. We already established that. Are you planning something else? I can't tell if she's joking or not. You really are wound tight, aren't you? Uptight and a food trailer aren't the best way to roll. I lamely lift my hand and wave my goodbye as I stride back to my trailer. Yes, I'm an idiot. Yes, I might be rusty at flirting, because that was definitely not a flirtatious line. Yes, I definitely want to ask out the owner of the keto trailer, but she's a single mom, and there's a lot of pressure not to mess that up. Plus, I probably just ruined my chances with my rude comment. No wonder I can't find a woman to commit to me. Not to mention the fact that I have no idea what I do specifically wrong in relationships. Was what I just said a deal breaker? Not even together, and I'm already losing. If I try to get together with Savvy and I mess things up, that wouldn't just be bad for her and me. It would potentially be bad for her 2 kids who have already been through so much. Divorce isn't easy, no matter how it came about. I close the distance to the BBQ trailer and step inside, rolling my eyes at David, who's sitting in the chair and leaning on the counter with his head in his arms. Thank goodness I have you here to watch my business. Who knows what might happen if you weren't? I set my jaw to the side, on edge suddenly. I nudge his knee with mine as I pass by, setting the box of treats on the counter near his head. Hey loser, I need your phone. I still can't find my phone. The thing has been missing for almost 2 weeks, and I have a sneaking suspicion my younger brother is the culprit, which means it isn't in the same spot. Ever. He's probably taking it home, charging it, and then bringing it back to hide around the trailer. Sometimes, I can't help but wonder what the good of keeping him around is. He lifts his head, blearily blinking at me with one eye, the other having been swollen shut and discolored blues, purples, and bright magenta. Exhaling on a whoosh, I fold my arms and glance out the window before focusing back on David. What did you do this time? Was it down at Lucky Lil's? David is sporadic. He gets in fights, but not all the time. He usually goes on benders, but they last a weekend and never more than twice in a year. It's not like he has any problems. He is the youngest. What could he possibly have to worry about? He shakes his head, closing his good eye. I wish this was a fight. In fact, that's what I'm going with. I'm going to tell people you beat me up. He furrows his brow. No, wait. That would let people think you're stronger than me. His thin runner's physique compared to my bulkier form won't suggest that. I smirk at him. Get to what happened, Davy. He sighs. It's not a big deal. He glances past me toward the window and then back to me, the uninjured parts of his face flushing. I forgot I'm watching Mom and Dad's place last night, so I rushed over there and was trying to get inside. I couldn't find their spare key, and when I bent down to look under the mat, I slammed my face into the railing. He looks away from me, probably to avoid the smile spreading across my own face. No, are you serious? Man, sometimes. I shake my head, but lean forward, studying the swollen eye. You look fine. It'll take a couple weeks to heal. Do you need time off? David works for me, but unofficially. I won't pay him if he doesn't work, and my little brother has a definite love for the easy money. If he takes time off for his eye, he'll be losing a good chunk of money. He shakes his head and waves his hand toward his face. Please, I'm fine if you're fine. I'll make sure it sticks with the toughness of the brand. At least I got that drilled into him. My one rule for David working with me is that we always protect the brand. Knocks your socks off BBQ can't have weaklings running things. People want to buy BBQ off manly men in black aprons, men who can drink habanero sauce and not break a sweat, men who can grow facial hair, chest hair, and any other hair on demand. At least that's what I picture when I think of the ideal BBQ. I'm fine, but I think you should know. I lean closer and lower my voice. I know. And when I find it, payback is going to suck. David's eyes widen, and he holds my gaze for a second too long with his one good eye before shifting to look somewhere else. Anywhere else. I don't know what you're talking about. His Adam's apple bobs as he swallows. I'm not stupid. He's hidden my phone. And when I find it, retaliation will be the only thing on my mind. For now, though, I'm going to pretend Savvy isn't taking up all of the extra brain cells I can spare. What would it be like to run my fingers through her unbound hair, or to kiss her soft lips? No, those aren't thoughts she would welcome about her, especially from me. For some reason, Savvy can't stand me the most out of all the guys in the trailer lot, but I can't figure out why. Maybe I need to work on making her see I'm not the bad guy.
Chapter 5. Savvy. I narrow my eyes as Knox leaves. Why would he say that? Uptight? I'm not that uptight. In fact, I'm not uptight at all. I reach up and twist the end of my braid around my finger. The sudden appearance of customers pulls me out of my confused frustration. I paste a smile on my mouth and laugh, teasing a new group of women as they go about ordering some of that day's specials. Is that the chocolate lava cake you had the other night? I was here and you were closed. I could have licked the doorknob of your trailer. It smelled so good. The woman's blonde hair was pulled up into a sloppy bun, and her laugh was infectious. Slightly horrified that someone would even consider licking a doorknob, I laugh, my eyes wide. Well, I'm glad you waited. Yes, I have the lava cake here. Would you like to add that to your order? The women with her laugh and say to me, "It's just how Bobby is. Don't take it personally." They're laughing as I hand them their orders and take their payment. Bobby ignores the ham and cheese sandwich she ordered on an everything-seasoning keto bread and dives right into the bag with the lava cake. She pulls it out, oohing and aahing over the presentation. I always add stickers of flames on the outside, just something a little silly to keep it fun. Scooping a bite from the opened container, Bobby rolls her eyes back and moans. Oh, my Lanta. If I wasn't already married, girl, we'd be hitched right now. How did you do this? She glances up at me and then scans as much of my form as she can. No wonder you're so thin. You get to eat like this all the time. I'd never cheat on my diet. Never. She sighs and wanders off with her friends, wiggling her fingers at me in goodbye. I hope those friends of hers know how lucky they are to have her. I'm still grinning as the next few groups of customers come and go, each one leaving me in a better attitude than the last. I've made my goal in sales before the next lull, and I glance across the lot toward the BBQ trailer. Not because I want to see him, but because I want to see if the crowds are dying down. At least I tell myself that to justify my constant glances. My phone dings, and I'm grateful for the distraction. Picking up the cell, I read the text from Sarah. Sarah, I'm here. Thank you for checking on me. I honestly haven't had a chance to check in. I'll get in the group now. I send her a smiley face and then swipe over into the group, shooting one more peek at the BBQ truck across the way. Me. Okay, I need to vent. I don't have any girlfriends to do this with, and I need to get this off my chest. Dion. Go, girl, where's my popcorn? Apple. I love a good venting session. Lay it on us. Alex. Wait, I'm settling into the couch. Okay, I'm ready now. Go. It's fair to say I'm grinning even wider as I start to type up my message. Me. Here's the thing. The guy I was talking about, the one at the BBQ truck, he was over here and bought some stuff from me, and I thought he was being nice until... I don't want to write it. I don't want to tell anyone what he'd said about me losing control. Why did he have to go there? Dion. What'd he say? Do I need to come throat punch him? I got this, especially if he's hot. Apple. My ex was a professional at making rude comments. He once said I reminded him of a hippo. Alex. No, I'm going to need his address. Dion. I'll go with you, girl. I know people. Mandy. I know people too. Unfortunately, my ex is the people. Think we can convince them to take each other out? I'm snort laughing by the time the conversation gets to hiring out for taking care of our exes, and this is definitely what I've been missing. Friends. Honest friends who understand where I'm coming from and are saying the same things I've been thinking since my inevitable divorce last year. Inevitable. A wave of sadness washes over me. And not for the first time, I'm worried that it really was my fault. But I didn't make him cheat, and I didn't walk away. I'm still here. I text them a rundown briefly of what happened with Knox, trying to shrug off the guilt with my dead marriage. Me. Do you guys think I overreacted to what the BBQ guy was saying? Alex. Do you think you overreacted? Me. I wasn't very nice. In fact, I haven't been very nice to him at all, or anyone in the trailer lot, TBH. TBH seemed to be my moniker lately. Short for to be honest, TBH had become a definite reminder that it wasn't always necessary to make others feel better, but it was more important to own the truth. Always own the truth. Lies had broken down my marriage. Dion. Well, at the risk of sounding like I'm on Team Man, I do think there are some good ones out there. They're rare, but they're there, or we wouldn't have been able to procreate so much over the years. Apple. Good point. I nod, even though they can't see me. They're right. I text them as much and then push myself to my feet. While we have a break in the quick rush of customers, I need to tell Knox that I shouldn't have treated him the way I did. That just was rude and unnecessary, and not the person I want to be. I step down from the trailer, grateful for the soft, warm breeze from the spring early evening, and make my way across the lot. I can do this. I can. He didn't deserve to be treated that way. I can do better. I have to do better. Hey, savvy girl, when you going to take me up on my offer and go out with me? Come on. Ima makes an amazing cannelloni. Leonardo leans out of his Italian food truck with red and green banners and flags all over the place. I smile and wave but keep walking. I don't need to partake of the food trailer lot, Lothario. I still have too much respect for myself to make my way around the food trailer rumor mill. Before I can overthink anything, I'm standing in front of the BBQ trailer. I lick my lower lip and then rub my top and bottom lips together. No one is in view, not Knox, David, or anyone else. Twisting to look behind me, I turn back, certain I'm missing something. Hello? Suddenly, I feel ridiculous being there. He probably didn't care about the way I treated him. I can't mean anything to him, so he won't care about what I've done or said. But I don't want him to think I'm rude. I'm not, generally. Just with men who look like him. A man who looks like him is dangerous to develop any kind of relationship with. He'd have too much opportunity with other women. Who's to say he'd stick around for any length of time? If a guy like Keith with a name like Keith, and who looked like the worst version of the fakest car salesman I've ever met, could find someone to cheat on his wife with, why couldn't this Adonis find someone to walk away with? Like I conjured him with my doubts and insecurities, Knox braces his arms on the counter and peers at me through the open window. Hey, Savvy, what can I do for you? He flicks his gaze past me and then looks back my direction, his expression expectant but polite. I wanted to apologize for the way I treated you. You weren't exactly nice, but that doesn't mean I needed to unload on you like that. I can't help smiling tightly. The other women had made it clear I didn't need to act like that. Yeah, I get it, and I didn't realize that what I said upset you that much. I'm sorry, too. He wipes the counter and then lifts his astonishingly shiny eyes at me. I was wondering. But he's cut off by the sound of We Will Rock You by Queen coming from the napkin table. I step back, blinking and dropping my gaze to the table he's set up to hold utensils, napkins, and extra spices like salt, pepper, and some kind of BBQ mesquite mix. Hey, do you hear where that's coming from? Knox rushes to the end of his trailer, stepping down from the door as fast as a man his size can. I'm already at the table, moving things around. What a weird place to put a radio. It's my cell. My idiot brother has been hiding my phone for the last couple weeks. He takes it home and then brings it back to hide again. I'm about at my wit's end with that guy. Knox stands beside me, half bent over the table as he rustles the containers around. I reach under the napkin dispenser and pull out the still rocking phone. Found it. I offer it to him without scanning the screen. I always hate when other people look at my stuff. I feel like they're invading my privacy, unintentionally or not. Thanks. I've got to get David back. Knox grins at me and I find myself speechless. What do you say to someone who's looking at you like they want to say something but they're stuck too? Nothing. I just sit there like an idiot. He clears his throat and tucks his phone in his back pocket. This is sweet of you to come over and apologize. You say that like it's out of character. I laugh, but then realize he's not laughing with me. I clamp my mouth shut. Wait, you really think I'm a witch, don't you? It's not a question. I can see in his expression that's exactly what he thinks of me. I didn't say you are, Savvy. I just don't know what I did to make you hate me so much. He speaks slowly, like he's worried I'm going to jump down his throat or he's going to say something wrong. This makes me sad, but also makes me a little relieved. If he thinks I'm a witch, then there's no pressure on the dating front. Not that I think a guy like him would date someone like me. I'm a single mom with control issues, and more secrets I don't want to get out. Well, I'm sorry. That's certainly not the way I want to be thought of, but it's probably for the best. I nod sharply, careful to keep my emotions in check. I don't want him to know it bothers me that he thinks like that about me. As far as other people are concerned, I don't care what anyone else thinks, even if I actually do. He offers me a lopsided grin as he backs up a step from me. I can see where you get the killer part of the name. And he winks. He winks at me like there's some kind of secret between us. And even as much as I'm not supposed to like him, or any guy, the fact that he winks at me like we have a secret leaves my insides fluttery. As I go back to my own trailer and force myself not to glance back over my shoulder, I refuse to think about the way he looked at me. I'm not going to entertain any thoughts about pretend interest from Knox. I barely know his last name. What I do know about Knox so far doesn't fit with what I need it to fit. Not to mention, I know he's a guy. And guys are off limits. Wait until I tell the girls what happened. They were right. I didn't need to act that way toward him, and I'm finally looking around at the other people I've ostracized over the last year that I've been there. Maybe I need to care what people think about me, at least a little bit. Maybe the reason I don't have any friends is because I don't put in any work to make people like me. Getting a friend has been on my wish list for a long time. Taking my goals seriously might be the best way to get rid of my loneliness. I can't wait to talk to the girls. And as I sit on the bench in the trailer to wait for more customers, I pick up my cell. I love that Knox has a Queen song for his ringtone. Classic rock was surprising and welcome, and one more thing we have in common. I don't want to know any more we might have in common. At least tonight.
Chapter 6. Knox. I watch Savvy walk away. Again. All kinds of things I want to say to her flash through my mind. By the time I settle on something, she's out of sight and in her trailer, which is probably for the best, considering I mess everything up. Gripping my newfound cell, I return to the interior of my trailer and glance at my wristwatch. Almost 4. Dinner rush will be in another hour, but hopefully we get some early eaters. The chorus of We Will Rock You fills the trailer again, and I turn expectantly toward the phone. Once, as a joke between David and myself, I'd set all of my ringtones and notifications to Queen songs. He'd suggested Fat Bottom Girls, but even I had my limits. Double-tapping the screen to open the phone, I raise my eyebrows at the bright red number tagging the upper right corner of the message icon. 86? 86 missed texts? Did I even know that many people? Or had I ever gotten that many texts before total? Maybe that one time when I dated Marissa. She was a sweet girl, but every day she sent me 5 or 6 messages that were only, "You up," or "You there." That's all she would say. No missed calls, which is more a blow to my ego than I thought it would be. But the missed texts assuage some of the sting. Before I let myself get too excited, I have to remind myself that the messages could very well be from the extended car warranty center, or from that dating app I tried a few months ago. Trying not to get my hopes too high, I swipe the screen, planning on texting David to tell him what a douchebag he is. He'll just laugh at me. I need to get him back, but I draw a blank in the revenge department as I see 2 new threads besides a couple missed texts from my mother asking if I need to come get leftovers. Oh, that David. He was going to get popped. I haven't wrapped him up in years. Apparently he's due for a humbling. Making me miss out on some of my mother's leftovers was too low, even for him. The other 2 threads are full of numbers I don't recognize. I open the one that looks like it's to a group of about 8 or 9. Scrolling to the top, which takes a couple seconds, I finally land on the first message. "Hi, this is Savvy." My mouth parts in shock as I continue reading the messages from a group of women that know more about what makes a man commitment-worthy than I obviously do. I'm not going to lie. A few of the messages make me chuckle, but only 3 make me feel bad for reading the conversation like a voyeur. When I reach messages that reference me, heat climbs up the back of my neck. Savvy thought that about me? And she mentioned what I said. Wow, it upset her a lot more than I thought it had. And then she came over to apologize me. A few of the women promised to detach my favorite appendage from my body and that they knew people who could do it. That makes me feel a little uncomfortable, but nothing I can't handle. I'm sure they're just joking anyway, right? I lift my gaze to check for customers before ducking back down and swiping through the rest of the messages. The group is hilarious and more than a little informative. I'm not sure how I was added, but I don't know if I want out. I back out of the conversation to inspect the other thread. This one is just one message, and it's from Savvy asking if I still want to be a part of the group. A million thoughts course through my mind. Yes, I want to be in the group. No, I don't want them to think I'm a woman. No, I don't want to lie to any of them. Yes, I know I could learn things from this group of women that were basically dropped in my lap, but I have no idea how to do that without lying, and I really don't want to lie. Resolved to be open with Savvy, I text her back with a question. Me. Hi, Savvy. Thanks for reaching out. Can I ask how you got my number? The message seems generic enough. She couldn't get mad enough at me to come yell again, right? The response takes mere seconds. Savvy. I should have led with that. I'm so sorry. Vague texting is basically my ninja skill. You signed up to be a part of the group with my daughter last week. She was in the food trailer lot. If you don't want to be in the group, that's absolutely fine. Just let me know and no hard feelings. We're a crazy bunch. She didn't ask if I was a woman. She didn't even mention divorce. That has to be a good thing. Maybe those weren't requirements. Or maybe they weren't that important since she didn't ask about them. I can recognize justification when I hear it, so I ignore the thoughts running through my mind. Me. Oh, I remember now. Yes, very nice girl. Well, is it too late to join or... I let it trail off, unsure what I'm even asking. Am I trying to stay in the group as me or as a woman? Am I going to outright lie if it comes right down to it? Is that something I'm willing to cave on? Lying by omission isn't applicable here, is it? Her daughter is sweet. I did sign up on the clipboard, but only after Abby told me it was for free chocolate samples. I signed it using my initials because I'd been in a hurry. Maybe I can get enough information to learn more about Savvy. That has to be worth all of the trouble I have. No doubt I'm about to dunk myself in. I have a good grasp of the taboo acceptance of lying in relationships. I know that much. It's not okay. But I can't figure out why women won't stay with me. My sister once told me I look like a bad boy and no one marries a bad boy. Women date the bad boys to shock their parents, not to walk down the aisle with. How do I become the guy a girl wants to take home to her parents? Savvy. Just jump in there and introduce yourself, KT. We're excited to have you. Thanks for joining us. Her energy and personality is more obvious and seems to be really coming out. She never talks like that to me in person. In fact, she rarely smiles or laughs around me at all. This change is refreshing. Another reason to stay in the group and anonymous with regard to my true identity. So that's what I was doing? Lying and hiding? What could possibly justify the deceit? Knowledge. Maybe I could learn something that would help me have a family life and a relationship worth saying vows for. In this instance, the end has to justify the means. Me. Thanks, I will right now. I shift over to the group thread and look at the last of the messages. I need to sound like a woman without sounding like I'm trying too hard. I'm more than a little embarrassed to stand there with the phone in my hand, illicitly reading over a conversation of divorced women that I'm going to join. What if David walks in on me or catches me? Worse, what if David steals my phone again? I need to make sure that doesn't happen again. Before overthinking what to say, I reply in the group thread. Me. Hi all, I'm KT. Can't wait to get to know everyone. At least it isn't a blatant lie. I am KT. I am excited to learn more. No one can fault me for that, right? I mute the notifications on my phone and wait for someone to acknowledge my reply. Alex. Nice to meet you, KT. Don't mean to be rude, but I want to know what happened to Savvy. Dion. Girl, where'd you go? Mandy. Did the BBQ guy end up being a serial killer? Savvy. Not at all. I'm just... Do you guys think it's bad that I think he's... Think he's what? No, think I'm what? What am I? I'm suddenly ready to hold my breath in anticipation. What could she possibly think about me now? Apple. Delicious? From what you described so far, I'm hungry for some BBQ, and I don't even eat meat. Okay, wait. She thinks I sound good-looking and she doesn't eat meat? Who doesn't eat meat? I thought that was reserved for a California-like lifestyle. Mandy. Yes, he sounds hot. Can you sneak a picture of him? With his ink, he sounds like the perfect bad boy. I try not to groan at the comment. I don't want them to think I'm a bad guy or whatever they're saying. I just want someone to look at me and think I'm the guy they want to be with forever. Is that such a bad thing? Savvy. He is definitely hot. But I've sworn off guys. Don't you feel the same? Alex. I don't know. I mean, my divorce was hard, sure, but if I found the right guy, I wouldn't say no to my own happy ever after. I text before I can stop myself. Me. What makes the right guy, though? I set the phone down as people come to the window, ordering the Skitwish Mountain Burger. Is it really 4 pounds, man? The customer in front looks exactly like I picture a bad boy that the group is talking about. He has tattoos running up and down his arms, curving around his neck and running along the sides of his ears. He has multiple piercings and even wears his baseball cap with a flat brim and backwards. But I don't see that when I look at him. I don't care what his exterior looks like. He's someone who is interested in my BBQ. That's good enough for me. Oh, I'll tell you what. I have to actually use 5 of these plates to give it to you. You should see the brisket on this burger, man. I wouldn't even call it a burger if I had a different name to give it. I originally named it after the tallest mountain around the lake. Now, though, even that name didn't seem big enough for the monstrosity I'd created. Here we go. I'm going to call out the layers as I set them. I nod toward the man who was brave enough to order the Skitwish. Pulling the stack of plates closer to me, I pick up the tongs and run down the line. 1 burger patty, half a slab of ham, 3 smoked bacon, another burger, a breaded chicken patty, smoked cheddar cheese, jalapenos, pepperoncini, another patty, tomato, lettuce, onion, 4 ounces of slow smoked brisket, a ladle of my magic Knox, your sauce-off BBQ sauce, another patty, a cut of prime rib, 3 onion rings, shredded pepper jack cheese, more bacon, and the top bun. I grin as I clamp a tongueful of crispy curly fries onto the plate beside the mountain of meat and let their oohs and ahs wash over me. They pay, and I give them their plates, indicating where to get their utensils and some great places to sit. Outdoor seating isn't available year-round in our part of the state, but with the warm spring weather, we have plenty for everyone. I rest my hands on my hips as I wait for the next group to approach. Things look like I'm in for a busy night and I'm excited, but I can't help glancing at the muted phones sitting on the far end of the counter. What were they saying made the right guy, and would I be able to be any of the things they list?
Chapter 7. Savvy. Me. Great question, KT. I'll be back in a bit to answer this one. I'm coming up on rush hour. Be back soon. I can't believe how busy tonight is. My clientele is mostly women, but I get the occasional man who is doubtful anyone can make sugar-free anything taste good. They usually return, having been converted to the keto lifestyle as long as they eat from my trailer. I go back to the phone after 5 groups order my special of the day, the keto calzone. Stuffed full of pepperoni, salami, Canadian bacon, spicy sausage, shredded mozzarella cheese, marinara sauce, black olives, sliced onions, mushrooms, and Parmesan cheese in a fathead crust. Normally, a calzone of any kind will take almost an hour to cook, but I pre-make my calzone pockets and then finalize them in the convection oven. They're toasty, delicious, and ooey and gooey, and just full of fats and delicious flavor. They're a lot of prep work, though, so I don't offer them on my normal menu. I make myself one to enjoy during the break in customers and sit down to read the rest of the messages the group sent while I was busy. Dion. Traits of a good guy if I were going to date again. Alex. I wouldn't settle simply because the first guy who looked at me asked me out and then gave me a ring. Apple. Or because my parents like him. Mandy. Or hated him. Dion. I wouldn't trust him, I'd trust my gut. I knew my ex was stealing from me, but I listened to everyone else saying how charming he was and good-looking. Mandy. Ugly. I'd look for an ugly man. The good-looking ones are too cocky. Sarah. Not me. I settled for an ugly one last time, thinking exactly that, and guess what? He decided he wasn't into women. That was a blow, I'll tell you what. I sigh. Everyone is getting a spontaneous therapy session as they vent out what they would actually want in a man. Some of their comments might be flippant, but I really think through my reply. I feel like I'm the leader of this new group, and I don't want to say anything that might push them off getting what they need from us. Me. I really want a man. No, I don't want one. I don't want to get hurt or feel like I'm replaceable. I have kids, and I don't want them to feel even a fraction of what they already went through with their father. KT, you all sound like you were horribly hurt. It's amazing everyone was divorced and walking around the food trailer lot. Mandy, I agree. I had no idea I was walking around future friends. Alex, I have to agree with you, Savvy. I'll add that I don't want to be ignored. I want him to put his phone down and listen to me, look at me, study me, see me. I nod, even though no one can see me. Me. Yes, a guy that actually looks at you when you're talking? Gold. Dion. Gold. Sarah. Oh, gold. Yes, I want one with gold. I chuckle softly to myself. They were saying the truth. The truth no one would ever be able to say to a man or potential dating option. I would die if a guy saw what we wrote to each other. Thank goodness we were only a group of women. I'd never be able to show my face around town again. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Sunday comes fast and furious, and before I know it, I'm standing in front of the stove, moving the spatula over the griddle. Do you want 3 crepes, Abby, or 4? My reluctant daughter slumps down from the stairs, her arms folded over her stomach. She wears a dark gray pair of sweatpants under an AC/DC shirt that used to be her father's. Bright pink polished toes poke out from under the hem of her pants. I'm not hungry. I turn, the spatula suspended in the air, my grip tight as I try to process what she's saying. You don't want crepes? They're your favorite. I don't want sugar on them. She lifts her shoulder and pushes at the carpet edge with her bare foot. I blink at her, my eyebrows knit together. Okay, then don't put sugar on them. You can do them savory style. I don't like them savory, I want them sweet. She matches my expression but sticks her lower lip out and stares at me as if challenging me for dominance. Are you kidding me right now? You want them sweet but no sugar? I don't understand. And I don't. What can she possibly be trying to say to me? Is she speaking another language? Code? Is this one of those things I need to pay attention to as a parent? A call for help? Dexter storms into the kitchen, throwing his arms akimbo as he studies us in the room. I'm not having crepes without sugar. I shift my gaze from Dexter to Abby and back again. What is going on? I want them like we normally have them. Abby's wine is like glass rubbed by a fingertip. I want to scream at her. How do we normally have them? I've been making crepes for our family on Sundays for the last 15 years, maybe longer. How could she possibly want them any different? And what is she suggesting I do them? It's the reason I love making crepes. They're easy, fancy, and not a lot of thinking involved. No. I want them the way you made them when Dad was here. Abby's eyes well up with tears, and she bites her bottom lip to keep from crying. I recognize the signs. They're the same ones I have when I'm close to losing anything. They're the same. I promise. I haven't done anything different. I wouldn't. I promise. I feel like the kids think I'm out to attack them, but I just stand here in my yoga pants, a long-sleeve t-shirt, and my hair up in a bun. I rolled out of bed not too long ago to start our Sunday morning ritual, but I'm burnt out. I can feel it. I can feel the kids are burnt out too, and I have no idea how to fix it. I take a deep breath and replace my frown with a smile. Okay, how about we go out for breakfast then? You can have whatever you want. And I don't have to cook. For one meal, one day out of the week. Even though I really don't have the money to go out to eat, maybe it's a treat we all need. Dexter's mouth drops and he seems to deflate. I can't believe you would do that. Mom, I don't want something else. I want crepes. And there are the tears streaming down Abby's cheeks. She huffs and whirls around, thundering off toward her bedroom. This is so unfair, Dexter wails, his 13-year-old gangliness tripping over itself as he disappears into the living room. I'm left standing in the kitchen with faint tendrils of smoke trailing around me. Wait, smoke? I spin back to the pan and pull it from the heat, grimacing at the curled edges of the burnt crepe. Great. Now that's wasted. I lean my head back, ignoring the floppiness of the bun as it slaps the back of my head. Sighing, I head to the back porch to claim my spot on the Adirondack porch swing. I draw my feet up under me and pull my phone from the self-made pocket between the side of my breast and my bra strap. Of course, it's not good to keep your phone there, but I do it anyway. I don't like to spend money on clothes, and the last time I bought yoga pants, there weren't any with pockets. Most women's clothing doesn't have pockets anyway, so I use my natural phone pocket. If I have to wear a bra, I might as well make it do more than just hold my boobs. Multitasking accessory is what I'm going for. The mid-morning sun hits just right, and I'm warm in moments. I can easily see how much work my backyard is going to be in the next week or two. We had a doozy of a winter, and a few shingles from the roof are laying at an odd angle on the ground beside the back steps. Maybe this year, we don't have to put up the large trampoline. That would save me at least one thing I wouldn't have to pretend to know how to do in front of the kids. Keith did a lot around the house, no matter how much he didn't do for our marriage. I have to give him that. I hit my level. I can feel it. I want to enjoy Sunday with the kids, but we are all in a repeating cycle of misery. Mine is centered in trying to provide for the family on my own. Let's be honest, Keith's child support isn't going to pay much more than the power bill, and he works a seasonal job which makes the checks even more sporadic. Just thinking about it makes my arms itch like I have hives. And the kids are under their own stressors. Both kids think they're to blame for their father leaving. They shift between blaming me and then themselves. All in all, we are an overstuffed powder keg waiting to catch a spark. Unfortunately, I think we are there, and the spark might be the crepes. Blinking back my own tears, I lean back and push myself on the swing with a toe to the composite deck. Lifting the phone to where I can see it, I swipe up the screen and then thumb out a message to the group. Me. I'm so sorry to bug you guys. I feel like all I'm doing lately is complaining. I don't want to complain. We had an incident this morning, and I'm just not sure what to do. Dion. What's going on? You guys okay? Did the ex show up? My lips tilt downward. Me. If only. I think that would help things a lot more, actually. The kids haven't seen him in months. No, I think we just need a break from each other, but I can't just leave them. I'm gone all week. Today is our one day we have together, and I feel bad asking them to go do something. It feels disloyal. Me. But I need some time without them. I need a break. Does anyone else feel like that? Me. I'm a failure for even thinking that. I'm a bad mom. Go ahead and say it. Alex. You're not a bad mom, I promise. If anything, you're just not good at taking care of yourself. That's something all women have a problem with. Dion. Take care of yourself first. Then you can take care of those kids. Sarah. Don't worry, things will get easier. They have to. I'm not sure what to think, but their words make me feel a little less like a loser and a little more like I have backup support should I need it. Me. Thanks, you guys, I needed that. We really need to talk about meeting up. Alex. I would love that. Dion. Me too. Apple. Count me in and you're not a loser. You found all of us. Sarah. I'm in. Vev. Sorry, I've been gone so much. I'm in and savvy. You're not a loser. This is just part of the hard stuff. Alex. Vev, we've missed you. Sarah. We haven't met, but glad you're here. Dion. Everyone needs to check in at least once in a while. That way we know you're okay. Apple. I like that idea. I'm in. We should go somewhere with chocolate as the feature. I like treats. All kinds. I laugh out loud, grateful to have the tension lessened even if only by a bit. Going inside and facing my children would return the stress to its former glory, but at least I've had a small reprieve from it. I have no idea what I'm supposed to do as a single mom, but I know I'm going to need help. I just don't know how to ask for it.
Chapter 8. Knox. My house is empty, but loud with the silence. I climb from the shower and towel off my hair as I stride into the bedroom to find something to wear. Sundays are a big day at the trailer, but I hired David to work that day. I need one day where I'm not catering to others. Pulling on some underwear and pants, I glance at my phone sitting on the nightstand of my rustic-style bedroom. Padding across the carpet, I reach for the phone and swipe the screen on the collection of text messages I've missed while in the shower. Savvy is in trouble. She didn't have to say she was in trouble for her to be in distress. I can feel it. She needs a break, and she doesn't know how to ask for it. Women never do. They always take care of others and rarely look out for themselves. Maybe I can't find a partner because I'm too sensitive. No, that can't be it. The things the women had declared they wanted from a man weren't hard to understand or hard to see. I'd been dropping the ball on them. But I was being given a second chance. Not with exes, but with someone new. I had to take this opportunity and make sure I didn't waste the chance to do better this time around. I have to convince Savvy I'm the one she wants to be with. I don't even know when I went from just being interested in the bossy keto trailer owner to being determined to give her a different experience with a committed relationship. But I have. The shift is definite, and I can't think of anything else that would be a good use of my newfound access to important information. Savvy needs help. I can do that. I finish getting dressed and call in a favor to a friend, then hop in my Ford F-250. I prefer the extended cab with regular size bed because I like to be able to haul people and things, not one or the other. Finding Savvy's place isn't hard. I wish I could say it was. I wish I could say I hadn't followed her home one night to make sure she was okay when she seemed particularly vulnerable in December. The roads were icy, and her car didn't have snow tires on them. I'd been worried, even if she would have killed me for feeling that way. The drive to her house takes 22 minutes. I hit 2 trains, but I'm chill. I don't want to lose my Sunday vibe going on. When I finally pull into the drive of her 2-story craftsman-style home, I hope they're still there. I turn the truck engine off and climb from the cab, suddenly nervous she's going to shoot me down or call the cops for showing up and offering what I'm about to offer. She's going to think I'm crazy. She has to. What woman in her right mind would let a man she hates drive off with her children? And yet, I have to hope she doesn't hate me as much as she pretends. I mean, she named me Spicy Buns, right? That has to count for something. I climb the steps to the porch, even as a small voice in my head reminds me that it's my look she likes. Not me. I've never wanted to be compared to a troll so much as I did right then. If she liked me and I was ugly, I would know it was me she liked. As it is, the only reason she talks to me at all is because her group of divorced women friends talked her into it. It doesn't matter that I'm part of the divorced women's group too. My masculinity demands I keep that a secret for all time. I'm at her door before I let my doubts change my mind. I reach out, wrapping my knuckles on the white front door inches below the window and small spring wreath sporting pastel-colored ribbons, flowers, and twigs. This is a good thing. I'm just trying to help. It's okay, I can offer. Not a big deal. I rub my hands up and down the tops of my thighs and get ready to put a bright but slightly desperate smile on my face. Swallowing, I stare at the door, trying to hear if anyone is coming or making their way toward the door. What if they left? I pull out my phone and check the group thread. Nope, she never mentioned anything about leaving. I reach out, ringing the doorbell. That did something. The sound of footsteps coming toward the front door breaks through the silence. Come in. The voice was loud but still from a ways off. Confused that I'd be told to come in, but unwilling to be weird about it, I press on the door handle to let myself in. As I open the door, the other side swings open, and I'm standing there staring at Savvy with my hand outstretched. My mouth parts, and I feel like a fish as she's scanning my face and then glancing at my hand and back to my features. Confusion soon mixes with anger, and she's plopping her hand on her hip and narrowing her eyes. What are you doing? Were you just going to come in my house? I straighten up and cock my head to the side. Sorry, it sounded like you said to come in after I rang the bell. Heat floods the back of my neck. She waves her hand in the air, still confused, but her anger dimmed. Oh no, sorry, I yelled that I'm coming. Anyway, what can I do for you, Knox? She leaves her hand on the doorknob and doesn't motion me inside. Why would she? She's a single mother with children she's supposed to be taking care of. Only a crazy woman wouldn't be on guard against anyone who might attack her family. Yeah, actually, I need help. I try to remember the things I recited in my head as I made my way to her house. They jumble up as she stares at me with her sapphire-colored eyes. Any woman can be beautiful with makeup. Dang, her for being a woman with natural beauty. She's a miracle to behold. I can't help taking a moment to try to just take her in and gather my thoughts. She's not having it, though. Knox? Is everything okay? You said you need help? A crease forms between her eyebrows, and she steps out of the doorway. peering toward my truck as if she can ascertain the problem by looking at my vehicle. She flicks her gaze back to me, more questions than suspicion in her eyes. We definitely need to talk about her stepping outside her house with people she didn't know. Strange men. I'd have to have that talk with her after I took her kids with me. Maybe we'd talk later that night, if she agrees to what I want to do. She stares at me, waiting for me to break my awkward silence. I swallow hard and run my fingers through my hair. Right, sorry, I need to ask you for a favor. She tucks her chin, studying me with narrow eyes. Okay. But the way she says it with a long drawn-out I suggests it's anything but okay. So I have these premier tickets to the monster truck races this afternoon, but I don't have anyone to go with me. My friends are going and they all have kids. I don't have any. I need to borrow yours, if that's okay. I arch an eyebrow but also try to affect a pleading expression, while also trying to appear masculine and strong. Honestly, trying to be all the things those women wanted is next to impossible. What if they just said they wanted chocolate and wine? I can do that without all the stressors of doing something incorrectly. You can't get chocolate wrong. Or wine. Easy. Both easy. Savvy pulls back, and it's the first time I see her shape in the yoga pants and t-shirt. Her curves are insane and my mouth goes dry. What is she doing to me? She has no idea how appealing she is. Dressing in jeans and loose shirts at work, she hides her true femininity from the world as if she won't be taken seriously if any of her curves can be seen. I scan her form, unable to stop myself. I don't even care if she notices. Her calves are bare as well as her feet, and I glimpse the smallest glimmer of shining silver on her ankle. She wore an anklet. Cute, and completely unexpected. Anklets belonged more on a teenage girl or on a woman who likes to wear her hair down. I've never seen Savvy's hair down from a braid or a bun. The current bun is sloppy but still up, stray tendrils softening the normally austere hairstyle. You want my kids? She blinks at me as if she isn't sure she's heard me right. I'm not sure I've heard myself right. That was not what I had practiced all the way over. More along the lines of, hey, would your kids like some tickets to the monster truck races? Certainly not, I'll take your kids. I mean, that's what I would eventually get around to, but I hadn't planned on leading with that line. I spy her son, Dexter, just inside the foyer past his mother, and I jerk my chin up in recognition. Hey, Dex, my man, I'm headed to the monster truck races. You and your sister want to go? That is, if it's okay with your mom? I return my gaze to her face and catch the confused surprise dominating her feminine features. Her full lips are parted just enough I can see her white teeth and the tip of her pink tongue. Her eyes watch me like if I make some sudden movement, she'll have to take me out. But her petite form would crumple in moments under my size. I'm much taller than she is, and forget about the muscle difference. I'd squash her like a bug. Even though I didn't think she'd actually consider letting me take her kids with me, I find myself hoping she'll say yes. Dexter moves up to stand beside his mom. Hey, Knox. I lost count of the times he had gone and helped me a few times at the BBQ truck when his mom was busy and he was bored. Abby knows me too. She has no problem answering questions about her mom when I had so many boys her age at my trailer. We all have a mutual respect for each other. Today, Dexter seems upset, which corroborates with the slew of text messages Savvy sent the group. His eyes were cautiously excited. You have tickets? I heard they were sold out for the last 3 months. My dad... He shoots a guilty glance at his mother. He wanted to take us, but he got busy. He scuffs the toe of his shoe on the floor inside the door. Savvy turns her attention from me to her son. Her expression softens, and she sighs, then glances back at me. Are you sure you're not going to kill them or sell them for organ transplant? She arches an eyebrow high toward her hairline, like she could discern if I was telling the truth or not. I curve my lips into not quite a smirk. Of course I won't. At least not without giving you a cut. Surprise widens her eyes and she shakes her head. Oh, that's good. Over her shoulder she calls out, Abby, come here. After a moment, Abby joins us, her gaze moving between the three of us. What's going on? What are you doing here, Knox? He's here to take you to the monster truck races. But maybe you don't want to go. Savvy turns back to me and puts her hand on Dexter's shoulder. I appreciate the offer, but Dexter can't go alone. I'm just not comfortable with that. Good girl, I think to myself, but wait a moment before telling Dexter. Dang, man, you would have loved it. The entire audience is pretty much high school boys. I don't remember seeing more than a handful of girls in the whole place last year. I lift my gaze to a suddenly interested Abby. It's probably best you don't want to go, Abby. I think that's a good call. In 3, 2, 1. Actually, I'll go so Dexter can go. It's not that big of a deal. Are you sure you'll be okay here by yourself? Abby turns her suddenly polite and well-mannered attitude toward her mother. I'll be fine, but are you guys sure you want to leave? You haven't even had breakfast yet. Savvy isn't sure what's going on, and I have no doubt she feels a little bit betrayed. Actually, I'll grab them some stuff. We don't want to be late. These are great seats. I tap my rear pocket like I hid them in my pants. Yeah, come on, Abby. You're not dressing like that. Let's go. Dexter grabs his sister's hand and tugs her up the stairs. Savvy acts like she's completely surprised by the visit, which I have no doubt she is, but she motions toward her clothes. I don't normally dress like this. This is my day off, and I like to relax as much as possible. I think you should dress like this more often. I can't keep the huskiness from my voice as I blatantly take in her form again. Seriously, Savvy, if I looked like you, I'd probably walk around naked all the time, surrounded by mirrors. She bites her bottom lip to cover her smile. You're a funny one, huh? But the pink in her cheeks is flattering, and I know that while she's embarrassed at the compliment, she's also pleased. And that might be the best thing I can do for her. At least she let me compliment her. We were making strides, and I don't think she even realizes we are. I don't want to be there when she realizes she's actually letting a man help her. She would never let herself live it down when she figures it out.
Chapter 9. Savvy. I watch as Abby and Dexter are rejuvenated with better attitudes in the space of moments as they hop out the door. I'm not kidding. They're almost skipping as they follow alongside Knox and head toward his white and red truck. They barely turn back to wave at me as they climb into the cab, chattering the entire time. Under normal circumstances, I would probably freak out and not let them go. But as much as I don't like Knox, or at least have decided that I don't like him, muscles and all, they know him. They're around him and the rest of the food truck trailer people a lot when I make them hang out with me during work hours. The whole time I'm shutting myself off from the world, my kids are trying to fill the hole their father left in their lives. Everyone grieves differently, I guess. At least I saw that on a meme once. It must be true. They back out of the drive, and Knox gives me a long glance that ends as he drives them down the road away from the house. What did he mean when he said that he would walk around naked if he looked like me? I'm a mom of 2 kids. I have a stubborn 10 pounds that won't come off, no matter how many times I get on that blasted treadmill. He can't possibly mean what he says. Why would he say that then? Why wasn't a man who looked like Knox hitting on girls half his age, or women who were blatantly available like Sylvia? I'm as closed off as an icebox and just as welcoming. My heart beats harder than it should after an encounter that lasts all of 5 minutes. And how did he know I needed a break? He just showed up out of nowhere like magic. Offering to take the kids? Who did that? Even their own father didn't do that. Or even try. I reclaim my phone, pulling it from my bra and swiping my hand over the screen. Me. You guys, Hottie BBQ just left with my kids. Vev. Left? Stole? Kidnapped? What in the world? Dion, I thought you hated him. Deliciousness and all. Me. We need a new nickname for him. I'm not in love with Hottie BBQ or the other ones we've been using. It seems to fall short. Alex. Something else? Like meat or something? I know, let's call him McBQ. Apple. Like on that medical show? I don't know, is he as hot as those 2 docs? Me. Easily, I would say hotter. What about BBQ buns? Sauce and all. He's definitely muscular. Sarah. Okay, that's it. I'm going to go eat at the food trailer lot on Friday. We need to meet there. I've got to see this plate of deliciousness. I mean, hotter than those 2 docs? Maybe this will kickstart my menopause. Alex. Maybe my hormones will come out of retirement. I'll be there. Apple. McBBQ? I like it. Or we could call him Spicy Buns. Ha ha ha. Wait, you never did say if his backside is as nice as his shoulders with the ink. Me. Let me just say, Spicy Buns is very appropriate, Apple. However, I do think the BBQ Buns works best with his business. In fact, I think I should recommend a male wet t-shirt contest with him as the only contestant. Sarah. Nice! I'd pay to see that. Me. maybe we shouldn't objectify him. I mean, he is being super sweet and taking my kids out. I don't text it, but I have to admit that he might be working himself underneath the armor I have against men, especially good-looking ones like him. No need to identify the weakness I have for a guy who is as nice as he is hot. That's just beneath me, at least to admit to. Mandy. Oh no, it's not objectifying him. Why would you take the fun out of this, girl? Stop it. What you need to do is take some pictures on the DL and send them to me. I mean us. Me. DL? Dion. Down low. Keep it quiet. Don't let him know you're taking them. We all would like some. In fact, that's everyone's mission. Take some great pictures of a good-looking guy in your life, love or hate, and send the pics to the group. I can't wait to see them. A twinge of excitement shoots up my spine. I'm surprisingly antsy to see them as well. Maybe men weren't the problem in my life. Maybe men were just the catalyst to my anger. But that doesn't make sense. Any man I've ever dealt with has been antagonistic and rude. I'm going to add misogynistic and out of line. Knox seems to be the only one who tries to put any effort into talking to me, even after a year of the cold shoulder and rude comments from my end. I have no idea why he's stuck it out so long, but I have to admit I'm impressed. If he survives the afternoon, I'll be even more impressed. There's a knock on my door, and I whip around to stare at it. He didn't even make it to the track. They had to come back. What did the kids do? I appreciate his effort, though. I'm not sure what I was going to do for the afternoon anyway. This just gave me a moment to myself, something I hadn't realized I needed. I approach the door, grinning as I pull it open, only to have it drip from my face. What? Keith stands at the doorway, leaning one arm on the door jamb and the other propped on his hip. Is that fake tan on his skin? Oh, holy heck. Orange streaks on his forearms attest to the use of fake tan lotion. He is fake tanning from a bottle, a cheap one at that. What in the world? He looks past me as if I don't have the right to say anything. Where are the kids? I have a few minutes. I thought I'd stop by and see how they're doing. He flashes his grin at me, and I can't believe I'm going to say this, but he has caps, like honest-to-goodness caps. When did that happen, and how could he afford them? I'm struggling to pay the bills he left me with, and he went and bought himself caps and a fake tan. Folding my arms over my chest, I stick a leg out in front of me and settle back on my left hip. They aren't here. He pulls back, his weak chin appearing even weaker with the move. I don't understand. It's Sunday. I'm supposed to get them today. Yes, you are, unless you cancel. They both told me you canceled the weekend. It was their choice to leave, not mine. I don't dare tell him the entire thing happened in moments, and I wasn't sure I could stop it if I tried. Well, I'll just hang out here until they get home. Where'd they go? Keith moves as if to step inside my house. Not his house, not our house. My house. I step in his way like a point guard getting into position on the court. You don't need to come in. You can wait in your car. It's going to be a while, though. They went to the monster truck races. I think they said it would be about 4 hours. I shove my foot behind the door so he can't push it in any further and stare up at him. I don't have to look up far, but even with the distance in height, I'm not intimidated. Keith is a coward. He's always been one. He needed an audience for his displays of anger and tantrums because then he could say he had maintained control even when I was the worst instigator. He pulls back, blinking hard as he shakes his head. No, Dexter and I are supposed to go to those together. I couldn't get tickets. They were sold out. I couldn't. He lifts his gaze to mine and then thrusts his finger into the space inches from my face. You did this. You bought the tickets before I could, so he couldn't go with me. He runs his fingers through his darker-than-normal hair. What? I think he dyed his hair. I thought we were older than that. I never dye my hair, but come on. Keith barely has any hair, at least not enough to make a fuss over. I didn't buy the tickets. I don't know what to tell you. You're welcome to wait, but you won't do it on my property. I pay the mortgage. You will wait in the car or come back later. I don't even care that he looks forlorn. He chose this. His kids are trying to do something fun. They've waited for months for him to step up and be the dad they need. It's not their fault they're not there when he finally decides to make a cameo appearance. Fine, I'm going to go get something to eat and then I'll come wait. I want to see them and I want to know who they went with. Anger flashes in Keith's eyes. I'm not worried about him harming Knox. Knox is an ox. His muscles go for days, and Keith is more on the line of a pop culture boy band guy. No real facial hair. Can't grow it if he tried, trust me. Plucks his chest hair, all two of them. And refuses to eat meat because he heard it would make him fat. So he focuses on tofu products, which are actually giving him a gut, unless he's sneaking donuts behind his girlfriend's back. He walks toward his car. If he's the Keith he's been for the last quarter of a year, he won't be back today. But if he's curious about who has the kids, he'll be back. I just hope he doesn't ruin the time they've taken to hang out with someone who isn't obligated by blood to be with them. Which brings me back to why then is Knox with them?
Chapter 10. Knox. The loud engines from the monster truck reverberate so deep and throaty, I can feel the compression in my chest. There's something about being around loud engines, gigantic vehicles where the tires are taller than most of the people, hot dogs with questionable ingredients, people yelling to be heard, and more milling around than women at a mall. All of it combines together to make a person feel manly. This is the best! Dexter lifts his pop into the air and gives a holler, scrunching his eyes with his exuberance. Yep, even the little man can feel the masculinity in the air. I chuckle and nod. I agree. This is one of my favorite events. We're standing at the top of the bleachers where the food stands are located. The noise isn't as prominent here. Still loud, but we can talk in low shouts versus the near screaming we need to do in our seats. Normally, monster trucks don't call to a deeper hunter-gatherer instinct in women like they do in men, at least that I know of. Not one woman I've brought out in the past has enjoyed them. Maybe I wasn't finding the right girl, because there are plenty of women here that look girly and like they're having a fun time. I'm nervous to check in with Abby. What if she's not having a good time and she's complaining to her mom? I don't want Savvy thinking I can't handle a couple of teenagers when she graciously let me steal her kids. I glance at Abby and tuck my chin in surprise at the expression of excitement on her face. I step to the side and nudge her with my elbow. You having fun, Miss Abby? She shifts her gaze from searching the crowd around us to me, her eyes wide as she nods. This is awesome. Dad wanted to bring us for like ever, but he got too busy. I shoot a fast peek at Dexter, expecting him to be down about the situation or something, but he's munching into his dog and nodding like it's no big deal. Just normal reporting of facts. Taking a sip of my root beer, I nod solemnly. Yes, he and your mom have had a lot of changes in the last year. I can't imagine what that would be like. Have you been married before? Dexter asks, like it's a normal conversation, and he's not embarrassed to be asking. I'm grateful that they're pretty comfortable around me since they've known me around the lot. They're a lot friendlier than their mother has been. Not that I blame her for her cooler personality toward me and the rest of the men. Nope, I've never been married. I grin, eating a chili-covered fry. You've never been married. Is there something wrong with you? Abby turns her gaze to me and narrows her eyes, her suspicion suddenly very high. Are you only taking us out to get close to Mom? Taken aback, I shake my head and lower myself to a bench at a recently abandoned table. The kids follow suit. We'd been waiting a while for a table. The fact that we got one with an umbrella is a happy one. I set my things on the table, and then look at Abby with my eyebrows knit. You know what? I never even thought of that as an option, to be honest. I don't believe in using people to get what I want. Which is what that would be, right? I share my attention between Dexter and Abby, waiting for them to agree or disagree. Once I see a nod from both of them, I continue. Here's the thing, guys. I like you. I see you around the lot and I really wanted to come to the races today. I don't have a lot of friends and I'm sick of hanging out with my brother. They both giggle, and I grin. Your mom probably could have used the time to take a nap or something. Plus, she wouldn't have brought you to this, would she? They both laugh like I've suggested something ridiculous, and shake their heads. The announcer's voice booms through the crowd. And here we have the cannibal, folks. He's been waiting in the wings and he's about to clean things up. We all look at each other, half frozen as if we've been caught in headlights. I grab my food and nod at theirs. What are you waiting for? The cannibal is up. Let's go. When we sit back in our seats, I pull out my phone to see if I've missed anything from David about the truck business. Instead, I find a slew of text messages in the group since I left the house. I scroll down a bit, but stop as I realize Savvy is actually talking about me. Non-stop. The crowd roars, and the monster trucks thunder as my lips curve in a definitely egotistical smirk. Savvy, that was like magic, you guys. Dion, took them where? Alex, what's going on? Why would he do that? Is he your babysitter? Apple, did you tell him you needed help? Vev, how do you know where they're going? Can you trust him? Savvy, oh yeah, the kids know him. He really is a good guy. Very nice. I'm not sure why he decided to come get them today. Sarah, I want to see this guy. He's hot and good? I don't believe it. What's his flaw? Does he have any? He can't be perfect. No one is. Savvy, I'll try to get a photo, but you have to hear his voice to get the whole experience. You guys, he's better in person. Better in person? And she likes my voice? I'm grinning like an idiot. I wish I could tease her about the things she is saying, but I want to hear more of them. I shove the inkling of guilt trying to push through my delight in what she's saying. I glance up to make it look like I'm more involved in the races than I am. Dion, he has a hot voice? Oh girl, that is one of my weaknesses. Tell us more, please do. I eat another fry and nod, cheering along with the crowd. Savvy. Okay, I'll swear I never said any of this if it ever gets out. I swear he lifts. I've never seen a back and set of shoulders like his before. Apple. Ew. Like a roid boy. You know, if they do roids. Savvy. No, he can't do those. He's not grossly bulky. It's more like, I don't even know how to explain it. I feel like you guys need to come see for yourself. You're missing the cannibal. Dexter has to scream it, and I shove my phone in my pants pocket. He's right. I can catch up on the texts later, which I definitely will be doing as soon as I get home.
Chapter 11. Savvy. I've been pacing since Knox drove off with my kids. I pause at some point to check in with planner Paul to see what I've written down for the day. Take day off. Great. Take the day off to do what? I can't even remember what I'd been doing during that planning session. I go back to pacing, back and forth, back and forth. My chest rises and falls as I try to get control of my breathing. The walls of the house seem to push in on me. The kids are gone. They're not coming back. I try texting the group as well as KT to give me something to do, but it isn't working. I'm not distracted enough. I don't know what. Climbing on the treadmill doesn't do a lot either. I run for 30 minutes and all I am at the end of the session is sweaty and more frustrated feeling. Taking a shower helps me feel at least in control of my appearance, and I skip downstairs, more confident about, I'm not sure what. It's fine. Okay, I need to distract myself from having nothing specific to do. What do I do every other Sunday? Normally, the kids and I talk and get ready for the rest of the week. We'll all get our planners out and sit at the table and make sure our activities and things are organized correctly. Well, they have small pocket calendars. I have the planner. Dexter hates his, but that's not the point. I just know he'll warm up to the habit once he gets a handle on it. Abby, however, seems to like hers for the most part. She writes in it at the table. I'm not sure what she writes, but at least she's not wasting the paper. In jeans and a t-shirt, I sit at the counter and pull Paul closer to me. I only use number 2 mechanical pencils, usually in 0.7 mm. I have a whole drawer of them in the office that I cover with blank paper. I don't want anyone to steal them. I need them. I'm not sure what for, but what if the world ended and I needed a pencil? I need to know I have some. Picking up the one I have tucked into the pencil band at the edge of my planner cover, I take a deep breath. Just because the kids aren't here doesn't mean I can't get the week planned. Planning is one of my favorite things to do. I feel like I'm controlling time as I maneuver things around on the dashboard and calendar in Paul. I just stare at the cover for a moment. The predominant color is white, but then there's an indigo blue tie-dyed design on it, and "Kill It" is written in a beautiful handwriting script in embossed copper. The discs are a dark copper color, and the paper is like writing on velvet. I have a thing for planners. I've been searching for the perfect one for what feels like forever. After Keith left, I made it my life's mission to find the one, and when I did, I named him Paul. Abby thinks I'm mental, but she's not holding it together quite like I am. Okay, I might be mental. I'm definitely not holding it together. Flipping Paul open, I scan the pages for the upcoming week. Fortunately, there's already some things I need to get done in there, so all I need to really do is plan out my menu as well as get the kids' schedules into mine. That shouldn't be too hard. Turning the page back to the current week, including Sunday, I stare at the empty day. I start to breathe shallowly again. This can't be possible. I didn't write down what I'm going to eat today. I always write that down. I have to write it down. It's what I do. If I don't have it written down, at least an idea, then I have nothing to start with, and that leads to a problem. A serious problem. I scrawl on the page at the top. No binging, Savannah, you can't. No. Remember last time? I read the words out loud to hammer them into my head. Spike meows at the door and I get up, breaking my trance with Paul. Spike waddles outside, her tail in the air like she isn't carrying an extra bowling ball in the middle of her abdomen. I roll my eyes and shut the door, then glance outside. The black cat is out there. He's there. I can see him walking carefully along the top ridge of the fence between mine and my neighbor's yard. The neighbor who lives directly behind me is the one with the cat baby daddy. I narrow my eyes and spy someone's head bobbing up and down just past the fence. If I was on the deck and the neighbor was closer to his own house, I'd be able to see something, maybe. Setting my jaw, I open the door and rush outside, down the back steps and across the needs-to-be-mowed grass. A foot from the fence, I stop and scan the fence line. How am I supposed to get over it? Talk through it? I guess that's the only recourse I have. I lift my hand and hesitate for a moment, and then rap my knuckles on the wood. Are you over there? Hello? Yeah, hello? I'm here. A man's deep voice catches me off guard, and I take a deep breath. Good, I'm glad you're there. Listen, my name is Savannah Miller. My friends call me Savvy, but not you. I sigh and continue. I live back here. Anyway, your cat knocked up my cat. He doesn't say anything, but I swear I can hear him thinking through what I've said and trying not to laugh at me. Why wouldn't he laugh? I just accused him of having a promiscuous cat. Okay? The sounds of a cell phone going off cut into our conversation and my eyes widen. Sorry, I need to get back to you. I have to take this. He brushes me off and I can hear his voice getting fainter and fainter as he walks back toward his house away from me. Blinking at the fence in front of me, I allow my tense shoulders to slouch down. What just happened? Now, not only am I unplanned, I'm mad. Not the best combination. I whirl back to the house, my stride open and determined. I need to get my meals planned for the day. I can do that. Not a problem. Easy, I can do that. Easy. I keep telling myself it's easy as I walk inside and ignore Paul staring at me with judgment in the lines of his pages. I even turn my head away and lift my nose higher into the air. If I wanted to be reprimanded, I would put those kinds of phrases at the headers of my daily spreads instead of the inspiring quotes I sprinkle amongst the sweet, romantic notes I have Paul say randomly to me. Don't talk to me about pathetic. I know it's pathetic. I don't want to talk about it. My strides carry me across the kitchen floor and into the walk-in pantry. I pause at the door and listen carefully. Good. No one is here or home yet. I can organize in here and not get interrupted, because that's what I'm going to do today. Organize. I pull a 10-gallon bucket into the center of my already extraordinarily organized pantry and study my options in front of me. Wow, I have a lot of peanut butter. Creamy, my favorite, and honey. I wonder if the honey has gone bad. Rushing out to the kitchen, I grab some bowls, spoons, and some napkins and disappear back into the pantry, shutting the door behind me. Sitting down, I use the shelving to hold the things I brought back with me. I open a peanut butter and scoop a few spoonfuls into the bowl and then recap it. Honey is next, and I dump about a third of the amount that I put in of the peanut butter directly into the same bowl. Setting the honey carefully back into its storage place, I pick up the bowl and a spoon and mix and mix and mix until the creamy goodness and shiny liquid gold are completely blended together. My first bite is slow and nervous. I don't want to eat it all or even fast. I'm just supposed to be trying it. That's all. I know all of this is a lie. All of it. Honey doesn't go bad for crying out loud. They found honey in an Egyptian tomb after 2,000 years, and it was still good. As soon as I swallow the first bite, I know I'm screwed. Why fight it? In no time, I've polished off the peanut butter and honey mixture while I'm studying the rest of the contents of the pantry. Putting the bowl and spoon aside, I stand on the bucket and reach high to the top shelf where I know... Yep, there it is. I wrap my fingers around the hidden marshmallow vanilla frosting I hid there the last time I had a binge. Sitting, I grab one of the spoons and rip the plastic lid off. Yes! There's even sprinkles still in the frosting to give it a little added texture. In no time, the rest of the container is empty. I set it carefully next to the dirty peanut butter bowl. Instead of being satisfied at what I've already eaten, I know it's just a matter of time before I've eaten a little of everything. My palms sweat as I reach for the chocolate frosted flakes. What kind of a mother keeps sugary cereal on hand for her kids? This one, apparently, and I'm glad as I pour a bowl and dig in without any milk. I don't need milk. Milk will just slow me down. The cereal disappears, and I'm pulling out another stashed bag of Oreos. Double stuffed. The control freak part of me is crying, but the rest of me continues to chew and look for more to eat. Try tracking all of that, yeah? I mutter in between bites. My control left a while ago, and I know it won't come back until I have good enough incentive to stop. Usually that's not until I fall asleep on the couch with my arm wrapped around a bowl of dip and some chips. Seriously, that has happened. I'm not proud. A box of granola bars, yes, an entire box, and a shoebox of Valentine's candy later, and I'm slumped forward on the bucket, working on a bag of chips and staring forlornly at the floor. There are open packages all around me, and I'm a little dizzy with the influx of sugar and salts. The door swings open and I jerk my head up, my eyes wide and round as I look at my 2 children staring at me with horror on their faces. Mom, are you okay? Abby blinks at me like she can't believe what she's seeing. I raise my hand and turn my face away from them, careful to turn the bag with me as I shove another chip into my mouth. Don't look at me. I'm ashamed, but not enough to stand and walk out of there. A long moment of silence sits between us, and I shove more chips petulantly into my mouth. Then I gasp and flip around. Is he here? Did you bring Knox in here with you? Oh, my word, don't let him see me like this. I dust at the crumbs on my shirt and down my lap. What am I going to do? I'm a mess. Dexter shakes his head. No, he's not here. Abby steps forward, pulling me from my seat by the arm and handing me over to Dexter. Here, get her out of here. See if you can get her planning or something. Paul is on the counter. I'll clean this up. I dimly understand that my daughter is cleaning up after me, but all I can focus on in my sugar-overdosed state is that Knox didn't come see me or say goodbye or anything, and Dexter is pulling me out of the safe cave the pantry had become. He sits me at the table and grabs Paul and my pencil and sets them in front of me. Here, Mom, I'll get our calendars out. I nod, unable to look him in the eye. Why did my kids have to find me? Abby cleans up the pantry, putting the garbage away and the dirty dishes in the sink before joining us at the table. We sync our calendars and schedules, and they tell me about their time at the track. No one mentions the horrific binge mess they found me in, and I don't think I have it in me to start eating again.
Chapter 12. Knox. I think it's safe for me to speak for both Miller kids and myself when I say we're beat down with exhaustion. But judging by the sleepy smiles on their faces, it's a good tired. I feel it too, as I rest my wrist loosely on the lower curve of the steering wheel and drive back to their house. The things Abby has said make me think that while I know Savvy isn't with anyone else, that maybe Abby has seen things in the past that make her doubt and question everyone's motives. I can understand that, and I don't want to add to it. When we pull up to their house, I don't even shift into park. Okay, gang, thanks so much for coming with me. That was a blast. Much better than if I'd gone alone. I smile at them, waiting as they groggily unbuckle their seatbelts and climb out of the car. Thanks, Knox. That was fun. Dexter's smile is more than enough gratitude. He wipes at his eyes as he blinks at me from the driveway. Abby waits until her brother walks partially up the drive and then cocks her head my direction. You're not coming in? I press my lips into a line and shrug one shoulder. I wasn't here to see your mom, Abby. I really just came to borrow you guys. I'll see you at the trailer lot. Her brow furrows, but she nods, shuts the door to my rig, and walks up the sidewalk. Roaring away, I can't help but smile. The kids had fun, and so did I. More than one goal accomplished with that day. Getting home in short time, I grab my things from the excursion and tromp up to the front door, letting myself in and dropping everything on the floor by the doorway. I'm tired, and just want to sit and veg in front of the television. Pulling my phone out, I slouch onto the couch and lean my head on a pillow resting against the armrest. Leaving the remote alone, I swipe up on the cell phone screen, surprised at the sheer number of messages I've missed in the group. Mandy, I can come Friday night. Anyone else? We can get dinner, check out the man meet, and meet our first time. Anyone else game? A slew of excited yes texts follows, and my phone buzzes in my hand as I try to get through the rest of the unread texts. It's a text from Savvy to KT. Not me, but me at the same time. I swallow. She doesn't have my number as Knox, and I know this, but it still sends shivers along my spine that she's reaching out to me. Savvy. Hey, KT, you okay? I haven't heard from you all day. Me. I'm good, thanks. Just still kind of out of my element in the group. Sounds like you got a break today. That's good. Is it good? I want to make sure I'm helping her as much as I can. Taking the kids seemed like the best way I could help at the time. She's hard to pin down and always seems put together. The slight breakdown I witnessed gave me a glimpse of the woman losing her sanity, and I just wanted to help. Me. What did you do today with the kids gone? Savvy. I don't want to tell you. Me. What? Why not? That bad? Savvy. Okay, but this is between us. No one else. Me. Always. The three bouncing dots show up for a while. Whatever she's typing, it must be a novel. Savvy. Okay, so I have control issues. Like bad. And if I let my control slip, even a little bit, I completely lose it. Me. Lose it? How? Savvy. I've been tracking what I eat for years, every day down to every bite. If I let myself have one bite of anything I don't track, the entire day turns into a tornado. Savvy. I have a secret binge and the guilt compounds, and I can't get out of it until I force myself to go to bed or someone catches me. She includes a sad face emoji. Me. That's okay. You're eating good 80% of the time, right? Then don't stress out about it. I'm not sure what else to say. I've never binged myself. I wouldn't know what it feels like. But I do know what it's like to need something to fix that hole inside me. Maybe she's experiencing the same thing. Me. And I don't think there's anything wrong with having a flaw or two. I have a thing I do when I feel empty and alone. I like to go down to the hospital, the neonatal unit, and just stare at the little babies through the windows. I volunteered one year to go down and help, but they said they didn't need any more. Actually, they'd looked at me with all of my tattoos and my size, and they'd said my help would be better appreciated in the geriatrics area. Little did they know, I wasn't offering to help because I wanted to actually help. I was offering to help to make me feel less alone. Guys feel lonely too. Savvy. Oh, that's awesome. It's not detrimental to your health like my psychotic binges are. Me. I think that's comparing two different things. Tell you what, I won't think less of your issue and you don't think less of mine. Savvy. Deal. I'm doing everything I can to not binge. Sigh. Okay, are you going to come on Friday? Me. I think I have to work, but take a picture for me. I almost typed of me. It's like I want to get caught. Savvy. Do you have any pets? Me. No. I want a dog, but I need to be home more. Savvy. I love animals. We have a cat named Spike. She's pregnant. Me. Pregnant? Wow, that's terrific. Suddenly a picture of an orange and cream-striped cat fills my screen, and she is definitely pregnant. Her stomach bulges out at the sides, and there's a look of complete intolerance in the crinkle between her eyes, and the way her ears are pulled straight back. I laugh. I can't help it. Me. Wow, she is definitely pregnant unless she ate Dexter. Savvy. LOL. Yeah, she's due any day. I'm so frustrated. Me. That seems exciting. Why are you frustrated with it? Savvy. She's not supposed to be pregnant. The people we got her from said she was a lot younger than she actually is. I have her spay appointment set up, and then I found out she's pregnant, and I'm so upset. Me. Wow. Savvy. She's indoor, and I wasn't watching her as well as I should have been. Who suspected this would happen? I'm always so worried about my teenager going out and getting pregnant. Not that she would. but I didn't realize I would have to worry about my cat going out and coming back pregnant. Savvy. I would offer you a kitten after they're weaned, but I'm not sure you'll want one of these. The mother has questionable morals and will sleep with just about anyone, I guess. You don't need that. I don't need it, that's for sure. I laugh out loud, the sound coming back to me as it bounces off the ceiling and walls of my otherwise empty home. I shake my head, extremely intrigued by the sassy woman Savvy is proving herself to be. Watching her from afar has shown me how she's a hard worker and dedicated to her family. Both strong traits you can't deny are appealing, but add her spunky comments and I'm definitely having a hard time keeping my distance. Me. Are you going to keep any of them? Savvy. No, I don't need any of that kind of influence to rub off on my kids. If it's okay with the cat, then my kids might think it's okay for them to do. Me. Sounds like you have a serious problem. I'll ask around. In the meantime, you might find out who the baby daddy is, so you can keep Spike away from them. Savvy. Oh, I know which house the cat pimp lives in. I just haven't been able to get the owner at home. I think he works nights. Me. Well, be careful out there. You never know what kind of trouble those feline gangs are going to be until it's too late. Savvy. Oh, you've had experience, I see. Thanks for the chat. I needed that. Me. Me too. Me too, Savvy. Me too.
Chapter 13. Savvy. After my children go to bed, I make my way to the couch and stare at the television. Maybe I need to text out to someone who will understand. I notice KT didn't message the group earlier, and I haven't heard from her since our little messaging thread before the binge. Rolling to the side, I pull the cell from my pocket and swipe the screen open. Me. How's it going, KT? I never got your story. KT. My story? Yeah, I wasn't lying when I said I never found the one. The one. Yeah, I think we all feel that way. I know I do. KT. I'm hoping the group can help me figure out what I'm doing wrong. I don't have a lot to contribute, but I'm learning. If that's okay. Me. Of course, I feel bad for you. While Keith wasn't the love of my life, I can say I've been in love. It was short-lived, though. Haha, I hit send before overthinking my comments. We're just two girls talking about regrets. Me. Do you have any direct questions I can maybe answer? I'm not an expert, but I did let my kids rescue me from the binge of all binges. KT. Oh no, you had one? Are you okay? What happened? Savvy. I didn't plan my day and I lost it. Had a run-in with the neighbor who owns the cat baby daddy. It's been a hard day. Ignore me. KT. Okay, I get it. Back to your question, I just feel like I can't figure out my problem. Me. What problem are you talking about, me? What's going on? KT. People have told me in the past that I'm not the type of person they want to take home to meet the family parents. I don't fit a certain expectation. Me. That's terrible. I don't believe in caring about what a person's parents think. The parents should support them. Plus, happy ever after never involved the mom and dad. You know? You're marrying the person, not the family. What's your longest relationship? KT. 9 months. She didn't want to get married. I blink at the she and realize it must be a typo. Me. Oh, well, he doesn't deserve you then. Marriage is hard work. Many fail at it. But that doesn't mean everyone does. And that doesn't mean there's a type to do it either. KT. I'd love to have the chance to try. I'm not like most people think. I'm not afraid of commitment, and I'm not a partier. I look like it, but I'm not. Me. Too bad everyone doesn't feel the same way. I love family and marriage even more than the drama and romance of first falling for someone. I love the stability of having a partner and being able to rely on a partner. I'm not sure I'll ever be able to feel that way again, but I want to. I can't help comparing Keith and Knox. Keith looks like the type to want a family and commitment and all the things wrapped up in that. Knox, with his tattoos, broad shoulders, shaved hair on the sides but thick waves that he hides under his cap, and pants that make his butt look like they belong in a magazine, definitely does not look like the settling down type. He looks like a love 'em and leave 'em type of bad boy. Maybe that's why my pulse goes crazy when I see him or when we're nearby. I'm busy running away from anything that makes me aware of my own needs and wants, especially a man who could probably cure me of my binging problem. Actually, I have no idea what Knox's opinion on commitment is. Me. How do you know what kind of a guy is up for commitment and who isn't? KT. I think you have to ask the guy. Me. Are they honest enough to tell you? KT. I would think if you asked a guy his thoughts on commitment and he stuck around afterward, that probably means he's not allergic to it. Me. Allergic. I like that. You think I should just go up and ask the BBQ buns guy? KT. Sure, why not? Wait, you're interested in this guy? There are two sides to every story. You should at least find out. I avoid the interested question. She'd understand when she saw him, even if it's just a picture. Me. What's the point in asking him? I'm not going to pursue anything with him. He dropped the kids off today and didn't come in or anything. Not that it's bad. I'm glad he didn't see me in the state I was in. Holy cow, KT, I do mean cow. KT. Why? What happened? Me. I'm embarrassed. KT. Oh yeah, the binging. Nah, guys don't care about stuff like that. He probably would have sat down and eaten with you. I laugh out loud and actually send her a grinning gif. Time to recap. I reach out and grab Paul from the coffee table where I'd set him and pull him into my lap. Pencil in hand, I lean over the pages titled, Time to Recap. I usually have days where I fall apart, and then I have to take notes on what I've learned and what not to do again. Not that they do much for me, but they still have some kind of value. I think, okay, it's mostly that I hope they have value. My cheeks burn as I write out what I learned and my conclusions for the day. To recap for today, here are the 3 things I'm not going to do. 1. Go for the guy. 2. Binge again. Savvy, please go back to tracking. 3. Let the cat baby daddy's owner get away with this, because I haven't forgotten. There's so much on my plate. I need to ignore what pushed me over the edge. I need to go get ready for bed before I start to hyper-focus and go back to the pantry to get more frosting and a graham cracker box. What would KT say to that? Worse, what would Knox say if he knew I'm a binge food addict?
Chapter 14. Knox. All morning I'm fidgety. I almost ruined my undercover with Savvy. I put she instead of he. At least Savvy acted like it was a typo. I need to see Savvy. I wanted to see her last night, but I didn't feel right with Abby thinking I didn't like them without the incentive of their mother. I jerk my chin up to David as I step out of the door to the trailer. I'll be back. He doesn't acknowledge me, and I don't care. I'm still a little mad at him for the phone incident. At Killer Miller Keto, I stand at the back of the short line and wait for everyone to get served. Savvy smiles at me, but it's more professional than friendly. Hey, thanks again for letting me borrow the kids yesterday. We all had a good time. I did anyway. I rest my elbow on the side of the trailer, grateful for my height. She bites her lower lip in a highly distracting fashion that makes me lose my train of thought for a minute. What would it be like to kiss her? Would she be all controlled about it, or would she lose her cool and turn into a hellcat? I'd love to find out, but I keep my thoughts to myself and wait for her reply. They had a great time. Thank you for taking them. She wipes at the counter and glances down, obviously wanting to say something more but holding back. What is it? I cock my head to the side and wait, patiently. Okay, not patiently, but I'm trying. Why didn't you come up? The kids said you just dropped them off. Were they not good? She stops wiping and studies me like she's asked me a life-altering question, and she has to understand every facet of the answer. I shake my head. Your kids are very well behaved. Seriously, we had a great time. They're not here, are they? I glance behind her, trying to see if we're alone before I tell her what happened. She glances behind her and then back to me. No, it's just me. Okay, so Abby asked if I had them with me just because I was trying to get close to you. She basically said the only reason anyone would want to hang out with them was because of you. I said that wasn't true. So I thought it was important that I not come in and talk to you so that Abby would trust me with what I'd said. I splay my hands out, noticing when Savvy glances at the curving snake I have inked around my wrist. I refuse to be ashamed of my artwork. There's nothing wrong with being dumb and young at some point. As I've gotten older, I've pulled back on tattoos, but that doesn't mean I'm not proud of the ones I've earned. I follow her gaze. You don't like tattoos, do you? It's not a question. A lot of people don't like them or what the connotation is around them. It's one reason I had to go with owning my own business and not following in my dad's footsteps at the engineering firm. That and I find engineering boring as vanilla pudding. Savvy shrugs, but doesn't look away. Actually, I don't hate them. They're very She licks her lips and reaches out, tracing the head of the snake with the tip of her fingernail. We're inches away from each other, merely separated by the stainless steel trailer pieces. I think they're kind of scary, but dangerous too? She asks it, like she's not sure. I like the artistry of them. Yours seem personal. We both raise our eyes from studying where her finger works on my marked skin and our gazes connect. She swallows and stands back, breaking the spell holding us both in check. Anyway, yeah, I appreciate you watching out for Abby's feelings. Her father never does that. It's all about him. Well, she's a doll. I'll have to steal them again. I smile at her, wishing I knew how to get her to touch me again. Where she'd touched me before, my skin feels branded. I'm not complaining. She can brand me any day and twice on Sunday. Savvy laughs, the sound delightful as it's combined with a smile that shows her straight white teeth. Next time, you'll need to give me your phone number. I have no way to get a hold of you. Right. Well, why don't you give me yours and I'll text you from my phone? Crud. I forgot I only have the one line. I need to get another one so I can message her. Things were starting to get too complicated. I didn't need them to be harder than they were, so why was I making things so much worse? Rather than focus on the fact that I don't even have a usable number yet to give her, I narrow my eyes at Savvy as she writes her number down on a piece of paper. So, are you dating anyone right now? Savvy shakes her head and passes her number over to me, careful not to let our fingers touch. So she was as affected by our contact as I was. Nice. No, I don't like guys. She laughs and rolls her eyes. Oh, I'm sorry. For some reason I thought you were straight. Okay. I'm not sure how to respond. She didn't give off those vibes, but you never knew. Her eyes grow wide and she shakes her head while waving her hands frantically in front of her. No, I'm not. I like guys. Definitely. I know a hot one when I see one. She casts a fast glance down my form and then back to my face. Yeah, I'm not blind. I just don't like them. They're all snakes, like my ex. Nope, men are not in my future. Rather than point out the fact that she just called me a snake, I fold my arms and consider her. So you're planning on being alone the rest of your life? Interesting. Savvy pauses before answering me, her eyes even more focused than before. You know what? I never thought of it like that. I have a new group of friends, so I guess I'm not completely alone? She's still talking in questions, like she's not entirely sure she's saying what she means. Awesome, a whole group. That's terrific. I'm running out of things to say. I just want to ask her out, but she's blocking every lead-in I've got. Well, yeah, but there's one in particular I really seem to have bonded with. She seems to not know what she wants. I don't know if she likes guys or girls or if her text was just a typo. I don't know. If she is into girls, I don't want her to get the wrong idea about me, you know? I don't know how to be like, I'm not interested, when I do want to be friends. She sighs and leans a hip against the counter. Yeah, I get it. Well, tell her you're dating me. That would straighten out any confusion, right? Plus, I don't want you to lie so you could go out with me. I'm not a snake. I lift an eyebrow in challenge and leave my legs shoulder-width apart. Was there any way she'd take me up on my offer?
Chapter 15. Savvy. I almost fall. I'm so startled by his question. I'm sorry, what? Date me. Let's go out. He's got to be crazy. We can't date. I shake my head fervently. No, I can't date you. Something shadows his eyes. Why not? Is it because of the way I look? I study him like he's been hiding something from me all this time. The way you look? Which is what? Hot? Heat floods my cheeks and I press my fingertips to my neck. The shadows on his features lighten with my comment. Great. You think I'm hot? Nice. His voice is huskier, and I swear he knows the combination of his sinfully delicious voice and the way his eyelids half close is a sign of trouble. So, if you think I'm hot, why can't you date me? The challenge is in his voice. I respond to the challenge before I really think through my words. Because I hate you. I don't know, I don't hate you. You, like you personally. Just men in general. It's a thing. I finish lamely, ready to throw myself off a bridge at this point. Can I put my foot any further into my mouth? He seems to ignore the inflammatory things I've said. Are you ready to date? Or are you still hung up on the ex? It's okay if you're still in love with him. I'm definitely not in love or hung up on that man. I bite my lip. I'm not sure. I haven't really thought about it. But that's a huge lie. Of course, I've thought about dating again. Of course, I've thought about dating Knox in particular. I hate myself for being so weak toward a man who looks like he belongs on the cover of a motorcycle magazine with muscles, a strong jaw, some ink on arms that don't know what an ounce of fat looks like, and dark eyes that could summon me from my spinsterhood. I can never tell him that. Never. Let me ask you now. What do you want? I toss the challenge down like he might say he wants a keto snack or maybe something like a one-night stand or something equally dangerous. He leans forward, resting his arms on the counter of my trailer. He's so tall, and even from above him in the trailer, I feel small and feminine. I kind of like the feeling. I'll need to write that down in Paul later. What do I want? Marriage and a family. I always come on too strong with women and they break up with me. Do you think I'm doing something wrong? There's no guile in his expression, like he honestly does want all of the things I want. Weird. The word is breathy and airy coming out of my mouth as I'm caught up in the hypnotic power of his gaze. I don't know any woman who would walk away from commitment to someone like you. I wasn't lying. Really? Then how about a date? You don't know anyone who would turn me down. That has to include you. Let's not even call it a date. Let's just go hang out, bring your kids. We'll keep it low-key. He shrugs those amazing shoulders and my mouth suddenly dries up. I can't. I'm not most women. Yes, he's delicious. Yes, if I hadn't been burned by my ex-husband so bad, I'd jump at the chance to be this gorgeous man's commitment. But I can't. There's no way. I smile tightly at him and turn toward my planner. I can't. Sorry, No, I can't. You need to go. Wait, ignore that I asked you for a date. Just ignore that. There's something desperate in his voice, and I pause, turning back to him as he continues. I need your help. He glances over his shoulder, then back to me. Look, I need to come up with something to get back at David for stealing my phone. I'm not vindictive enough to come up with anything. Maybe we can come up with something together. He's looking hopefully at me, but I can't. Combine that with the date pressure, and I need him to go. I press my fingers to my mouth and back into the shadows of my trailer. I need you to go, Knox. Sorry, but I need you to leave. He nods. Got it. Sorry. He turns and leaves, and I slide down the wall of my trailer until my butt lands on the bench. Where is Paul? Where is he? I scan the inside of the trailer, searching for my planner. I need to write something down. I need to track whatever I'm about to shove in my mouth. Without really thinking about it, I grab a keto donut and pretty much inhale it. As I'm chewing and swallowing, I can't help but think, yeah, this is actually pretty good as I lick my fingers clean. I can't find my planner, and I just hurt someone's feelings, someone I am starting to care about. That's a lie. I've cared about him for a while. I just wasn't aware of it until recently, which is what is scaring me. I pull my phone toward me and text KT. Me. I can't find my planner, and I just told a guy I'm actually really interested in that I'm not interested. I had a freak out after he asked me out. Can you believe a hot guy would want commitment? I tap my fingers on my leg as I wait for her reply. It's faster than even I hoped. KT. A guy that wants commitment? Isn't that like the golden goose? He sounds nice. That's a good thing, right? I think about what she said. Men who want commitment are rare. I could agree with that. There's suddenly a knock on the service counter of my trailer. I lift my head, frantic at the thought that my planner is out there somewhere with all of my information wrapped up in its pages. Hey, I know you told me to go, but I just found this out here on the ground. Is it yours? Knox is standing there, looking uncertain and nervous, like maybe I'll bite his head off. And in his hands is Paul. I gasp and rush to the counter, reaching for the planner and gushing my gratitude. Thank you so much. I wasn't able to find it. Thank you. But he's already gone, and I suddenly realize that he seems to show up when I need him to a lot. And I start to question myself. Why would I walk away from a man who looks like him, who wants commitment, and is a present-day knight in shining armor?
Chapter 16. Knox. Seeing her planner on the ground had been a happy coincidence. As soon as I got the text that she lost her planner, I felt like I'd been given a sign or a gift or something. Grabbing the planner from the grass-tufted ground, I'd turned to the side of her trailer, looking all around for if anyone was watching me. I had to thumb out a fast response while juggling the heavy book. Before I could finish my message, I glanced at the cover and realized I had a split second to look inside to get to know her a little bit better. But I couldn't take too long. I just couldn't. Flipping open the cover, the first thing I noticed were the beautifully handwritten love messages. There was no other way to define them. You can do anything. You're not alone. Don't worry. Everything is going your way. Your eyes sparkle. Nobody understands awesome. Chase your dreams, because you're someone else's, and you deserve to be chased. I flipped through a few pages and realized she has to write her own love notes. She doesn't have anyone to do it for her. That's all I need. I turn and knock on the counter and tell her I found the planner and ask if it's hers. I don't hang around to be yelled at, though. I'm deep in thought as I head back to the trailer. I know I don't have a chance in actually getting Savvy's affections. I can see that now. Her ex did too bad a number on her, but that doesn't mean I can't at least make her feel more wanted and more like she's someone's dream. Mine. I'm back at the trailer and with no revenge plan to get back at David, and I'm a little irritated that I pushed Savvy like I did. I could see I had done it. I could see it happening as I tried to backpedal out of it. "What'd you do?" David washes his hands in the sink to the side as I duck through the door to get into the trailer. Shaking my head, I make sure my phone is still in my hand. I can't trust my brother not to make my things disappear. What would I do if he found out I was talking to this group of women and they had no idea who I was? I found something I wanted to make sure got back to its rightful owner. That wasn't a lie. Okay, it kind of was. In a food trailer lot, the ebbs and flows are just like a normal restaurant or fast food place. People seem to be hungry at certain times. As North Idaho heads heavier into summer, those eating windows seem to get longer and longer, but with very significant periods with no one around. Mid-afternoon was one of those moments. I refuse to let David leave during the slowest points because I'm never sure he'll be back, and I need his help during the heavier times. We settle into our seats after doing some last cleanup and stocking. My phone buzzes, and I glance at David to see if he noticed. The last thing I need is him trying to peer over my shoulder being nosy. David is staring at something on his own phone. I drop my gaze and swipe up on the screen. Savvy. I got freaked out. I'm a loser. Me. What freaked you out? I doubt you're a loser. Honestly, I'm excited to talk to her, but at the same time, she doesn't think of KT as Knox. She thinks of KT as another woman. It isn't right that my insides are all tense and aware talking to her as KT. She can't be interested in that person, and I suddenly resent the person I pretend to be. Savvy. BBQ Buns came over and asked me out. Well, not just me. He said he wanted to take all of us out. I lost it. Me. And your planner. Did you find it? Savvy. Actually, he found it and brought it to me. Me. Okay, so what happened because this isn't making a lot of sense? Savvy. I freaked out and he knew it. What do I do? Me. Did he ask you to marry him? Savvy. No. Me. Did he offer to take you to a strip club for amateur night? At this point, I'm definitely letting my irritation get the better of me, because I don't understand why she lost it on me, as Knox. As KT, I can't understand it either. Glancing up at David while waiting for her reply, I can't help myself. Do girls have some kind of code or something where they have to understand each other's freakouts? Distracted, David barely flicks his gaze my direction before shrugging. I don't know much about girls except they want this. He backhandedly waves to his body. All the time. Yeah, that's why you're single all the time. I roll my eyes in disgust. Why would I ask David anything about women? He had the ability to get one date, max 2 with the same woman until she realizes he's a pig and not into commitment or anything but himself. The woman who got him to change would be a bona fide superhuman, with a cape and everything. Savvy. No, he didn't. It scared me. Me. Well, what was so scary about what he did? Savvy. I don't know. You're right. Except I don't know if I want to date right now. I don't even know if I want to get married ever again. Me. Except he didn't propose. He isn't doing anything romantic with you. He's taking you and the kids. How romantic can that be? Savvy. You're right. Me. What do you have to lose? Maybe he just wants to be friends. I don't just want to be friends. But wouldn't a girlfriend say something supportive like that? I rack my brain for the things I've heard Christina say to her friends. Savvy replies before I come up with anything else. Savvy, you're right. It's not like he's proposed or anything. I don't know what my problem is. Savvy, now I feel stupid. Ugh, I'll be back. I need to apologize. I still don't have his number. Thanks, KT. You're the best, but I'm not the best. My palms grow damp as I set my phone down on the counter and then immediately grab it and shove it into my jean pocket. David is around. I can't take any chances. Before I can stand to try to make myself look busy, my phone buzzes again. I pull it out of my pocket and wince as I see caller ID. Before answering, I mutter to David, "Dad's calling." He drops his phone to his lap, his eyes wide as I close mine and lift the phone to my ear. "Hi, Dad. How are you?" "Knox, I'm fine. Thank you." Everything with Dad is so formal. Sometimes I'm surprised he lets us call him Dad instead of Sir or Father. "Good. How's Mom?" I always ask about Mom. She's one of those sweet, gentle souls that thinks the best of everyone. You could be a murderer, and she'd offer you cookies and consider you a confused and lonely person, assume you didn't have enough afternoon snacks as a child. Your mother is fine. There's a brief, uncomfortable pause as I wait for the reason he called, and he waits to see if we've dispensed with all of the required social civilities. "You're probably wondering why I've called." Understatement of the century, Dad. He continues as if it's perfectly normal for him to call me in the middle of a weekday that isn't a holiday or my birthday. He doesn't call. We don't have that kind of relationship. "Your mother would like you and David to come for dinner with Christina and the family this weekend. Sunday would be best." It's not an invitation. It's more of a, "You'll be here or I'll know the reason why." "Tell your brother, would you?" Again, not a request. "I'll talk to David about it, but we can't both come at the same time, Dad. We have the trailer open and Sunday is one of our biggest days. Why don't you guys come down on Sunday and eat here? On us. Bring Christina and the family and Mom and we can do a family gathering here. You can try my brisket. It's gotten the North Idaho Foodie Award the last 2 years in a row for best meat." I can't help being proud of that fact. In North Idaho, it isn't easy being an eatery. The competition is fierce, and if you get the loyalty of a local, them and their friends will keep you going through the non-touristy seasons. Not to mention, they'll push you on their social media platforms and tell all their friends and family. My dad has no respect for the difficulty of the industry. "No, we won't be coming down. I would like to see my sons doing real work. Respectable work. You're both old enough to be working real jobs and having real relationships. As soon as I see something like that, I'll be there to support it. I'll see you Sunday." And the call ends, leaving me staring at the piece as I lower it to waist level. What did he want? David hovers at my elbow, and not because he's nosy. Well, yes, I mean, he is nosy, but that's not why he's hovering now. We both have a love-hate-fear-respect thing with Dad. Neither of us make him abundantly proud since we're in our 30s and single still. Neither of us have a serious job according to him. So, in my dad's book, we're failing at being men. I sigh, shoving my phone back in my pocket and shaking my head. He said he wants us to get real jobs. I pull on the thick black polyester apron I wear during busy shifts and angrily scrub at a stray spot of BBQ sauce that escaped my inspection earlier. David sighs, and I don't let him say anything before I'm venting, rather loudly with a heavy-duty sponge and some bleach water. Real job. Real job? I'll give him a real job. I lift the sponge into the air, drops of the cleaning water splattering on the wall from my movement. You know what? I work my butt off, David. We both do. Actually, you don't. I mean, you work hard, yes, but your butt is perfect. I would kill for a butt like yours. David folds his arms and stares at me. I drop the sponge to the counter, bracing my arms on the edge, and slowly turn my gaze to my brother. I don't say anything as I stare at him with a definite "what did you just say" expression. He blinks as I stare him down. Well, I mean, I wouldn't actually kill for it. I mean, I would, like, there are exercises. I shake my head and wave my hand at him. No, just no, shut up. There's no saving that comment. Let's just pretend you didn't say it. I sigh and swipe the back of my hand across my forehead where my hair has fallen forward. I need to put my hat back on. I glance out the window at Killer Miller Keto. Phone number. I need to get a new number to give her. In just a few moments, I've added a new line to my phone account and arranged for someone to courier it to my trailer in the next hour or so. I'm already not mad at her anymore. She said she was coming to apologize, and I can see she has customers holding her up. Plus, I'm not the type to hold grudges. I don't have time or energy for that. I read back over our conversation and realize that what I need to do is leave her a couple notes that she doesn't have to leave herself. But will leaving notes make her think I want more than just friendship? At this point, I hope so, because I do. And I somehow have to figure out how to break down the walls she's built around herself and have her agree with me on the relationship possibilities. Because someone like Savvy wants commitment. She just doesn't know it.
Chapter 17. Savvy. I'm definitely an idiot. There's no other word I can think of to describe the way I feel about how I acted with Knox. KT is right. He wasn't proposing marriage or even saying I had to do anything I didn't want to do. Plus, and this one I have to acknowledge, at least to myself, I'm hugely attracted to the man and he keeps saving the day for me when I least expect it. I had to ask Keith to help me just take out the garbage repeatedly, and that was the only thing I ever asked him to do. Knox kind of shows up out of nowhere with an uncanny ability to fix whatever is going crazy with me. If we don't date, I need to at least keep him as a friend. And friends don't freak out on friends. At least, not without apologizing. A group of men approach the Mexican trailer and Sylvia flirts them into big orders. I've seen this happen time and time again. Her confidence in her ability to manipulate men astounds me, and I've never failed to be completely fascinated by it. I've seen David, Knox's brother, do some amazing sales with the women who come to their trailer, and that's when it hits me. I know exactly what Knox needs to do to get back at David and how I can help. The idea is the incentive I need to get my butt over to the BBQ trailer and apologize. But still, I wait. The next lull in customers should be really soon because I'm going to leave my trailer unattended for a few minutes to talk with Knox, and if David is there, I need him to leave his trailer too. The lull hits, and I walk carefully across the gravel lot. Once I'm at the window, I spy David inside and smile. Hey, is Knox here? Hey, Savvy, you coming over here for some brotherly love? David wiggles his eyebrows and grins lasciviously at me. That's the only word I can apply to David. Lascivious. I'm here. Just a minute. I'll come out. Knox waves at David from the side before disappearing out the trailer. Be quiet, David. You're not to talk. In seconds, Knox stands beside me and nods toward the collection of tables set up in the middle of the loop where everyone can take their food to eat. Each of the trailers takes turns maintaining the tables, and this week it's the job of the Greek trailer. The Greek trailer is owned by a Russian family. I love seeing the kids out cleaning the tables. Their mother values hard work, and it shows. We're at the tables before I can fully formulate what I want to say, but I smile and swallow my nerves. Look, 2 things. I don't even wait for us to sit, but we do while I talk. 1, I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to freak out on you. We would love to go with you, but where? Surprised, Knox studies me. The dark of his eyes seems to caress me, and I feel heat running up and down my legs, and I blame it on the sun. Except, we're in the shade. I shift on my seat to adjust my awareness of him. I forgive you. Let's leave our activity a surprise. He smiles at me, and I want to leave it at that, but I can't. I shake my head. Okay, so you know that book you brought back to me? He nods, and I continue. That's my planner. And Oh my word, I'm so embarrassed, but I need him to know. Look, I don't do anything that's not written in that thing. I can't. You're pretty attached to it, huh? He studies me, and I figure, why not just be completely open with him? KT is right. What do I have to lose? Sighing, I lift my hands palm up before dropping them to my lap. I don't just like it. There was a guy in high school I was pretty serious about. I would even have said I loved him. His name was Paul. Well, Paul broke up with me, because if something wasn't in my planner, I wouldn't do it. I literally wouldn't let him kiss me. He would show up spontaneously and I would send him away. He couldn't figure it out. So when he broke up with me, I forced myself to put my planner away. I only let myself carry around a pocket calendar. I made myself change for this guy and he never wanted me back anyway. I shrug, my smile tight. Keith left me, and I let myself use a planner again. I literally won't give it up now. Okay, Knox's reply is simple, and I study him. Okay. What does that mean? I'm getting snippy again, but I can't help it. Okay? Well, you have a planner problem. Okay. What's the big deal? I'm asking you with enough notice to go out with me on Sunday. Put it in your planner. He's looking at me like I might have a goose head growing out of my forehead. No, I mean, yes. But what I'm telling you is I don't do surprises. I need time to plan and to pack and to prepare. I do not do surprises. Surprise parties? Nope. Last minute is super hard for me too. You caught me on a good day last Sunday, and when you left, I dropped my gaze. How far am I taking my confession? All the way. He needs to know beforehand what he's getting into. Look, I felt so out of control last weekend when you took the kids last minute. I got lost in the pantry until my kids rescued me. You got lost in the pantry? His confusion spurs me on. I went into my pantry and binged, okay? Please don't make me say anything else. Okay, I can understand that. What does a keto binge look like? Lots of fats? Eating butter straight from a stick? He grimaces and I blink. Crud monkey. He thinks I eat keto too. Great. I'll forever be stuck to the brand of my truck. I change the subject. Kind of. So, surprises are out for me. Let me know as soon as you know what we're doing. That's all. Okay, we'll do Silverwood. He smiles at me like it wasn't that hard to come up with something on the spur of the moment. I can't afford Silverwood. I lick my lips and start to say something about it, but he cuts me off. My treat. I've been wanting to go for a while, but it's not a place you go by yourself. So the whole day on me, okay? Now what is number 2? Number 2. Oh, that's right. I told him I had 2 things. Number 2, right. I glance past his shoulder to the BBQ truck and then back at Knox. Okay, I know how to get back at David. His eyes light up and he leans forward. Do tell. But the next wave is coming, so I stand as people start to wander into the lot. Just be dressed nice for Friday night. I'll text my friends what I need them to do. You play along. I'll get you as many details as I can before then, but let's start with that. I smile and wave my fingers at him. He smiles and watches me walk away. I try not to let my hips sway too much, but at the same time, just a little won't hurt. At the trailer, I get caught up in serving my customers and time passes quickly. My phone rings as I climb into my car after closing. Hi, Abby. Is everything okay? Starting the car, I back out of my parking spot with Abby on my Bluetooth device. Mom, Spike is so big she can't fit through the cat door. What do I do? Abby is 15. Is this really this hard? Open the door and let her in. I'm at the freeway entrance and pulling on the on-ramp. What is she doing now? She's pacing. She paces and then stops and lays down flat and then gets up after 2 minutes and paces some more. I've never seen her so antsy. Abby's worry touches my heart. We all love Spike. We got the cat shortly after Keith left and used her for emotional support. She's okay. She's just getting close. I bet we have the newborn kittens before the weekend is out. I'm trying to be optimistic, but I'm not sure how I can add kittens to my already packed to-do list. I'll be home soon. Make sure your homework is done and you have lunch made for tomorrow. Is Dex okay? Yeah, we're good. All of that is done. See you when you get home. Love you. Abby is having a night of less attitude. I love these nights. We hang up and I'm home in minutes. Inside, I kiss the kids goodnight and do my own after-work routine, checking things off my list as I go. Settling in the bath, I pull up my phone and text KT. Me. My cat is so close to having babies. Look at how big she is. I send an updated picture. I know I've told KT about the cat situation, but I need to tell someone how worried I am. KT. That's going to be exciting. I'll need to get a baby from you when they're ready. Me. Oh, that would be wonderful. I'm honestly nervous. I've never had baby cats, and I don't know what I'm going to need to do. KT. They're easy. The mom takes care of everything. Just make sure you don't let her out of the room for a few weeks after. She'll go back outside and get pregnant again. I glare at the screen of my phone. Me. Really? I better deal with this situation then. I'm not looking forward to yelling at my neighbor. KT. You? I bet you already have it planned out. Me. I do have it written in Paul on my to-do list. I just don't have it assigned to a specific day. KT. Paul? I roll my eyes at my slip-up. In a penny, in a pound. Me. My planner. It's a long story. I named him Paul. KT. LOL. Perfect. I laugh and set the phone down. Why can't I talk to a guy the way I talk to KT? Put the easy-to-talk-to personality in someone who looked like Knox and I'd be set. Life isn't fair. I sink below the water level, letting my hair splay out around me. Life isn't fair, and I'm okay with that, because it's full of blessings. I know. I write as many blessings that I can in my planner.
Chapter 18. Knox. I've dressed the part Savvy told me to, and wear jeans with a black belt and a white polo shirt with the buttons open, showing the top of my tribal tattoo peeking out. I wear a black baseball cap with the logo of my BBQ business on it, as well as a large-faced chrome watch on my left wrist. Why are you dressed so nice? You think you're going to get all the ladies tonight? David narrows his eyes and folds his arms. I notice he, too, is dressed like he's out to attract the opposite sex, and I grin. I know exactly what's coming, but I keep my mouth shut. I've been looking forward to this all week. Maybe we both can get some numbers tonight, I say nonchalantly. My goal isn't to get any phone numbers, actually. I work my charm to sell some brisket and ribs, but other than that, I've got my eye on one girl and one girl only. I just need to snag her attention and keep it. I steal sneak peeks at the face of my watch as the night goes on. They were all supposed to be there by 6. By 5:40, I know it's the night for the prank. David is in rare form, flirting up with anything that looks like it might be female. He even hit on a rock as he was strutting toward the restroom. A gaggle of women approach the keto truck, and a feeling in my gut tells me it's the girls. I can't help the grin spreading across my face. I want to pray that it works, but I'm not sure if that's sacrilegious to pray for something mean to work on your own brother. Maybe I'll just wish myself good luck. In no time, the group of women moves toward the BBQ truck. Some of them are giggling and clutching each other's arms. Savvy is in the back, twisting her fingers together. She seems nervous, but I can't tell from the distance. If she's nervous, she'll be biting her bottom lip. The group gets behind our current customers and wait to make their order. David finishes scooping a large serving of fries into the basket he's handing out for the last order, and he leans into me. This group is mine. You don't need to help or anything. Stay away, Knox. I'm serious. He eyes me like I'm going to argue, and I hold up my hands at chest height. Got it. I'll stay away. Maybe you'll get at least one number from a group of 7 or 8. I back up and watch from a bigger distance. From what Savvy had texted the group, no one is to look for me or even be interested in me. All of the attention needed to be on David. Later, she would get me to come and meet them all, which I would gladly do. I dressed for it, hadn't I? She told me to stay back as well, not knowing I was already getting the entire plan laid out because I'm one of the girls. The group approaches the counter, and David goes into hyper mode. Each of them is gorgeous in their own way. None of them hold a candle to Savvy, but I could be biased. A woman with spiky hair steps up first. She gives David a bold once-over and arches her eyebrow while putting a hand on her hip. Well, you look good enough to be on that daily specials menu. Tell me, doll, what's a girl got to do to get your number? That has to be Dion. I'd eat my hat if it wasn't. David glances at me in triumph and leans forward. Actually, I'd like yours. I don't want to just wait for a woman like you to make the first move. I like having some kind of power. He winks at her and offers to take her order. I'll take the Rocky Mountain oysters and some tots. She arches an eyebrow at him and slides a piece of paper across to him with her bank card. He rings her up and slides the card back, but slips the paper to the side out of sight of the customers. He winks at her and dishes up her order, then moves on to the next one with long curly hair and big green eyes. She's demure, but her smile is friendly. Can I get the brisket basket, please? And I'd love for you to call me. She licks her lower lip, and I'm sure David about swoons right there. He has a thing for lip biters. I'm not sure what his fascination is, but there it is. No, wait. I want to date him. You don't get to just put your number up there like this is some kind of auction apple. What are you thinking? Dion steps back into the picture, narrowing her eyes and waving her hand around in the air. Neither of you get to date him. He's going to call me. Another one steps forward and slips her number onto the counter and then turns to face the other two. He wouldn't want to go out with two hussies like you. I wouldn't mind, David murmurs, and I roll my eyes. Always thinking with a one-track mind, that's my brother. Another woman steps up and waves her slip of paper in the air. I want a chance. This isn't fair. I'm going to miss out because I was in the back of the group. David puts both hands in the air in a calming motion. Ladies, it's okay. I don't mind taking all of you out. We could do it like 1 day a week kind of thing. You each get your own. No reason to fight over David Taylor. I've got plenty of studliness to go around. Where I might have been feeling slightly bad about pulling this prank on him, he has just cemented that it needs to go through to its completion. Little brother needs a humbling. I lift my hand, covering my smile with my fingers. I shift my gaze toward the back of the group where Savvy is standing, a wide grin on her beautifully shaped lips. She glances at me and our eyes meet and hold. I don't want to look away. There's so much to be said, and so much in our eye contact. I'm not sure I want to ever break it. But we do, and I look back at David as she does the same. Dion steps forward, her eyes narrow. I don't know. I mean, I'm fine having my own day, but how do I know you'll call? Oh, I'll call. I promise. David's eyes are wide as he holds his breath. I could almost see him thinking, are they going to do it? Was he going to get his biggest dream and have 7 girlfriends all at once? They'd all know about each other and they wouldn't care? Is this possible? I bite my tongue to hold back my laugh and continue watching David's interaction with the women. A few of them nod slowly, speaking at the same time. Okay, yeah, I can do that. I need Wednesdays. I need to work. I'll take Thursdays. David's delight is almost overwhelming, and he motions toward me for a pen. Without blinking, I pass him one near me, and he writes the days of the week on their numbers. Now, ladies, is it okay if I text you to keep everything straight? I don't want to mix any of you delicious morsels up. I like to know what I'm getting into. He laughs, and the women giggle like he's the greatest thing around. After a bit more fawning over him and they all order something to eat, they move on, waving and flirting as they go. David turns to me, his chest roostered out and his head back. Did you see that? 7 numbers, Knox, including Savvy's. She likes me. She wants me to add her to the David rotation. He cocks an eyebrow at me and flops onto the bench with his legs spread. Man, I'll tell you what, that was tiring. It's going to be a lot of work keeping those women happy. But the David is up for it. He cocks his fingers into a gun shape and shoots into the air toward me. I don't think I can be more dumbfounded as I stare at him with my humor contained. Aren't you worried that they're going to talk each other out of it? I would start texting them immediately. Get things set up. You're going to be busy for a while. Does this mean you need a couple nights off work? I'm not worried about him taking the time off. The numbers aren't real. I just can't wait for him to start reaching out. You're right. Wow, you're taking this huge loss so well. I'm surprised you're not mad at me for stealing all the thunder. He grins at me, swiping his phone and reaching for the stack of paper slips on the counter beside the register. He starts tapping in messages, and I step up to the window to help the next group of customers. More and more customers queue up at the window, and I'm busy taking and filling orders. David works beside me, almost giddy with his early evening success. He doesn't toss me attitude at all, which is a nice surprise. I'm almost sad to know it's going to be ending soon. Why wouldn't his good mood end when David finds out the numbers he's gotten all belong to the exes of the women he thinks are madly in love with him? The first reply comes in and then another, but David is too busy alongside me to answer, and it isn't until our first lull that he grabs his phone from the counter in the back and starts reading. His face goes red as he reads and swipes. I bite my inner cheek and act like I don't care what's happening. I swipe the counter and restock some items, moving around him and then glancing over his shoulder. He's named the girls in his phone by the days of the week. Whoever is Tuesday is the one he's looking at. Tuesday. I don't know how you got my number, but you can take your sick suggestion and ram it up your... I press my lip together and my eyes go round. I need to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. No, wait. I need to deal with this. David's voice is tight, and his face looks like it's twisted in pain. Deal with what? Are you okay? I reach out, holding him in place with one hand on his shoulder. He looks up at me, his face dark with anger. Not one of those numbers were those women's. Look at these. He shoves the phone under my nose and swipes for me. All kinds of angry texts or confused texts fill the screen. The exes really did a number, and I can't help myself. I lift my mirth-filled gaze to my brother's angry one, and I scoff. That might teach you to steal other people's phones, don't you think? His outrage fades to confusion and then disbelief. There's no way you set something like that up. A group of women who look like that. You're not dating anyone right now. How could you have? But I've made him think, and now he's slowly smirking. Ah, you set this up. So you're saying I could have still had a chance with maybe one or two of them. Got it. His anger has shifted, and he's narrowing his eyes. Also, touché. I see what you did there. I'll make sure and get you back, but it won't be with your phone. He tucks his cell back in his pocket and rubs his hands together. Oh, it's going to be good. Just you wait and see. I'll be back. Don't burn the place down. I pull my apron off and hang it on the hook by the counter. I have a debt to pay, and I can only hope the group is still somewhere nearby so I can thank them. And maybe tell Savvy just how awesome her revenge plan turned out. And see her. Is that bad? That's actually the only thing I want to do at the moment. Nothing else matters.
Chapter 19. Savvy. My group of new friends has laid claim to a table in the center of the food trailers, laughing and exclaiming over the food they bought from Knox's truck. Every few minutes, one darts to a different truck, buys something, and rushes back to share with the group. I didn't have to be in the group to love how much fun they were having. I turn to Lila and motion toward the interior of my trailer. The customers have slowed down a bit, and I really want to take a minute to visit with the ladies. She nods and finishes dishing up the keto s'mores dip ice cream we had on special that night. All of my inventory is almost gone. I'm going to be up most of the night restocking. Not that that is a bad thing. Every extra cent is a huge blessing, and I couldn't be more grateful. I toss my apron I saved for busy stretches onto the bench beside Paul and stride from the trailer. Claiming a seat at the table with the group, I laugh as they crow at my arrival. That was so much fun. I can't believe he actually ate that up. Apple wipes at the smooth skin under her eyes. I haven't stopped laughing since getting here. Me either. I really needed this, you guys. Thank you so much. Alex flips her hair over her shoulder and leans over the plate of donuts and cake she must have purchased from Donna's Delights. Dion reaches over with a fork in her hand and steals a chunk of Alex's dish. Yeah, I probably put on another 15 pounds, but you know what? I'm fine with that. She shakes her shoulders, obviously fine with her curvy figure. And why wouldn't she be? She is gorgeous, and I only wish I could be as confident as she is. Okay, so what did you guys think of Knox? He was the other guy in the trailer. I'm not sure why I need to know their opinion, but I do. Knox is just a friend, but I want to know. I need to know. It's hard to explain. Plus, what if I don't want him as just a friend? Normally quiet, Mandy taps the table in front of her, just past the large white styrofoam cut. I would eat him up. I couldn't believe it when I saw him that you have that available to you and you haven't snagged him. Even if he doesn't want commitment, Savvy, take whatever he's willing to give. Seriously, did you see his biceps? I wanted to lick them. Like, seriously lick them. Sarah fans herself and leans against Alex, who is snort-laughing so hard her hair is shaking around her. I wrinkle my nose. I don't know about licking him. Oh, I do. Did you see that ink peeking out from under his collar? It looks like he's working on a sleeve, too. I just don't know about these men and their muscles. Just when I think I've seen it all, they go and add more to the menu. Dion fans herself and laughs as she rocks back and forth on the seat. She motions to her dish. You have got to try this brisket. Have you had it? Can you have it on keto? She tilts her head to the side and half slides her basket toward me and then back. Yeah, I can try that, please. Thanks. I reach out, pulling a chunk of meat off the brisket and popping it in my mouth. I pause for a minute as the meat melts on my tongue. Oh, Mylanta, ladies, have all of you tried this? I'm telling you, a man who looks like that and can cook like that, he is definitely lickable. Dion wiggles her eyebrows and laughs. Well, I'm glad you think I'm lickable. I do my best to look appetizing. And suddenly Knox is there, and he's grinning at the women, and they're all squealing like they love that they got caught talking about him. Oh, honey, you have no idea. Dion turns toward me and widens her eyes, mouthing, wow. I have to agree. Knox is even better in person out from behind the trailer. The lights from the parking lot enhance the lines of his muscles and the sharp angle to his strong jaw. I will never admit how much I long to trace his eyebrow with my fingertip. I have to agree with Dion again. Knox is lickable. I just can't tell him that. Knox, is it? Can I take a picture of you and send it to our friend KT? She isn't here because she had to work. Plus, I wouldn't mind having a picture of you on my screensaver. Mandy holds her phone out in front of her like she's offering up a sacrifice, and I can't stop grinning. Knox is going to get treated like a piece of man candy, and he doesn't seem to mind. Sure, I'm always up for a couple photos. Are we taking them together? His charm is on in full force, and even I'm captivated. Dang him and his deliciousness. If women are going to fawn all over him all the time, then I don't think it's fair to think a relationship with him is smart. What if he found someone else prettier, smarter, or better at something else than me? Keith did, and he's Keith. He's not exactly the best find out there. I have to admit, as I'm sitting there looking at the man who continually surprised me, that with my ex-husband I had settled. Maybe I wasn't the problem. Maybe I'm not as bad as I've convinced myself. Maybe the problem is men in general. Maybe the problem was that Keith wasn't the man for me. As we laugh and tease Knox and each other, I have to give myself a pass to think it's perfectly okay that maybe the list of reasons I was with Keith had 3 points. 1, Dexter, 2, Abby, and 3. To meet these women. As they hug each other and me before they leave and wave at Knox as he makes his way back to his trailer, I sigh in gratitude that I finally found some friends who understand where I'm coming from with regards to my divorce and feeling out of my element in the dating scene. Returning to the trailer, I wave at Lila. Thanks, Lila, I've got it. See you tomorrow? She is a huge help on the weekends, and I love seeing her. Sure, thanks again for the raise, I appreciate it. Oh, and hey, that hot BBQ guy dropped this off for you. Lila hands me a small folded-up piece of paper. I smile as she steps out of the trailer, and then I drop my gaze to my hand curiously. Carefully unfolding the paper, I softly gasp at the beautiful cursive handwriting inside. Savvy, I was just thinking that you're one of the hardest working women I know. I see you. Knox. A note? I didn't want to call it a love letter when we weren't in love, but it felt like it was meant to be something secret between the two of us, kind of like a love letter. I blink back tears pricking at my eyelids and scrunch my lips to the side, trying to avoid my sudden emotional vulnerability. Someone saw me, and that someone just happened to be the same man I dream about. My phone buzzes in my pocket, and I hastily fold up the note and tuck it in my jeans. I'm never losing that note. Ever. Pulling my phone out, I swipe the screen and almost clap. Knox, this is my number. That was the best prank ever. Great idea, thank you. Those women's exes are not happy with David's suggestive text messages. You can tell them they definitely got a point up on this round. Me. Oh, yay, I'm so glad. Did you tell him? Knox. I did. He was starting to get mad, so I thought might as well kill 2 birds with 1 stone and just make him madder, but he laughed. It was weird. But then again, David is weird. Me. Oh, my word, I'm laughing so hard right now. Yes, he was definitely confident in taking on 7 women. Knox. Oh, after I told him he was sure he still had a chance with a few of them. I'm not sure how his mind works sometimes. Me. It was a lot of fun. Thanks for letting me play. Knox. Thanks for the idea and getting your friends involved. They're very enthusiastic. Me. They're lonely and apparently have a thing for gorgeous men. Knox. You think I'm gorgeous and hot. Love it. He adds a winky emoji and I blush in the emptiness of my trailer. Me. Well, I'm not a liar. It's not like it's not obvious that you're very good looking. Knox. Gorgeous. You said gorgeous. Me. LOL. Yes, I did. Knox. Well, if it evens things out, you're beautiful. There. We have 3 adjectives between us. Me. Yes, we do. Thanks. And, are we still on for Sunday? I have it marked down in my planner. Knox. You bet. I can't wait. Write in your planner that I'll pick you up at 9:30 a.m. You might also write down that we're eating funnel cake, burgers, and other foods. Write it all down. I don't want you to binge on me. Me. LOL. I'll probably end up binging anyway. We can have an eating contest. I'll probably out-eat you. Knox. Challenge accepted. He follows with a smiley face, and I sigh. Wouldn't it be nice to have a relaxed relationship with a man for once? With Keith, I never was the right size. I had to watch what I ate all the time. I could never really be myself. But how did Knox know I have a binging problem? Did I mention it to him? Shrugging to myself, I admit that it's possible. And it doesn't matter. For once, I'm happy with who I am, barring the out-of-control days where I binge and lose my cool. Even the binging Savannah is someone I understand, though. The Savvy I have to hide is the one I don't know. But I'm starting to like this Savvy. She's fun and accepting of herself. I like that. Knox, see you Sunday if I don't see you tomorrow. Have a good night. I rub the paper he left me between my fingers. I don't want to mention the note, but at the same time, I want him to know I appreciate it. I lick my lower lip and pull a Post-it from the office supply box. Using a ballpoint pen beside the register, I write out a short note for him. Closing up for the night, I rush to where I know he parks his truck, and I stick the note to his side mirror. Hopefully he gets it. I stick my tongue out at the little smiley face I drew above my name. If Knox can't like me for me, then he can't like me. At least I learned that with Keith. Maybe I could learn from being alone that it's okay to make mistakes and still be loved. If not, then it's not worth loving. Not that I'm interested in love or anything. I'm just reaffirming the way I feel about everything.
Chapter 20. Knox. I'm surprisingly nervous. I keep rubbing my palms on the tops of my pants as discreetly as possible, usually when Savvy, Dexter, and Abby's backs are turned. The truck ride to Silverwood took 40 minutes with construction, and there were a few awkward silences. But that's okay, right? We stand in line at Silverwood just before the tunnel to cross under US 95 to get in. They have to do a security check on bags. We have one. Savvy's idea. She's adamant we need to be prepared. I'm not sure what for, but we're taking it in stride. Abby and Savvy step forward with the bag for a brightly dressed high school kid to glance through their bag. A second teenager looks at me with more importance than his minimum wage should afford him and asks, "Any weapons or glass?" I arch an eyebrow and grin. "Nope." Dexter shakes his head and the guard, I use the term loosely, waves us through. Dexter and I move to wait for Abby and Savvy at the end of the security area, and Dexter glances up at me, worry in the shadows of his eyes. "Hey, Knox, what if we see Dad?" Savvy and Abby join us right at that moment, and there's more pressure to say the right thing. Except, there isn't. I don't need to impress Savvy in that moment. I need to help calm a boy's fears that he might be disloyal to his father. "I hope we get to see your dad, Dex. I would love to meet him. If he's anything like you, I bet he's pretty cool." I glance between him and Abby, aware they still have doubt on their faces. I'm not even going to chance peeking at Savvy. "Oh, maybe you guys are worried he won't like that you're out having fun? Is that it?" "Well, out with you." Dexter hangs his head. I reach out and lift his face with my finger under his chin. "Little man, you're not replacing your father with me. Trust me. I'm not your dad, he is. And it's perfectly fine to have fun without him. Do you feel bad when you go to the movies with your friends and not your dad? Do you think he isn't having fun without you?" I wait for them to shake their heads. "Then don't worry about it. Your dad loves you and wants you to have fun. Let's not make it more complicated than that." I study them, almost holding my breath until Abby and Dexter seem to come to the same conclusion, and the worry melts off their features. Inaudibly, I sigh in relief as we turn toward the tunnel. "Now come on. Let's see if we can make ourselves throw up before noon." Savvy groans but falls into step beside me as we traipse down the cobbled path and into the tunnel. Every word echoes and the kids start to whoop and holler. I purse my lips and let out a piercing whistle that rebounds up and down the darkness of the underground walkway. Dexter laughs and sideskips. "That was awesome." Savvy rolls her eyes, but she's grinning. I'll take it. "Which ride do you guys want to go on first?" I want to reach for Savvy's hand, but I'm not sure she's ready for that. We're just supposed to be friends. That's all, and yet, I can't stop thinking about the way she smells, the way she laughs, the way she wrinkles her nose when she's thinking really hard. What if I don't want to just be friends? Which I know I don't. I know I want more. I've always wanted more. I've always wanted someone like Savvy to call my own. Is there any way she might consider being with me? Abby shakes her head. "I'm excited to try Aftershock. We haven't been here since before they built it. I was too little to go on the rides then. At least you've done Corkscrew. I've only ever been on the kiddie roller coaster." Dexter can't seem to contain his excitement. Hey, I love that roller coaster. Savvy laughs, but she's serious. Mom hates the rides. Abby explains like it's the direst of secrets. I don't hate them so much as I won't do them, Savvy admits ruefully. Wait, you agreed to come with me knowing that you hate rides? I'm not sure if I should be flattered or worried about that. What if she has a terrible time? There is a lot to do at Silverwood, but the main idea is the rides. She shakes her head as we reach the stairs leading above ground and the actual theme park. Nah, I know the kids love it, and I'm not a party pooper. I brought a book in case you guys fall off a ride or something. Thanks, Mom. Abby can't help grinning as she reaches out and rests a hand on the handrail and climbs the steps beside Dexter. I grin at Savvy's answer. The woman is quick-witted and fun. I duck my head closer to her and ask, Are you sure you didn't pack your planner in there? I've noticed you're never too far away from that thing. Oh, you mean Paul? Abby laughs and ignores the daggers her mother is glaring at her. Paul is more of a life partner than a planner, Knox. We call him her boyfriend. Dexter and Abby giggle as we reach the top, and I grin at Savvy. Is that true? Is Paul your life partner? I can't help nudging her as we walk. Her cheeks are slightly pinker than before we entered the tunnel. Well, the truth is, until the other day, Paul is the only one who ever gave me notes or saved the day. She peeks at me through her lashes, the double meaning clear. She got my note. I got hers as well, but I didn't want to make a big deal about it, even though I stayed up all that night thinking about what it meant. She'd been friendly in the note, but she'd put a heart when signing her name. What did that mean? I don't want to read into it, but I can't help thinking that maybe she might be thinking about more with me. More. I would love more with her. My phone buzzes as we reach the ticket area. Savvy motions toward the bathrooms. Guys, let's use the restrooms before we head inside and forget it's okay to stop and take a break. Savvy laughs and glances at me as she corrals the kids toward the rest areas. We'll be right back. I wave my phone at her and motion toward a portcullis lined with benches. She nods and they disappear. David's face is on my phone. I swipe up on the screen. Hey bro, you okay? The trailer doesn't open for another hour or two, so it's still too early to have any problems with it yet. Well, for me, David is an entirely different person, so help him if he's calling in sick. Hey, did you tell Dad we'd be at dinner tonight? David's voice is half accusatory and half scared. I said we'd try, but that one of us has to work. I didn't say which one. I'll call Mom and cancel. I'm at Silverwood with Savvy and her kids. David knows who they are, so I'm not worried about any awkward questions, until he asks them anyway. Wait, Savannah Miller? The keto lady? You're out with her and her kids? You know this isn't okay, right? I do not mess around with single moms, Knox. It's not okay. I'm going to talk this over with Christina. I'm sure she'll have a thing or two to say about this. David admonishing me isn't welcome that early in the morning. I hold up a hand even though he's not there. Listen, we're just friends. But even if we weren't, I'm not you. I actually want to get married and settle down. That's something I'm actively seeking. You're still not sure which underwear brand you prefer. I roll my eyes and press the fingers of my free hand to the bridge of my nose. Look, it's a moot point. You're not going to tell Chris, and you're going to let me take care of Mom and Dad. Do your job and we'll get along fine. I'll call them now. I hang up. That man is close to wearing out his welcome. Glancing over my shoulder to check Savvy's location or the kids, I swipe up on my phone and dial my mom's number. She answers on the first ring and I smile, ducking my head as I scuff the toe of my trainer on the brick-style road. Hey, Mom. Knox, honey. How are you? Still coming for dinner? Mom's hopeful tone makes me wish I'd called Dad. At least I can tell him no with only mild shame. Actually, Mom, David is working the trailer and I'm at Silverwood with a woman and her children. I clear my throat. There's no way I'm going to escape disappointing her. David's words ring in my ears about not dating a single mother. Oh, Knox, that sounds wonderful. Don't worry about it, dear. I wanted to get Christina out of the house. Maybe I can talk her into leaving the twins with me and she can go out with her husband. Now go have fun and don't worry about it anymore. She lowers her voice. I'll handle your father. We say our goodbyes, and I apologize again before hanging up. Savvy is standing off to the side with her kids, and they're quietly talking as Savvy pulls Abby's hair into a French braid. No, Dexter. You're not going to take food on any ride. They won't let you. I want to get a job here when I'm older. Dexter looks at his mom like he's asking her permission. Tell you what, you keep your grades up and we'll talk about it. Savvy's patience is endearing. I smile as I cross the short distance to them. Okay, Millers, are you ready to do this? We only have 2 hours to get sick before we eat and try again. Savvy's groans are drowned out by the kids' yeses. I reach out and pull Savvy to my side as I steer everyone toward the ticket booth. Come on, let's start having some fun. And with the tingle in my hand at touching her, I commit to myself to break down her defenses. I'm not going to accept a just friend situation. Not anymore. I'm going after commitment, even if she wants to run away. Maybe all she needs is to be chased.
Chapter 21. Savvy. Why is Knox so addicting to be around? Women stare at him as we pass by, and why wouldn't they? He's like a walking dessert and calorie-free. It doesn't get any better than that. It can't. Until he starts talking to my kids about things they're worried about and he soothes their fears. Then he just becomes every woman's fantasy. And he can cook. I'm an idiot for not pursuing more with him, but the fear that I'm going to get hurt when he realizes I'm not as special as he is holds me back. The breeze is nice, and I'm grateful for the reprieve from the North Idaho sun this time of year. It's not the first time today I'm forced to fan myself with a map of the park. All kinds of people, locals and tourists, walk by where I sit on a bench set up outside Corkscrew. The ride is a short but fast roller coaster that literally goes around like a corkscrew. Knox, Abby, and Dexter rushed off as soon as I said I was happy sitting and waiting. Knox is like a big kid, and I think I like that about him. He isn't having any problems getting on the kids' level and hanging out. I'm still stuck in my rigid ways of being on guard and in control. I lean back on the bench and sigh in contentment. I don't mind waiting for them. Just sitting and being is nice, even if I didn't put it down in my planner. Savannah, what are you doing here? Keith's voice pulls me from my thoughts and I tense. Whipping my head in the direction of his voice, I clench my free hand on the edge of the bench and sit straight up. He walks toward me, his forehead furrowed. What are you doing here? What do you do at a theme park? I laugh like we're both in on the joke, but he doesn't laugh or even quirk a smile. I clear my throat and motion toward the ride. I'm here with the kids. I don't add that I'm with Knox, too. Why add fuel to a fire? Besides, why should Keith care about what I'm doing? Oh, well, I was going to bring them. I get tickets with my paychecks. He clears his throat, and I notice his outfit isn't exactly one that would fit a maintenance worker. His shirt is red and white striped over dark blue pants, and he's studying me with consternation in his eyes. I thought you did maintenance here. I glance around and notice the uniform matches the other ride operators within view. I'm filling in. He clears his throat and glances around, stopping when he sees something. His body goes rigid and he turns angry eyes my way. Who is that? I follow the direction he looked and try to see the approaching group from his point of view. But it's hard when all I see is Knox from my perspective. Knox is walking between Abby and Dexter, and he's teasing Abby by flicking her braid while taking Dexter's hat and holding it above my son's head. They're walking and laughing and not paying attention to anything but each other. They look like they're having fun. Getting closer, Dexter glances toward me, as if searching to see if I'm still there, and he spies his dad. Enhanced excitement floods his features until it's obvious he remembers that he's with someone else, and he glances guiltily toward Knox and Abby. The trio reach us, and I stand, certain there's going to be a problem. I can see it all in my head. Keith calls out Knox for something. Knox swings and knocks Keith to the ground. The kids are upset. The police come and arrest Knox. I'm left consoling my children and wishing I'd opted for the library instead. Dad, we were hoping to see you. Abby reaches out, hugging her father as she glances at me over his shoulder, questions in her eyes. I don't have any answers for her, though, as I wait for the fight to start. A large smile spreads over Knox's face, and he reaches out a hand, gripping Keith's fingers before anyone knows what's happening. You must be Keith. I'm Knox. It's so nice to finally meet you. Your kids have been talking nonstop about you. Almost immediately, Keith relaxes and the tension ebbs from the moment. How did Knox do that? How did he diffuse a situation without making it worse before anything even started? Keith laughs at something Dexter says, and I can't keep my eyes off Knox. He seems completely comfortable, and I'm not sure how to take that. Except, I've never been prouder to be associated with someone like I am right then. Mom, can we go do the spin cycle? Dexter is bouncing on the balls of his feet as he asks me, and I glance toward the large wheel that uses centrifugal force to push people against the cushioned boards. Only chains hold them in place. I smile tightly and nod, even as fear curdles in my stomach. Of course, we'll watch from here. I move to stand beside Knox and glance up at him. They're not going to die, right? He chuckles and shakes his head, looking down at me as if I'm the only person in the world. The moment captivates me and I can't look away from him. I promise nothing will happen to them. I nod, thankful for his reassurances, and then I remember that Keith is right there, watching every movement and word. Shifting my focus to my ex from the man standing beside me, I smile. We don't want to keep you from work, Keith. He holds up a hand. Wait, are you two dating? Knox opens his mouth, probably to say no, but I cut him off. Yes, we are. It's kind of new, so we're not sure where it's going exactly, but I think it's safe to say we're dating. I don't look at Knox for confirmation. Keith studies me and then glances at Knox. Something sets in his expression and he nods tightly at both of us. Well, I better get back to work. Nice meeting you, Knox. He turns without waiting for an answer and maybe, just maybe, he regrets leaving. I don't know, but I feel surprisingly lighter than I did earlier. I turn toward Knox, pressing my lips together and wrinkling my nose. Sorry, I hope that was okay to say. Well, I guess that depends. Knox quirks an eyebrow at me and keeps his hands in his pockets. On what? I can't look away from the teasing look on his face. There's something about a man who looks as tough as he does with a flirting, soft expression on his face. It does something to my knees that I don't want to think too hard about. Maybe you should date me. The last thing I'd want is for you to be a liar. He winks at me and my hands are warm. When did he take my fingers in his? I can't think clearly with him this close. His gaze drops to my lips, and I think if I just lean in a little closer, maybe take a deeper breath, our mouths will connect and I'll probably see fireworks. In the middle of the day. Mom, did you see us? Abby's voice pulls me out of the trance I'm in with Knox's deep, dark eyes. I jerk back, blinking like I have something in my eye and rubbing the skin at the inner corner. I think I have something in my eye. Hey guys, how'd it go? You looked awesome up there. Except I hadn't been looking up there. I'd been focused here, on the man I shouldn't be falling for, but that I definitely have tripped over.
Chapter 22. Knox. My challenge to not make her a liar falls between us as she jerks away, but if she's made it this far, hope springs in my chest. I'm going to stop holding back. That's the main decision I make as I continue to spend a fun, relaxed day with Savvy and her children. When I thought I was missing a family, I hadn't had a chance to really experience what it was like, and now that I have, I can really see what I've been missing. We walk from ride to ride, stopping when we see one that we want to try, and Savvy is fine waiting for us. Then we come upon the Roaring Creek ride, and Savvy's eyes get big as she turns to me, grabbing my hand and leaning forward. I love this ride. Can we all go on it? Mom, you want to go on a ride? Let's get in line. Dexter's surprise is overshadowed by his exuberance to go on a ride with his mom. I grin and nod at her backpack. That will definitely get wet. She shrugs and unzips the main zipper. That's okay. Everything is in gallon resealable bags. She laughs and zips the bag back up. Are you serious? That's amazing. I'm truly in awe. She comes prepared for everything. Mom is part Boy Scout, we think. Abby nods and grins as we get in line. I can see that. I can't stop looking at her with fresh appreciation. The woman is full of surprises and sweet delights. She has no idea what a great partner she would make. Savvy pulls out her phone and her fingers fly over the screen as we're waiting in the shaded line. A moment later, my phone buzzes. But it's my original phone line and not my made-up phone line for Savvy. I didn't bring that one because I'm with her. I wait a few minutes and then pull my phone out, reading the text she sent KT. Savvy. You'll never guess where I am or what I'm doing the rest of the day. Savvy. I'm out with Spicy Buns at Silverwood. He brought my whole family, and I think we're dating, but I'm not sure. Me. Wow, sounds like fun. Ask him. If you think you're dating but aren't sure, check. It's not hard. I hold my phone like I'm still texting even after I've hit send. Abby nods toward the restrooms just off the way. Mom, can I run and use the bathroom? Me too? Dexter's hair falls across his forehead, and his mom brushes it back. Sure. Be careful. We'll hold our spots. Savvy watches them dart off together, a soft, proud smile on her lips. You know, if I got nothing else from Keith, at least I have them. Yeah, they're great. I have to agree. I shuffle alongside her as the line moves ever slowly forward. So since I don't want to be a liar and you don't want me to be either, what if we give this dating thing a try? Her words jerk my attention her away, and I study her nervous expression. If she had any idea how fetching she is, she wouldn't be nervous. Ever. My smile blooms slowly and I refuse to stop it. Really? You'd consider going out with me? What about a breakfast date or something? We can keep it simple. It's not a question, but at the same time it is. She shakes her head. Nah, let's not do breakfast. Are you busy tonight? I wouldn't mind doing a later dinner. If you have other plans, we don't have to, though. Her blue eyes have doubts. So many doubts. I want to push them away and help raise her confidence by the truckfuls. Hey, I'm open. Are we taking the kids? I don't mind, but at the same time I would love to have a little bit of time with just Savvy. No, they need to get to bed. They have school in the morning. It's end of terms this week before summer break, and they can't afford to not be ready. She shrugs. We can drop them off and get them settled and then go out, unless you need to go and change or something. I look down at the jeans I wore paired with the light blue polo. I'm good in this unless you think I need to dress up more. I think you look perfect, actually. Her cheeks flush, and I want to touch her skin, see if it's as warm as it looks. Okay then, it's a date. I grin at her, and she returns the smile. We shuffle forward again and she returns to her phone. I smother the widening in my smile. I know who she's texting now, and I don't want to interrupt. My phone buzzes and Savvy glances at me with a small smile on her face. She has no idea I just got a text, but she must have been texting about me. Of course she is. I'm Spicy Buns or BBQ Buns or whatever. The nicknames make me laugh. I'm fine with her thinking I'm good looking. The entire group made quite a big deal about my pictures with Apple. The only problem was, it made me very uncomfortable seeing them, because they don't know I'm KT. They don't know I'm learning from them and taking advantage of the situation. They don't know that I'm the biggest liar of the group. Guilt tugs at me. I pull my phone out. Savvy. We're going out tonight. Oh my word, this is actually happening? Me. What happened to not dating? What changed? Savvy. He's not like I thought he was. He's kind and honest and... Me. What did you think he was? Savvy. I'm still trying to figure that out. I think all of my assumptions about everyone are getting tossed upside down right now. I'll get back to you. Me. Let me know how that date goes and good luck. She sends back a smiley face. We're at the front of the line and the kids join us in the nick of time. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Do you want me to check your place for serial killers? I laugh as we pull into the driveway and Abby rolls her eyes. If there are any killers in there, Spike will get them. She pushes on Dexter, who has fallen asleep on her shoulder. Wake up, Dex. We're home. Come on in. Savvy glances at Abby as they pile out of the truck. I'm going out with Knox for a little bit. I'll get you guys settled, but then I'm going to be gone for an hour or so, okay? There's really no question in her voice as she seems to silently tell Abby it better be okay with her eyes. My mom used to do that. I minded. In a hurry. I turn the truck engine off and follow them inside, ruffling Dexter's hair as we climb the steps to the front door. Her house is clean and well decorated without being overboard. I like her simple style of mixing rustic with contemporary, and can't stop staring at a sleek chrome wall clock with a rough-edged wood shelf beneath it filled with mini figurines. There's something charming about the collection that catches the eye. I'm going to run upstairs. Make yourself at home. She wiggles her fingers at me and then darts up the steps just off the hallway. Abby and Dexter have disappeared as well, and I'm left to wander and snoop as I see fit. Suddenly a scream from upstairs splits the air, and I'm climbing the steps without thought. Chasing down whoever or whatever might be hurting Savvy becomes my one true mission in life. No one is going to hurt her when we're just about to start dating. A guy can't catch a break.
Chapter 23. Savvy. Spike's bloody hind end rests squarely on my pillow. The 3 babies she's given birth to already wiggle and slime all over my favorite silken pillowcase. My chest rises and falls as I try to see the beauty in the moment and not the horrendous mess on my bed. Both of my hands are clenched together and I press them to my mouth. Knox thunders in behind me, his eyes wild like he's ready to hurt whoever is in there. I can't speak. I just look at him and then back to the bed. He shifts his gaze from my face to the bed, his worry turning to anger to amazement. "Oh, Mom, look, Spike had her babies." Abby pushes in and stares at the bed. She turns to me, her face filled with awe. "Look at how tiny they are." Dexter is suddenly there, and I feel like an ogre for being upset that Spike gave birth. On my bed, on my pillow. Maybe I shouldn't be freaking out, but blood on my pillowcase didn't exactly fill me with warm and fuzzies. "Are you okay?" Knox turns back to me, studying my face as he reaches out and takes my upper arms in his large hands. "Savvy, are you all right?" I blink my eyes off the cat and look up at him. "My bed." I feel bad saying it, but he asked. Understanding furrows his brow and he nods. "I understand. We'll get it cleaned up. We need to make sure she's all done, though, okay?" He pulls me against his chest like he knows I need comforting, and I don't pull away. I'm grateful for the solidness and the steadfast strength he offers. I stay a little too long, but I won't apologize for it. Finally, after a moment, I pull back, allowing his arms to drop from my back. I'm close to crying, even with Knox's gentleness. I pull my planner from the backpack hanging from my shoulder, and I clutch the covered pages in my arms tight to my chest. I'm close to crying. I can feel it. "Hey, what's going on? Are you okay?" Knox leans back to study my face. "Mom doesn't like anything she doesn't plan." Abby doesn't even look away from the miracle on my bed. Or things that aren't clean. She planned all of this out, and Spike was supposed to have her babies on Tuesday when Mom has Lila set up to cover the trailer. The matter-of-fact tone Dexter offers up fills me with dismay. "You guys are mean. I'm not like that." I know I'm whining, but this is a lot to take in. "Mom, you even told Spike to have the babies by the back door. Like you can control that." Abby scoffs, and then coos over the next baby sliding out of the cat. I might throw up. "Don't make fun of me, you guys." I feel kind of vulnerable, and with Knox there, it enhances the emotion. Dexter and Abby turn at my words and face me, concern heavy in their features. "Mom, we're not, honest. It's just..." They look at each other like they're not sure what to say to keep me from losing it. Do I look like a woman about to lose it? I think it's smart to be prepared. Unfortunately, she had the babies early and in here. So what can we do to help get the situation back under control? Maybe we could all work together to clean up and move her into the basket. Knox searches my face and continues. "Moms usually like a safe and protected place. What about putting the basket into the closet or a bathroom? It will get them off the bed and into an easier-to-clean area?" The pressure on my chest lessens, and I feel like I can suddenly breathe. Someone else has answers. Someone else is the adult in the moment. For the first time in a long time, I have a little less pressure as I face something outside my control. I'm not sure how Knox does it, but he has an innate ability to diffuse situations. I like that and envy it. What if dating him really is possible? Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. I sit down across from Knox at the White House restaurant in Post Falls. They specialize in Greek fare, and I'm so excited. I haven't been out to eat at a sit-down restaurant in a long time. I feel like an adult. As we're handed our menus, I lean across the small table to Knox and murmur, "I love it here." "Yeah, I do too. It's the only one I could think of with enough options for keto." He glances down at the menu. My jaw slackens. Crud. Keto? Did he think I was keto too? Yeah, I don't eat keto." He lowers the menu and squints at me in the dark lighting like I might be joking or something. "Sorry, what?" I don't eat keto. I grimace, picking at the edge of the menu. He blinks like he's confused. Wait, you have a keto truck and you don't eat keto? How do you make your things taste so good? I shift on my seat, more than a little embarrassed. Actually, I have a degree in chemistry, and it's really easy to make things come out right when you know their chemical composition and what's going to work with what. I shrug but peer at him like he might change his mind about dating. Is that bad? I'm not exactly being honest to the customer, but at the same time, I don't have on there that Miller eats keto, you know? He laughs and shakes his head. I don't think that's important. Your keto food is delicious. I don't eat low carb, and I love eating the treats. Yeah, I love eating carbs too much. I half shrug and then sigh, setting the menu on the table and leaning forward. The thing is, I'm really quirky. You probably don't want to date me. I have too many secrets and idiosyncrasies. I'm trying not to let my shame engulf me, but I'm definitely grateful that it's darker inside and harder to see the color of my face. Your secret is safe with me, and I won't judge you. I promise. I have a few secrets of my own, to be honest. Some I'm not too proud of. His features tighten and he lowers his menu as well. Tell me one of your secrets. I won't tell anyone. Promise. I lift my fifth finger in the air and arch an eyebrow at him in challenge. Pinky promise. He leans forward, resting his elbows on the table as he closes the distance between us to a mere couple inches. A couple. He reaches out, plucking at a shock of loose hair from my sloppy bun. You want a secret? I nod, enchanted by the suddenly slumberous look in his eyes. The things this man can do with just his eyes is hypnotic. He leans closer, casting a fast glance around the restaurant before turning back to me, his whisper soft as it reaches my ears. I've wanted to date you for almost a year now. He studies me as he waits for his words to sink in. But I don't wait. I know what I want. I lean forward and press my lips to his, reveling in the heat and the firm softness of his lips against mine. His mouth moves and I'm suddenly feeling like I can fly and pass out at the same time. Slamming my hands down to steady myself, something freezing cold hits my hand and slaps onto my lap. Gasping, I jerk back, finding my water and his knocked over, covering the table and our laps with an icy chill. I laugh uncomfortably and sigh. I'm so sorry. Panicked, I clutch at napkins and dab at the water on the table, and then half stand to lean forward, working the napkins on his chest where the water splotches his shirt. As much as I love the, physical attention, we're getting an audience. Knox's mirthful smile is gentle. I look around and quickly sit in my seat at the sight of the people around us glancing and giggling. Well, you can't say I don't keep things interesting. I shrug and pick up the menu. I suddenly want the night over with. I think you keep things exactly like they need to be. I'll never be bored, and that's the way I like it. Not to mention, I think I knocked the water over. He winks when I lift my gaze to his face, and like an emotional mess, I decide I don't want the night to end. How's that for whirlwind?
Chapter 24. Knox. Even with freezing water slowly warming on the lap of my pants, I'm having the best time with Savvy. She makes me laugh 3 more times before we order, and she doesn't even do it intentionally. Embarrassed, she's tilted her seat to the side to put her back as much to the rest of the room as possible. At the risk of sounding like a woman, I can't help my thoughts from going continually back to the kiss. What does it mean? Other than my mind almost blew up at the sensation of having her lips against mine, I'm not sure what context to put that kiss into. Was it exploratory? Initial? Will we be able to kiss again? Was the water spilling a sign we shouldn't be kissing? Obviously, I'm overthinking things. Do you think the kittens will be okay? Savvy trails her finger up and down the side of the new glass of water the server brought us. I nod, grateful for the new topic to focus on, even if talking and looking at her rather than at my phone does mean I have to see her lips and think about kissing them again. Oh, who are we kidding? I was doing that without the excuse of talking. Yes, I think Spike, odd name for a girl cat, by the way, will make a good mom. She chose the safest place in the house to have babies. I grin at Savvy and take a sip of my water, and then lean back as the waitress sets a plate of Greek salad in front of both of us. Savvy glances up and thanks the woman. I follow suit, and we return to our conversation as we pick up our forks. Well, Spike was Dexter's choice. We bought her when we were having a really hard time shortly after Keith left. I don't remember what spurred on the evening, but we were sitting down to eat and I hadn't made very much money yet at the trailer. I mean, no money. Keith wasn't paying anything to help support us, and I think we were having ramen or mac and cheese without the milk for dinner. I can't remember. She laughs and shakes her head, spearing a cucumber and olive before continuing. Dexter always hated ramen. He started crying and then he got mad because he was crying and that made it worse. Abby started crying. I guess she was also having problems at school. And then I broke down into tears because I was failing. Just failing, and I had no one to help me. No one to be my soft spot, you know? She twists her lips to the side and drops her gaze, obviously emotionally traumatized and trying to play it off like it is her failure. I don't think you're failing. At all. Those kids are doing pretty good, and that's all because of you. I take a bite and then return to studying her. What made you focus on a keto trailer? You could have done anything. Why a food truck? I hate getting that question from people, but right now, it's never seemed more relevant. I've always been a stay-at-home mom. Always. I had a job in high school before meeting Keith, but when I went to college, it was on scholarship, and I was supposed to be going pre-med. I always wanted to be a doctor. An OB-GYN, actually. She shrugs. But dreams change. Keith convinced me I wanted to be married and stay home. I never did when I was growing up, but... So anyway, I'm pretty good in the kitchen, and a friend of mine was trying out the keto diet, but she kept binging, which I know all about, by the way. So, I offered to help her with some items. She tried a keto bagel that I made, and after that she started paying me. That turned into more and more, and when Keith left, it was the only thing I could think of that might turn into something sustainable. I find it fascinating that you don't eat keto but you bake for it. I shake my head in awe. The woman was proving to be more amazing than I'd originally thought. For the record, I'm hard to impress, and I'm impressed. Her gaze drops to her plate, and I can barely see high points of color in her cheeks. The dim lighting is both an irritant and a blessing, as it makes it harder to see her, but also creates a sensation of intimate ambiance. Savvy glances up and bites her bottom lip. I suddenly understand David's fascination with lip biting as my stomach clenches. This woman has no idea what her appeal is. It's enough to drive me insane. Can I ask you a question? Savvy keeps her tone down, like maybe the question is extremely private. Nodding, I take another bite of my salad. Can you see my bra through the wet shirt? She's serious, and her brow is furrowed like she can't believe she has to ask me. I cough, because hello, she just asked me to check out her chest in a wet shirt. I've been doing my level best to not look, and there she is telling me to look. I'm not sure if it's a trap or a gift, but I'm looking. I drop my gaze and then shift it back to her face after a full second. Unfortunately, no. Her mouth drops open, and then she grins, shaking her head. Oh, you're bad. But she's not insulted as she finishes her salad. What made you want to do a food truck? Honestly, I wanted to do anything that wasn't what my dad wanted me to do. Plus, engineering is extremely stiff and formal. I could barely attend the initial courses for the degree, and I only had half the artwork I have now. I opted for business schooling to get a master's in, which I haven't used anything of to run my own business, by the way. I cock my head forward with my eyebrows raised. And I wanted something that seemed like it was doomed to failure. I've been at the food lot for almost 3 years, and it's just done better and better. We're actually thinking about getting a second truck and going into the Post Falls lot they just opened. We've been invited 3 times, and I've been hesitant. Why? It sounds like a great opportunity. Savvy pushes her empty plate to the side of the table and leans forward, twisting her fingers together before dropping her hands below the edge of the table. Because I only have David to rely on at this point. It's hard finding reliable help, and I'm not sure I have the time to train someone else. I push my plate to the side like hers. Yeah, but that's not all of it, is it? She doesn't ask because she can see right through me. I shake my head. No, it's not. She's observant and calling me on what she sees. That combined with the kiss, I've never been more turned on. She waits patiently for me to finish. The thing is, I didn't think it would do this well. I love the business. I love coming up with new ideas to serve. My dad was so certain I'd fail. You know, he has never come down to the truck. My mom snuck down once when we first started. She was so proud of us, But then Dad forbid her return. He always asks when I'm going to get a real job. I hide the hurt the best I can, but I'm pretty sure some of it gets out. Savvy reaches across the table and places her hand on mine as she peers into my eyes. Hey, parents are extra. Their approval doesn't matter in the whole scheme of things. It's extra. If they approve, it's an awesome addition. If they don't, we can't let it hold us back. We grow up thinking what our parents want is the most important thing, but it can't be that way. We have to be happy for ourselves. I, for one, think your business is amazing. I do have to admit to studying your trailer the most when I was doing my research for the keto truck. She leans back, pulling her hand from mine. I suddenly want it back more than anything else. She seems on edge, like she can't decide if she's comfortable or not. I lift my chin her direction in a short movement. Are you okay? You seem nervous. I don't thank her for her reassurances. I can't. I'm already feeling like my throat is constricting with emotion. I can't encourage anything that will make me more sensitive. Honestly, I'm really nervous. I haven't been out on a date in so long. She shakes her head. Plus, I'm supposed to hate you, Knox. Her comment takes me by surprise. Definitely wasn't expecting that. Supposed to hate me. And I guess I don't understand why. I don't know why. I feel like... She sighs and leans her arms against the edge of the table. The thing is, I don't hate you. I want to. I think it's probably healthiest, but I don't. At all. It's confusing and I don't want to be confused. Well, let's take it slow. I promise not to stalk you overtly. I wink and grin and at her tinkling laugh. Is it okay if I ask you a personal question? She tilts her head to the side and watches me like she's expecting a no, but hoping for a yes. Sure, go for it. I can't look away from her. Keeping the phone away and looking into her eyes like the group recommended is actually a lot easier than one would think. I don't want to be anywhere else or with anyone else. Are you dating anyone else? I won't be upset if you are. I'm just trying to figure out what the expectations are here. She bites her lower lip again, and I'm not sure if I should focus on the question more or the lip bite. Still teasing, I raise my gaze to her eyes. Do I look like the type to date multiple women at once? Savvy sits there, suddenly looking extremely uncomfortable, and I realize that to her, yes, I do look like the type. Actually, don't answer that, because I already got my answer, and without trying to, I'm upset. She really doesn't think highly of me. I want her to. I want her to only think of me, but not that I'm some womanizer. I drop my gaze to the newly arriving plates and thank the waitress quietly. Picking up my fork again, I glance again at Savvy and murmur, No, I'm not dating anyone else. I don't even bother asking her. I know she's not. She's been dealing with the trauma of her last relationship. I should have asked her if she was up for this. She keeps mentioning that she should hate me, and that she shouldn't be with me, someone like me. Someone like me? What does that even mean? We finish dinner in stilted discomfort before I take her back to her house. I don't try for a second kiss. I'm upset that she would think that about me. But even worse, that she hasn't figured out I'm nothing like she's imagined. Maybe I'll be stuck in this predisposed mold she's made for me in her head. Maybe our dating attempt has died at one date. All I know is, I'm not sure how to get through to her that I'm not like her ex-husband or other guys. And that might be the most painful part of all.
Chapter 25. Savvy. I close the door behind me and lean back, resting my shoulder blades against the thick wood panels separating me from the outside world. Why did I say that? Why did I say any of that? I blink at the tears threatening to spill over my eyelids. I don't want to cry over a guy again. I swore I wouldn't after Keith left, but here I am, worried that I said something I shouldn't have. Walking up the stairs, I pull my purse off my shoulder and let it fall to the carpet, not really caring where it lands. I'll probably trip on it later and die. My phone is in my jean pocket, and I pull it out before I peek in the closet where we've stashed Spike and her brood. She peeks up at me with her large golden eyes and goes back to licking her babies. She's had 6 total, and they're all charcoal gray with black stripes. The neighbor's cat is black. My eyelid twitches. It's fine. Everything is fine. I don't even stop in the bathroom to wash my face. Who cares at this point what I look like? I flop on the chaise on the far side of my room, ignoring the bed I'm not sure I'll ever be able to sleep in again. Pulling the phone up in the nightlight illuminated room, I swipe around on the screen. Time to message the girls. Me. I went out with spicy buns. We were out all day with my kids, and then just he and I went out tonight. Dion. Wow, how was it? He is delicious. Apple. Please tell me he tried to hold your hand. Alex. Where'd you go? What'd you do? Why aren't you still out with him? Me. Because I messed things up. I feel terrible. I was just saying what I was thinking, but I didn't say it right. Dion. Do not apologize for saying how you feel. I think I speak for all of us when I say not saying what we're thinking is probably what got us into the divorce situation in the first place. Sarah. I think I got a divorce because I said too much. Mandy. But you wouldn't have if you always said what you were thinking. Things change. We become comfortable. I agree with Dion. We need to be honest from the beginning, but we aren't. Apple. Yeah, and put the expectations on the plate from the beginning. Vev. Yeah, this exactly. In fact, if I could do it over, I'd tell my ex up front that I don't like his choice in clothes, the fact that he's a jerk to other people and that he's a snob. In fact, I wouldn't have married him. I would have said no. Apple. Me too. Alex. Me too. Savvy, knowing what you know about spicy buns and comparing him to your ex. What are you thinking? I can't help noticing that KT hasn't replied. Not that she usually does, but it's bothering me for some reason. Not to mention Alex's question is one I can't seem to let myself answer on a personal level. I think letting the space between messages drag out. Finally, I start to reply, careful to keep it short, simple, but honest. Me. The truth is, if I could make the perfect guy, it would be him, literally. And you guys have all seen him. Why would he pick me? He's gorgeous and smart and nice to everyone. I don't think he knows how to be mean, but he looks like he's not afraid to start a fight. He's tough on the exterior and sweet on the inside. Okay, so my message isn't as short as I want it to be, but it's honest. Dion, it sounds like you're more into this guy than you want to admit to yourself. Reach out to him and tell him what you're thinking. We might be in a divorced women's group, but I don't want any of us to stay single and bitter forever. Single and bitter. Is that how I am? Me. I think you're right. I didn't realize I was punishing others because of what happened to me earlier. I swipe over to the thread with Knox. Emboldened by the group, I thumb out a text fast before I can rethink it and hit send. Me. Are you mad at me? I put myself out there, opening up my vulnerabilities, and I just want the drama to disappear. Staring out the window over the neighborhood, I narrow my eyes at the presence of a black cat standing on the top of my back fence. Oh, I'm just not happy with that neighbor. Not my problem. It's fine. Spike has already had the babies. There's nothing I can do at this point. My phone buzzes in my hand and I jolt upright, staring at the screen. Knox. No, I'm not mad. I'm just unsure what it is you want from me. Knox. I'm tired of being the rebound when that's not what I want. I jerk back like he's there and he's slapped me. He is anything but the rebound. If anything, Spike or Paul are the rebounds. Me. You're not the rebound. You're better than that. I don't understand why someone like you would want to be with someone like me. Knox. Someone like me? Define. I bite my lip and take a deep breath. Okay, honesty. That's what I'm practicing. I need to be honest from the beginning, no matter how embarrassing. Me. Okay, honestly, I've never dated anyone who is as good-looking as you. I know looks shouldn't matter, but it's intimidating and I can't help thinking you're going to see me and realize you could be with a younger woman who is 1,000x better looking than me and without the kids and X baggage. Me. I'm not sure what to do here. I'm trying to keep in mind that doing the same thing over and over and expecting the same results is Knox. Insanity. It's insanity. And you know what else is insane? Thinking that you're not amazing. Thinking that you're anything less than the Wonder Woman you are. Knox. I also am totally digging that you think I'm hot. Me. And gorgeous. Knox. Don't forget gorgeous. I love texting him and talking to him and looking at him and being around him. The list is endless and I just wish I knew what my boundaries were comfortable settling at. Me. As long as you don't pressure me to send you dirty pics. Knox. I'm deleting that text right now. Hold, please. Me. No, seriously, thank you for not pressuring me for anything. Knox. Accept the keto sampler even when you thought I was stealing your recipes, but no grudges. I won't blame you for that, for longer than a century. I chuckle as I climb into my pajamas and then into my sheets, keeping to the side away from where the cat had her babies. Me. Thank you for today. We had a lot of fun. My kids haven't laughed like that in a long time. Neither have I. Knox. Thank you. It was all my pleasure. No pressure to go out again, but I would love to. Me. Me too. And as I set the phone down on the nightstand, it's easy to accept that I really am looking forward to spending more time with him. I still haven't heard from KT. I wonder if she's mad at me for something. Maybe today had been one of those days that you need to get away from because everything you say turns to poo. I resolve to text her in the morning and make sure she's not mad at me. I'm not sure what I could have done, but with things okay with Knox, I feel like I can conquer anything. Even the neighbor behind me and his Don Juan feline. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The next morning, after shooing the kids off to school, I duck out the back door armed with pictures of the newborn cats with Spike. There's no question of the parentage. There's even a full black kitten right there, front and center for him to see. He's in the backyard again, thank goodness, or I would have been forced to drive around to his house. Maneuvering an overturned bucket into place, I stand on it and clear my throat really loud as I glare pointedly at the man raking lawn clippings into a bag. He glances up and reminds me of Knox with his tough looks and inked muscles on display, but that's as far as the comparisons go. Knox has dark hair and this guy is auburn. He lifts his head, and I catch the glint of a piercing in his eyebrow. Interesting. Definitely not my style, but it puts a different spin on the tough guy persona Knox exudes. My neighbor leans on his rake and arches the unpierced eyebrow at me. My name is Blaze. It works better than that throat thing you just did. What can I do for you, annoying neighbor lady? I blink in surprise, my jaw falling. Are you serious? Here is evidence that your cat impregnated mine. I hold out my phone with the pictures on them and wait for him to saunter forward to lazily take my phone and peruse the few pictures I took. He returns the cell to me and lifts his gaze to mine, questions in the creases on his forehead. Okay, look, fine. Thunder got your ginger cat knocked up. What do you want me to do? I pull back at his question. What did I want him to do? There was nothing he could do, nothing. One more place in my life I'd lost control, and this man was going to point that out to me. This time, I blink back tears and shake my head. Nothing, I lick my lips and take a deep breath. I'm sorry. You're right. There's nothing either of us can do. I just didn't want to deal with this alone, too, you know? I'm ashamed of the tears rolling down my cheeks and turn, stepping off the bucket and walking back to the house. I ignore the few times he calls after me. There is literally nothing he can do, and I was going after him to do the opposite. But what do I ask him to do? Nothing. Because it's not like he can get them all homes. It's not like I would separate Spike from her babies and let him take the kittens. I think in some odd way, I was trying to get someone's father to step up and take responsibility. Even if it is a pet dad, I need a date with Paul. If for nothing else than to get my head back on straight. I need to plan a day for Spike to get spayed. But it has to be 8 weeks after the birth of her babies, and I need to get ready for the week. One way or the other, I need to get back my control. There has to be something I can do, even if it's only coloring along the margins of my planner. At least I'm doing something, right?
Chapter 26. Knox. I settled on the BBQ theme for my trailer because selling ribs and brisket and fancy burgers spoke to the side of me that prefers forebuying, mud bogging, fishing, hunting, and using power tools. Every other food felt like I was selling out my all-American manly side. Being a grill master meant an apron was a sign of masterhood and domination over the fire and coals. When I'd given David his apron, he'd crowed in delight. That's how awesome the grill master apron is. Gripping the stainless steel spatula like a sword, David turns to face me, his eyes narrowed. It's about time you showed up. I'm sick of picking up the slack for you. I study my younger brother. Something has happened since the last time I saw him. What's going on? David shakes his head and turns back to the current order he's working on. I move around behind him and steal a peek at the slip. He's busy making a brisket brick, and I can get some fries ready while he finishes that. Scooping the fries and organizing the plate, I have it in place when David turns to scoop the brisket into the middle of the bowl-shaped taco shells and then smother it with cheese and other toppings that should only be combined for heavenly sensations. Like bacon. In fact, my answer for everything is bacon. I lean over, grab a couple slices of the perfectly cooked bacon, and offer one to David after the customers walk away exclaiming over their meals. Start talking. What happened? It's a not question. I want to know and I'm demanding it. I won't ask, because then that gives him permission not to answer. David sighs and snatches the bacon like I'm forcing him. He bites off a chunk and then shakes his head. You know how your group of friends gave me the wrong numbers? I nod. Because what else am I going to do? Of course I know. He knows I know. Why lie? Well, the numbers went to their exes. All of them. I have one guy stalking me and saying he's going to kill me because he believes I'm dating his ex. Another one said he's going to take me to court if I try to get custody of his dogs. David slaps his hand on his thigh. His dogs, Knox. His dogs. What would I want with a bunch of chihuahuas anyway? And they're not letting it go. I've apologized for bothering them, and it's not getting better. It's all your fault. He narrows his eyes at me as if I should know better than to set something like that up. I shake my head and lift my eyebrows. No, it's not. You continue to play pranks on me. If you can't take it, then you shouldn't be dishing it, right? Wouldn't you say that's fair? He finishes the bacon and then folds his arms as he looks away from me. I don't know. Yes, it's fair, but at the same time, I didn't involve other people when I played pranks on you. Are you sure? What if I had missed an important text or call? What if I missed something about work? You don't know you didn't involve anyone else because you only saw that you were taking the phone and irritating me. That's it. I point out the missed facts, and then turn from him, grabbing up a clean white cloth and dipping it in the fresh bleach water before wringing it out. Wiping down the counter, I try not to blame David for the predicament I'm in myself. It's not his fault that I am in a group text full of women who think I'm one of them. It's not my brother's fault that I have continued to cultivate the lie, and have even started an off-thread friendship with the leader of the group, based on her believing that I'm a fellow divorced woman. I can't even force myself to look into the group thread from the last few days because it feels so dishonest. I feel like I've been led into a women's locker room, and they think I'm one of them, and I don't want to look even though I could. Plus, the things I talked about with Savvy made me feel like I was being even worse than I am. She called me honest. That jolted me. I'm still shaken that she's applying honest to me, when I've been the opposite. Actually, I've been completely honest with her in all other aspects of our lives, except the thread and my phone numbers. Maybe if I can get her to fall for me, she'll forgive me for the small dishonesty. Maybe. I've learned so much from the group. I feel like maybe I could make something work with Savvy. Really work. Isn't true love worth anything? Even deception? Would a woman feel the same way? I decide to ask the group. If I'm using them for learning opportunities, then I should probably take advantage of the open door. David doesn't say anything as he settles into his seat and waits for the real lunch rush to start. I glance at the clock on the wall with the spatula and knife as the hands. We have about 20 minutes, give or take. I look over the items we have prepped for the lunch rush and nod. Great job on getting things ready. I really think you might be ready to run your own truck. David jerks his head up from his phone, suspicious hope lurking in his eyes. Are you serious, Knox? You trust me to run my own truck? I hold up my hands. Well, the truck would be under my control. I'd still be the boss. But we could put in a new trailer in the Post Falls location. They've been asking me to come that way for a while now. If we did that, you could supervise that truck and hire some help, male help, and manage it on your own. I'll be around for any assistance you might need, but yeah, I do think you're ready. And I'm serious. Giving David more responsibility without the access to female staff he can corrupt might be exactly what he needs to feel better about his role in both my company and in life. He nods, pride in the soft smile he's trying to keep under the wattage of a grin. Pulling my phone up, I glance first toward the keto trailer, hoping for a glimpse before we both get busy. The day is a little dreary. and the cloud cover would be offsetting in the spring, but isn't when the heat is still present. We'll get a large influx of customers in no time, and they'll probably order more than normal because there's nothing else to do besides eat. I open my phone and start typing. Me. Hey group. I need to ask some advice. If you were dating a guy and you found out he'd been lying about something, what would you do? Dion. Is he gay? Alex. Is he married? Apple. He has a bunch of girlfriends, doesn't he? Mandy. Wait, I've been in this before. This is pretty much my life. What's he lying about? How did you find out? Vev. Lying is... What were the intentions behind it? Sarah. Does he know you know? You might be able to play it in your favor. Savvy. Lying isn't good, at any level. If he's lying about something, even small, then who's to say he won't lie about something bigger later, or bigger now? I consider their questions. Is it smart of me to delve further into what is going on? Will it give too much information to Savvy and she'll suspect it's me? Or that it's what is going on? I type slowly, second-guessing my every letter. Me. The thing is, I really care for this person. I'm not sure if the lie is a big one. In fact, it's more a lie by omission, active omission. They're not married or dating anyone else. In fact, they say they love me. I could see myself happy with this person. Is it dumb to want to forgive this small indiscretion? Dion. Phew. Not gay means he can still like you. That's a win in my book. Apple. We can't answer that for you, but if you feel like he's worth it, then point out lying isn't acceptable. Alex. I'm not sure. I can't tolerate lying at any level. Mandy. Same. Savvy. I think that's going to have to be something you figure out. We're all here to support you, and we don't think you're dumb no matter what you do. We might judge you, though. LOL. I grin at her answer. Always so supportive. My phone buzzes as I get another text that isn't in the thread. Switching over to the thread with just Savvy, I take a breath. Savvy, you okay? I had no idea you were dating someone. Is he treating you right? Me. Yeah, absolutely perfect. I'm not sure this is big enough to end things over. Savvy. If you love him and you know he wouldn't hurt you, then you'll need to look at the lie. Did it hurt you or anyone? Is it something that you can forgive? Because it really comes down to you and what you think. There's nothing we can say that will make something work for you. Me. You're right. Savvy. Is everything else okay? You've been pretty quiet lately. Me. Just busy. How are you? Savvy. Same, but also confused. Me. About what? But a line forms outside my window and I can't text anymore. We're pushed as we get more and more people to the line, and we're handing out brisket towers and leaning burgers left and right with more fries going out than the entire state of Idaho probably has in potatoes. I'm not able to check my phone, but judging by the crowd in front of the keto trailer, Savvy is slammed, too. After work tonight, do you want to go to the gym with me? David keeps the random conversation rolling as we take orders and fill baskets. You know I hate gyms. I'm not putting my sweaty back where someone else's sweaty back has been. No thanks. It's my normal argument to going to the gym with my brother. He treats it like a dating show there. I'd rather not have anything to do with the gym crowd. I have my own workout equipment at home. Plus, maybe I'll be able to get a text going with Savvy some more, either as me or as KT. The fact that I have to decide which side of me she gets leaves me less interested in texting her and more interested in avoiding the issue. I turn back to David. Actually, I'll go with you to the gym. Sounds good. He hollers his excitement and fills the next order. If only I could get that excited myself.
Chapter 27. Savvy. For whatever reason, Abby decided not to complete her day at school. Something about cramps. I left her at the trailer with Lila to figure out if the cramps were getting to her or the fact that she's bored waiting for finals to end. Lasagna sounds awesome for the coming Sunday dinner, and I stand in front of the cheeses at the local grocery trying to decide how much I need. What else do I need? I'll need tomato sauce, basil, lasagna noodles, zucchini, mushrooms, olives, sausage, and mozzarella cheese. Wait, maybe I should do some salad too and some French bread. Going to all this trouble, I should have someone over, and the only person I can think of is Knox. Would he think I'm being too forward? We did say we were dating. There just wasn't any defining dating beyond that first date. We've texted a bit here and there, but nothing earth-shattering. Judging by the number of texts, I'm dating the group of divorced women more than I am Knox. Glancing around to make sure I'm not holding up anyone or in anyone else's way, I pull out my cell and access my text thread with Knox. Me. Hey, want to come for dinner on Sunday? I'm making lasagna. Nothing fancy. You can wear sweats if you want. Knox. I think that would be perfect. It's too hot for sweats. But nice try trying to get my clothes off me. I grin and shove my phone back in my pocket. He's coming for dinner. Pressing my lips together, I decide that no matter what, I won't ruin this date. I got kind of weird on the last one. This time, I'll stifle my nerves and just say what I'm thinking. I really like him. If I'm being honest, which is hard to do when you're walking down the canned goods aisle of Super One, I would even go so far as to say I could see him as having a more permanent role in my life. And as I turn into the ice cream aisle, it hits me. I'm coming to care a lot more for Knox than just liking him. Pausing in front of the Rocky Road ice cream, I swallow. My chest rises and falls faster than normal as I have to accept that if I'm starting to have serious feelings for him, I've lost control. I don't want to lose control. I don't want to rely on anyone else. The last time that happened, the last time I put my planners and calendars into a slightly less, actually a hugely minimized role in my life, he left me and changed all expectations in my life regarding marriage and helping each other. The last thing I need is my heart distracted by a man with tattoos and a terrific smile. I'm not even going to think about his butt. Crap, thought about it. And now I can't get it out of my head. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Abby, can you grab the checkered tablecloth from the closet? Dexter, I need the Crazy Susan moved from the table, please. I move around the kitchen, rearranging some of the things I want to put on the table, but can't until it's ready. A knock at the door makes my heart rate speed up. I glance at the oven clock, more panic creeping in. He isn't supposed to be at the house until 4. Why would anyone show up 30 minutes early? Maybe he isn't who I thought he was. Hands fluttering at my sides, I rush to the front door and swing it open, pushing the hair that falls across my forehead back off my face. Then I stop and tuck my chin in confusion. Keith, what are you doing here? In 4 months, Keith hasn't shown up for his weekends with the kids. He hasn't seen them except at Silverwood with Knox. But I also notice his fake tan seems faded, and the shirt he's wearing is a little less flash and a little more reserved. Thank goodness. I didn't want to tell him he can't take the kids while wearing a black mesh t-shirt. No one wants to see a middle-aged man with more gut than pecs dressed like that. I wouldn't mind seeing Knox in something that. Maybe he'd humor me sometime and wear one to work. I'm here to take the kids to dinner. Abby texted me and said you have a date tonight, and that if I didn't come get them, I might as well give all rights to you. He doesn't meet my gaze, but I can see his eyes are red-rimmed. Ignoring what he said about Abby, I settle my weight on one hip, more than aware that I don't have time for this. What's going on? Why do you look like you've lost your best friend? Keith takes a long breath and then shakes his head. His gaze pierces me as he looks directly at me. I have. He shakes his head as I try to puzzle through what that means, and he continues. It's obvious and has been for a while that I've messed all of this up. Everything. I had the perfect family and life, and I walked away from it all. He presses his lips together as he studies me before continuing. I don't suppose there's any chance you'd consider taking me back or trying again. There's no question in his voice. Nothing to suggest it's actually my choice. He even continues again as if I have no say in it or as if I answer in the affirmative. I could come back on the weekends and hang out. Maybe in a month move back in. You could work while I stay home and take care of the kids. But I'm not impressed. Where I might have taken him back 6 months ago, I'm not that woman anymore. I shake my head and try not to smirk. You want me to work while you take care of our teenage kids? The kids that don't need you during the day at school? Those kids? And you think you can just come back in and take over? I chuckle, shaking my head, confident in my decision not to take him up on his offer. Is it an offer? I can't be sure. Stepping back, I yell up the stairs for Abby and Dexter and then put my hand out as he attempts to come in the house. No, not going to happen. The kids will be down in a minute and then they'll decide if they want to go with you. I'm not entirely convinced Abby reached out to him, but then again, Keith knows about my date, so maybe? Abby and Dexter reach the bottom of the steps, and Abby nods toward her father. Keith, I'm glad you showed up. She glances at me and arches an eyebrow. Mom, be good. We'll be back soon. The tablecloth is on the table. Love you. She kisses my cheek, and Dexter hangs back as he watches his sister pass their father with very little fanfare. He glances up at me and then back to Keith. I'm mad at him and don't want to go. His whisper is obviously meant only for my ears. I drop my gaze to his and hold it steady. I completely understand. You're welcome to stay. I never said either of you needed to go. Knox would love to have dinner with all three of us. I lean even closer to my son and speak into his ear. And it's okay to be mad at him. I'm mad at him, but make sure it's not more toxic for you than it is for him. Will you be okay if we go? Dexter worries at his lower lip with his teeth, studying me as if I'll implode if he leaves me alone. I nod. I'll be okay. I promise. I won't binge this Sunday. I hope. We smile and he nods slowly, turning toward Keith. As he draws nearer, his shoulders straighten and he lifts his chin. I'm not happy with you, but I'll go with you. His brazen honesty surprises me. If only I could be more like that. Keith gives me a slight wave, confusion on his face as he reaches out to close the door. I decide to attempt the brazen honesty too. Just so you know, you coming here and telling me you made a mistake and that you want to go back to how we were isn't how you fix anything. I nod toward my children climbing into Keith's car. They've been through a lot. I doubt they'll ever be able to trust a man again as a father figure. I wouldn't be surprised if they don't trust you anymore. Add to that, the fact that you think we should just forget what you did. I shake my head. Too little, too late, Keith. However, I do think it's great that you're here getting them. They need that. They do need you in their lives, and you could make a bigger impact if you show up for them. I want to add there's no way in Hades that I'm going to take him back, or even let him step foot in my house. But why kick a man when he's down? He doesn't reply, but nods as he shuts the door behind him. I glance at the watch on my wrist and grimace, whirling back to the kitchen. I have 20 minutes left and no idea what I'm supposed to do with all the now extra food I was going to have. That, and the table needed to be reconfigured with only 2 place settings. Keith. Always messing things up. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. I wanted to see the kids, but I'm glad Keith came for them, for a lot of reasons. Knox studies me across the table, his glass of water in his hand. He leans back in his seat, his gaze intense. I swallow, nodding. What do I say to that? Yeah, I'm glad their deadbeat dad finally showed up. Yeah, I'm glad we can be alone together. Yeah, I have no idea what I want to do with my life, but I can definitely see you in it. Now, kiss me? What would he say if I did tell him to kiss me? I've accepted that I can be brazenly bold, but in honesty, not in kissing. I'm just too nervous to be too forward. Since Knox arrived, exactly 2 minutes before he was supposed to, yay for promptness! I haven't been on edge. We've naturally moved around each other like we've been doing it for years. Knox had 3 plates of my lasagna. I raise my eyebrows. Did you want another plate? Knox takes a deep breath and drops his gaze to his empty plate. Yes, I do, but if I do, I'll blow up. He's so matter-of-fact. He reaches behind him and pulls 2 cells from his back pocket and sets them on the table beside his plate. I have no room for air if I'm being honest. I chuckle. You showed that lasagna who's boss, that's for sure. I glance curiously at the presence of 2 cells. What's with the 2 phones? Right then, my phone dings from the kitchen where I'd left it. I glance up and then glance at one of the phones sitting beside Knox's plate as it buzzes. His face turns red, and he reaches out, turning the piece off. My phone goes off again, and I stand, holding up my hands. Pause. Let me get that. I rush to the kitchen and grab my phone and then return to the dining area. Okay, you were going to tell me why you have 2 phones. I sit back down and smile at Knox. I can't believe he's there with me, and it's just us. His face has paled, and he glances at the phone in my hands. Are you going to get that? Not until you tell me why you have 2 cells. Why is he deflecting the question? It's not a hard one. Is he hiding something? My guard goes up and I lean back in my high-back chair and fold my arms, still smiling. I don't want to come across as untrusting, but what if he's not being honest with me? What if he's hiding something? Serious. Actually, I have one for personal and one for work. Sometimes David takes over the on-call position and he needs the phone. I don't want to leave mine with him. You've seen what he does with it when left unchaperoned. Heat floods my face. Of course, I jumped to conclusions. Why wouldn't I? That is actually a really good idea. I lift my phone and swipe the screen, reading the list of texts I've missed. Apple. Guys, I'm scared. My ex is here and he's losing it. I can't call the cops. He's watching me. Dion. I'm not close enough to be there. I'm in Seattle. Anyone else? Alex. What's the address? I can try to get over there. Apple. 3,429 Dallin. I glance up at Knox and back at my phone. I can beat a Dallin in 3 minutes. That street is just a couple blocks over. But will Knox understand, or will he do what Keith always pulled? He's too busy, or that doesn't fit in with what he wanted to do. Either way, I can't wait to figure out if I'm nervous or not about his answer. This is my chance to be there for my new friends. I have to claim the opportunity and not be afraid, even if I might lose Knox in the process.
Chapter 28. Knox. I saw the text thread before Savvy returns, and I'm breaking out in a sweat. We need to go help Apple. I don't know anything else about her except how nice she is and how funny she can be. Savvy thumbs out some kind of message, and then raises her eyes to me, her brow furrowed. I hate to do this. I promised myself I wouldn't ruin this date tonight, but my friend is having some drama at her place and it's only 3 minutes from here. Is there any way we can go? Her ex is causing problems. She gives me the once-over and nods shortly. Actually, you're exactly what we need to scare him off. I take her words as a compliment. Normally, I can't help thinking there must be something wrong with me, but not right now. Not when we're rushing out the door and climbing into my truck. Savvy gives easy enough instructions, and in moments, we're at a rancher-style house with a well-maintained small front yard. The shutters are painted charcoal, while the rest of the house is a muted army green. Oddly enough, I kind of like the color combination with the greener grass leading up to the house. I park at the curb, noting the poorly parked Fiat blocking the rest of the driveway. Pulling my phones out of my pocket, I toss them on the dash and turn off the engine. Let's go. Savvy doesn't hesitate. She bounces from the cab and I'm left to follow. She strides to the front door, not looking around or even hesitating. One more reason I can't walk away or let her find out I'm lying about who I am on the threads. What started out an accident is fast becoming a reason to get up in the morning. I'm not as eager as Savvy to get into the house. My stride is longer and more of a lope as I take my time, glancing over the windows in the backyard. Issues with exes can be hard. Did he bring a gun? Did he bring a group of friends? Not that I can see him bringing a lot of people in the little yellow Fiat. A Fiat. Yellow. I'm shaking my head. Hopefully it's his girlfriend's or something. I just don't see an intimidating man driving that kind of a car. Unless, of course, it's Apple's. I could see her driving that car. It was spunky and fun and small. All the things I would attribute to a woman. Savvy knocks once and then turns the knob on the door, pushing the panel open just as I reach the steps of the stoop. Apple? It's Savvy. Are you in here? Savvy steps back, bumping into my chest as I come through the front door. I narrow my eyes and reach out, steadying her as I plant my feet shoulder-width apart. If someone touched her, so help their soul. But there's no one intimidating in there. In fact, there's a man, I think, standing in the center of the living room with a blanket wrapped around him like he's the Statue of Liberty and he's holding... Oh, seriously? He's holding up an empty wine cooler bottle. Wine cooler. I scan the room, my gaze stopping on Apple standing in the far corner with her arms crossed over her abdomen. She sees us and shakes her head. I motion her direction and lower my lips closer to Savvy's ear. I'm going to go over there to talk to your friend. I just need to make sure she's okay. Savvy nods, and because I'm a man and acutely aware of her, I notice the goosebumps on her forearms. Maybe I affect her like she affects me. Ducking around the guy pretending to be a statue as he stares toward the corner where the ceiling and top of the wall meet, I stop beside Apple and smile to hopefully reassure her. Hey, Apple, do you remember me? I'm the grill master you guys helped out with the phone numbers. She nods, her wide eyes flicking side to side. Yeah, I remember. Spicy buns. Spicy buns. Okay, I'll have to verify that later. Hey, how much has he had to drink? He seems pretty wasted, but that's… I don't finish because it's pretty obvious what it is. It's mixed berry, you jerk. Don't you know class when you see it? The guy in the middle of the room pulls my attention from Apple to his location, and I swivel, making sure I'm in between Apple and her ex. Okay, mixed berry wine coolers. Got it. That's the better kind, okay? And how many have you had, buddy? I'm not a small man, and this guy seems to acknowledge that as his droopy eyelids shoot wide open when I address him. I've had one. Do you want one? I can get you one. And me one. One and one and one. He shrugs and then lowers his hand holding the empty bottle. I think I can get one. He glances at Apple behind me and then back to me. Are you with her? You're with him? He ends up yelling at Apple, raising his hand and throwing the bottle to the ground. It doesn't break, but it does bounce on the carpeted flooring. The guy is not impressive. I sigh and fold my arms over my chest and tuck my chin as I look down on him as he steps from the coffee table he's been standing on. Oh wow, he was shorter than Savvy. I'm not sure at what point this will turn into bullying. I'm not dating him. This is Savvy's guy, Carl. Apple rolls her eyes and picks up a wadded piece of material that looks like a sweatshirt and throws it past me toward Carl. Just take it and go. I don't even want the Betty Boop sweatshirt anyway. Betty Boop. I blink and hold out my arms and shake my head. Wait, you're literally drunk off one wine cooler and you're over here causing problems because of a chick's sweatshirt? Dude, you might have problems. Carl's shoulders slouch and he nods, dropping his chin to his chest. You're right. Wine coolers are too much. I shouldn't be drinking at all, but all of this is infuriating. I just want… He hiccups, flaps his arms at his sides, and then lets them fall slack. Shifting my gaze over my shoulder, I look questioningly at Apple. She shrugs and then sighs. He's always been codependent. I just need to get him home. Jerking my thumb toward Carl, I incline my head toward Apple and keep my voice low. You were worried about him? Well, he's bigger than me, and last time he threw a chair through the window. Apple goes on the defensive. I hold up my hands. Sorry, I didn't mean you shouldn't be worried about him. I just… Okay. Where do we take him? Is that his Fiat? Yeah. She bites her lower lip. You really think we can get him out of here and back home? I nod. Yep, I can carry him if I have to. If Carl were 5 times his size, I could still deal with him easily. I glance over to Apple and can't help thinking she needed to be hooked up with my brother. David would at least treat her right for the short time he saw her. Maybe that would kickstart her into only taking on the manlier men. Not that who she saw is any of my business. Moving up beside Carl, I reach out, clamping my hand on his shoulder and jerking my chin to the side. Come on, Carl. We need to get you back to your house. Apple is out of wine coolers and you promised me one. Remember? He turns his gaze blearily my way and then nods. Yeah, she never kept them in the house when I lived here either. Do you live here? I shake my head and steer him out the front door to the car. No, I don't live here, man. Good. I think I would throw up if you were seeing Apple. Are you seeing Apple? She can't be with a guy like you. He looks me over, craning his neck to look all the way to my hat. No, she can't be with a guy like you. A guy like me? Who doesn't need a wine cooler to have a good time? I grin as I open the front door to the Fiat and shove him inside. My patience is wearing thin. I've never met anyone drunk on one wine cooler. I doubt this guy is actually drunk. He's just trying to take advantage of a situation, but for what gain? Apple stands on the grass beside Savvy. He lives over on Celtis. Do you need me to go with you? Nah, Savvy can drive my truck behind me and we'll go back home from his place. If you need anything, let me know. I offer a side smile at Savvy, who is staring at me like a superhero, which I have to admit I kind of like. A lot. Do you know how to drive a stick? I want to say a lot more to Savvy, but first I need to get rid of Carl, who is hitting his head against the window of his own car, like he's in a cop car or something. Yeah, I'll follow you. She smiles and wiggles her fingers at Apple. In just a few steps, she's climbing into the rig of my truck, and I want to go to her and kiss her. She looks so small behind the wheel of the large rig. I grin and round the rear of the Fiat and then sigh as I realize I have to try to fit myself in that car. If it's not one thing, it's another. I slide into the front seat and reach down, letting the seat latch go so I can push it all the way back. Carl is still ramming his head against the window. "Hey, that's enough." I reach out, grabbing his shoulder. "There's no way you're drunk off one wine cooler." Carl stops and looks at me, his eyes red-rimmed and his forehead red where he's been smashing it against the window. Good glass. That Fiat. I start the engine and continue glancing at Carl, who hasn't looked away from me. Finally, he speaks, and his tone is lifeless. "You think I'm an idiot?" "Kind of, but that's not the point." I'm not comfortable with the automatic transmission style of the car and have to readjust the mirror continually. Well, I am. I'm an idiot. I let Apple get away, and now no matter what I do, I can't get her back. She just runs from me. He leans forward and rests his face in his hands. "I got nothing for you, man." I wince when he looks at me startled. Then I lift my hands. "Look, seriously? You drive a Fiat. You dress in that. What is that?" I shake my head and wave my hand. "No, don't answer me. It's not a real question. I don't care. The truth is, you messed up. Time to move on. She doesn't want you back. And pretending to get drunk off a wine cooler? I mean, didn't they teach you self-respect where you were raised?" "I was raised by my mother and 3 sisters and an aunt. Do you want to fight about what you're saying right now?" He's glaring, but I'm not scared. More amused than anything. I chuckle. "Yeah, I could flatten you without even trying. Look, Apple obviously isn't for you. You need to straighten yourself up and then see about finding a woman who is fine competing over the lavender body wash, because that's all I see in your future." Carl's shoulders slump and he flops backward, staring out the side window. "Yeah, you're probably right." I know I'm right, but why rub it in his face?
Chapter 29. Savvy. The truck smells like Knox, and I inhale deeply as I follow behind the small yellow car. Apple didn't seem torn up about Paul's condition so much as how he'd ruined her house. There was permanent marker on the walls where he'd tried marking her house as his, but he'd done a poor job of doing anything other than irritating Apple. Guys are just weird. Knox's 2 phones rest in the indented dashboard tray and only move a little as I turn corners. In fact, I barely notice them as I'm considering the next time I get to kiss Knox. Until my phone vibrates in my back pocket and the light on one of Knox's phones lights up at the same time. Must be another coincidence. They dinged at the same time at my house, too. But my phone buzzes again at a stop sign and I can't help it. I look at Knox's phone and it lights up. Pulling my lower lip between my teeth, I stare at the smartphone. Is it picking up something from my phone? I don't know what would be worse, picking up the text messages, or what else could it be? Who could he be? Carl's place is a trailer park over on the far side of Celtis, 15 minutes from Apple's place. That's 15 minutes of messages that happen at the same time between mine and his phone. My stomach hurts as we pull up to a rundown single wide, and the Fiat sits still for a minute. I reach out, keeping an eye on the passengers of the yellow car, and grab the active phone. Okay, wait. I'm not sure what the implications are. I'm having a hard time thinking straight. My teeth start chattering. Am I cold? But there's no draft, and the temperature is fairly comfortable in the truck and on that sunny day. Glancing up, I jump as Knox climbs from the car and walks toward the truck. I toss the phones back on the dash and roll down the window as he comes to the driver's side. Giving me a sheepish grin, he runs his hand through his hair. "Can you give me a couple minutes? I'm going to make sure he gets inside. I think he needs a talking to about the proper way to treat a woman." He studies my face, like he's wondering if I'll be upset. I hold my gaze steady. Of course not. Maybe kick him in the junk while you're at it. I wink and laugh like I don't really mean what I actually do mean with all my heart. He side grins but doesn't laugh. "That would be funny if you didn't actually mean it." I pause and watch as he walks back to the car. He knew I was serious. Knox knew so much about me. We clicked and I was falling for him, which is why I don't want to turn back to the phones. I don't want to deal with whatever the circumstances might mean. Is it bad that I just want to hide my head in the sand and let everything continue as they have been? But I can't. One thing about me is my dogged determination to find out the truth. Leaning forward, I claim both phones again and put them in my lap, glancing up every little bit to make sure Knox helped Paul inside and stayed there for a moment. Pulling my own phone out, I swipe up on my thread with Knox and send him a message. Savvy. Hey, I'm having fun. Too bad Carl has to ruin it. Sad face. The phone that had been quiet the whole drive vibrated in my hand. I narrow my eyes and set the piece up on the dash. Okay, so why would my personal phone and his work phone go off at the same time? I glance up again, but don't see any sign of Knox anywhere. Opening my text inbox, I see all of my missed messages on the trip are from the divorced women's group. My stomach clenches. Is it possible he's on there? Is it possible he's one of the women? How, though? How does that work? I have met them all, or I have a relationship with them all. I just don't understand how he could be one of them. So I do the only thing I can think of. Me. Hey, everyone. Can you do a check-in so I know my texts are getting to everyone? I'm trying to clean up my threads and my contact list. Just reply with a here. And P.S. We got Apple's situation under control. Stupid men. I glare at Knox's phone as it lights up. He must have muted it at my house. Pulling the phone toward me, I catch a glimpse of the text I just sent the group. He's on the group text. But as who? I met everyone. Well, I think I did anyway, but I have a friendship with KT and she would never do that to me. So maybe it's someone else. Or maybe Knox is babysitting someone's phone. I can't really wrap my head around the situation, not with his return looming any second. How do I deal with this? I don't understand what the implications are of lying. Why would he lie about this? Or anything? It's not like I have any secrets on the group chat. Or secrets in anything. Nothing that could benefit him anyway. Unless, maybe he's just trying to sleep with me. Isn't that what guys like him are after? Maybe he's been working on getting information to use to get closer to me. Guys have a one-track mind. I want to be mad at Knox, but I'm not sure how to be that way. He's a liar. That much I've proven. But how do I justify being mad at him when I've snooped? I've broken into his privacy and gone through his phone. Well, not really, but I figured out that he's lying to me by using his phones. One way or another, I need to push this issue. I need to prove that he's lying, and I have to do it without coming clean about the phones, which makes me a liar. And I hate lying.
Chapter 30. Knox. If I have to come back here, Carl, you won't like what I have to do. I'll probably bring some friends and my brother, who has an eyebrow ring. I have no idea why that matters, but judging by the way Carl's eyes go bigger and bigger the more I talk, it's more the intention behind the words rather than the actual syllables themselves. He nods like he's suddenly morphed into a bobblehead figurine. Got it. I won't go to Apple's again. I won't even text her. His lower lip quivers, and he stops when he sees the look in my eyes. Nothing. I'll leave her alone. Good, Carl. That's good. I clap his shoulder and turn, but swivel back to give him one last glare. I know I can look scary when I want to. The ink and the muscles help with that. He reacts exactly like I need him to as he sinks back onto the seat behind him, resting his hands on the armrests. I leave the house, careful to shut the door firmly, but not slam it. I have no idea if the building would stay standing if I went any harder closing it. I ignore the Fiat as I make my way to the truck and grin as Savvy scoots out from behind the steering wheel, but doesn't go all the way across the bench seat. Climbing in, I glance to my right and meet her deep blue eyes. Thanks for waiting. Get everything taken care of? Her smile seems almost too bright as she reaches up and wraps her fingers around my bicep. Yeah, I'll take you home. The stick is right between her legs and I'm not sure what to do. She's not wearing a dress or anything, but it seems highly inappropriate to shift the truck with the gear stick poking up between her knees. I swallow, even though I would love the intimacy that the gesture would suggest. I know we're not there yet. At least I don't think we are. Sorry, I need to shift. I say it as nicely as I can, but I won't be surprised if she thinks I'm rude about it. Her eyes go round and her mouth forms an O. Sorry, I wasn't even thinking. She's giggling and sliding her leg to the other side of the stick but still clutching my arm. I have to shift and still touch her leg, but at least it's not between her knees, and I'm not complaining that I have to touch her. We get back to her place, and I'm sure my breathing is raspy, and I'm having a hard time concentrating on much more than getting us to her driveway. I'd love to kiss her, but I'm not going to push for anything more, as the night took an agonizing turn. Okay, so do you want to come in and finish dinner? I made dessert. Savvy leans into me, pressing her chest against my arm, and something clicks. I don't know why, but I feel like she's mad at me. There's no other explanation for why she's being more forward than normal. Sure, okay, that works, thanks. I open the door, and instead of going out the other side, Savvy follows me, holding out her hands and putting them on my shoulders. She steps out of the truck and slides down my body, her curves abundantly clear. Oh, she's mad at me. But what did I do? Taking my hand, Savvy leads me up the path to her house. I'm not sure how to get out of this. While I'm normally a fairly alpha guy, this is definitely out of my realm of experience. Savvy isn't deterred as we reach the steps. Instead, she stops 3 steps up and turns, placing her hands on my chest and slowing my momentum forward. Her husky voice curls around me, and I swear my knees go weak. Knox, why don't you come in and stay the night? She leans forward, kissing me and pulling my lower lip between her teeth gently, tugging and then kissing my mouth more fully. I couldn't have opened my eyes right then if I tried. She wraps her fingers around my neck, softly scratching her nails into the nape as she pulls me closer, deepening the already deep kiss. Holy moly. I pull back, breathing deeply and studying her face. I can't figure out where the anger is coming from. The hot, heated kiss isn't something I necessarily want to put an end to, but I don't want her upset. I cup her shoulders in my palms and rub my thumbs up and down the front of her arms. Savvy, I really like you. I think it would be better if we took things slow, remember? That's what we said we were going to do? I can barely keep my wits about me. I don't want to take anything slow, but I do want to have more than a one-night fling with this woman who could potentially be my entire life soon. She has captured me, all of me, and I don't want to rush anything or put too much pressure on what this could be, whatever this is. I don't want to take it slow. I want you. Now. She leans forward, kissing me again, with more heat, more anger, more involvement. I almost can't escape, but then I take a deep breath and set her back. I'm sure I'm just making her madder, but I can't allow anything to get between us. No, we said slow. Savvy's chest rises and falls. Bright points of color mark her cheekbones, and her eyes are a brilliant blue. We've said a lot of things, Knox. Why pretend they mean anything? Look, this isn't how I want to start a relationship with you. I'm racking my brain, trying to figure out what I said in the short time span between leaving Apple's place and Carl's. Where did I go wrong? Plus, I don't want to take the chance that your kids might see us. It's a lame excuse, but one I'm holding on to with fierce determination. Savvy pushes me away, turning to walk up the rest of the steps and then spinning back on me. She holds up a hand and shakes her head. Don't talk about my kids like you have a right. You don't and you don't care. So stop pretending. Tears in her eyes confirm something has happened, but I'm not sure what. I stand there on the steps, staring at the slammed door for who knows how long before I turn and go back to my truck. I could have taken advantage of that situation, stayed the night. Instead, I've made her madder than I've ever seen her. What do I know? Maybe the good guy really does finish last. Every time.
Chapter 31. Savvy. I pace in the kitchen, back and forth, back and forth. My hands flutter around me and I'm talking to myself without really hearing or understanding what I'm saying. The truth is blatant. I need to tell the group, but what? What do I tell them? That one of our own is a man? That he's been lying to us? I don't even know how to process this. I stop at the end of the counter, pausing as I listen to see if I've woken anyone up. Making my way to my room, I realize there's no real answer to what I'm facing. I can't do anything with the group until I figure out what it is exactly that I know. KT? Is it really possible? A huge part of me doesn't want it to be KT. If I'm being honest, a huge part of me doesn't want it to be anyone in the group. I want to be wrong. But how then would Knox have our group text on his phone? That doesn't make sense. Nothing is making sense. I brace my hands on the end of the bathroom counter and hang my head. When did I get in the bathroom? I take a deep breath and count to 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. When I reach 6, I know it's futile, but I finish anyway. Splashing my face with water from the sink, I freeze at the sound of a knock on the door. Yeah? Mom, hurry. That black cat is trying to get in through the cat door. Abby's soft but urgent tone triggers something in me, and I reach under the sink, grabbing my spray bottle I used for dampening my hair on days I just need a little body. Flinging open the door, I push by my daughter and rush down the stairs, spraying toward the cat door before I've even gotten close enough. The cat scrambles to back out of the swinging entrance, his dark silhouette disappearing into the backyard. I open the door, spraying more water into the darkness, and call out, "You're not getting her pregnant again! Ingrate!" Mom, I think you scared him off for good. Abby stands behind me with her arms folded over her chest. I don't even remember her following me downstairs. Shaking from the adrenaline of the moment, I gently shut the door behind me and turn into the kitchen. How long have you been up? I glance around the kitchen. I had just been down here and she wasn't, but the lights are on and the makings of a sandwich sit on the counter. I waited until you went to your room. Abby shrugs and moves into place by the sandwich fixings. She swipes a butter knife over the bread, smearing yellow mustard to the edges. You're hungry? Didn't you eat at your dad's? Taking a seat on a stool across from her, I lean forward on my elbow and appreciate the graceful movements of my teenage daughter. No, he only has vegan stuff. Tofu and some other things. I didn't know he was vegan. Did you know that? Abby lifts her gaze angrily to my face, like the way her father eats is somehow associated with me. Yes, but I think it's his girlfriend's idea. Good for him. It's supposed to be a healthy way to live. As far as I'm concerned, Keith's health is only a concern because he matters to my children. I don't care how he eats, unless it impacts Dexter and Abby. So what did you guys do if he didn't feed you? Abby sets the knife on the counter and lets her hands rest along the edge of the counter by her hips. She sighs and then lifts her gaze to me again, this time devoid of accusations. Mom, he's different. I don't know. My heart breaks for my daughter. Divorce is hard on parents, but even worse for kids. I'm sorry, Abby. I twist my lips to the side and consider her. It's not your fault, Mom. Abby's glower underlines her anger. Fault doesn't matter here. I'm sorry your dad and I couldn't make it work. I'm sorry you and Dexter have to deal with all of this. It isn't fair, and I wish I could make it easier. My apology is simple but heartfelt. I wish there was some way to fix the pain that my children feel. Did you have fun with Knox? You guys weren't here when we got home. Abby brushes aside my apology, probably because she isn't sure how to respond. I understand. I never know how to reply when someone says they're sorry. Yes, we did. We went over to Apple's house and helped with a situation. Abby grabs up her plate of food and sits beside me at the counter, eating like she hasn't eaten in years. We sit in silence as Abby eats her meal, and I try to process that the things that happen to me aren't the most important things. It's the things that happen to my children and affect my children that are the most important. As we part for the evening, I give Abby a kiss on the cheek and tell her I love her. She smiles and heads to bed. I follow suit, climbing into bed and grabbing my phone. I'm a little too wound up to just fall asleep after dealing with the cat, my kids' disappointment in their father, and the leftover betrayal from earlier in the evening. There's a few missed messages and I swipe the screen to read them. First is from Knox. Knox, hey, what happened? We were having a good evening, and then I ignore his message, at least for right now. How do I answer him honestly? I can't. Not yet. The group thread has been bombarded, and I click on the thread and scroll up to the start of the missed messages. Apple. Thanks, Savvy, for coming. You and your friend helped get things under control. Mandy. I'm here. Thanks. Alex. Glad you're doing better, Apple. Vev. I'm participating. Yay, Apple. Boo, you needed help, though. Dion. I'm here. Apple. Yay, guys, I'm having a crisis moment myself. But it's something you can help me with without coming to my house. Dion. I'm thinking about getting a piercing in a pretty risky area. I'm not sure if I should do it or not. I lean up in bed, bending over the phone. What if she's talking about a piercing in a Bikini spot. I don't know. What if she is? Alex, I'd need to see a picture of the spot. Send that. I'll tell you. My heart pounds. What if it is of a private spot and Dion thinks we're all women? Knox could see something highly inappropriate. Something Dion thinks she's only sharing with trusted friends. My mouth is dry as I scroll down more. An image of a woman's nose from the side takes up the screen and I breathe out on an exhale. I didn't even know I held my breath. Alex, your nose is perfect for piercing, but not a bull style. Do a small stud in the side. Apple, I like your nose. Why do you need to pierce it? I scroll to the bottom, lightly skimming the rest of the texts, and then set the phone to the side. Telling the group about Knox doesn't seem right, and yet at the same time, I know it's the only ethical thing to do. I just don't know for sure that he's KT. KT hasn't been on the thread since I asked for a verifier. It wouldn't be helpful at this point, though. I don't have Knox's phone anymore. Either of them could message, and I'd have no idea which one he is. I wish I had someone to talk to. I thought KT was my friend for that, but what if I can't trust her? What if she's not the person I thought she was? As I stare into the darkness, I realize I need a planning moment. Climbing out of bed, I tiptoe down into the kitchen and grab Paul and my favorite pencil and duck into the pantry. But I stare at the pages for the week. I don't want to plan. I hurt too much at the lying. This is why I don't want to find love or fall again. This pain at the betrayal. Keith did it to his family. Now Knox is doing it to me, and indirectly to my children. I wipe at the tears rolling down my cheeks and sniff, then set Paul up on the shelf. I can't plan anything with you, you can't even be trusted. I didn't plan on falling for Knox. I didn't write that in here, and you let it happen anyway. I glare at the planner and straighten my shoulders. Turning to the side, I take a deep breath. My gaze lands on the package of raspberry-filled powdered donuts I bought the week before as a surprise for Dexter. Picking up the box, I snarl at Paul. Look, I'm not going to write this down. You don't need to judge me for the things I eat. It's none of your business. None. Just leave me alone. You can't even keep my schedule in check. Paul glares back at me, or at least, I imagine he does. You know what? Forget it. I'm not going to plan with you for this week. You're being a jerk and you don't even help. Just stay in here. Alone. I drop the donuts back on the shelf and slam the pantry door behind me, stomping toward my room. It isn't until I get almost to the top of the stairs that I remember the kids are sleeping. One more thing Paul failed to remind me of. Fine, he can just think about what he's done or not done in the dark of the pantry. I have other things to deal with.
Chapter 32. Knox. I haven't seen Savvy in a couple days. The college chick who covers for her once in a while has taken every day this week since our date on Sunday. For the 1,000th time, I check my phone in between clients. She still hasn't replied to me, as Knox. Maybe I should reach out as KT. Before I can second-guess myself, I thumb out a fast message and hit send, setting the phone on the counter like it's part cobra and might bite me. Me. Hey, you okay? I don't expect her to reply. Honestly, I'm not sure what I expect from her. Something went sideways on Sunday and I can't figure out what it could be. The more time I spend with her, the less I want to read the messages in the divorced women's group. I haven't even opened them since dinner at Savvy's on Sunday night, when I saw the message about Apple. I think I'm too invested in these women, and that makes me nervous. At some point, I need to be honest with them. At some point, they need to understand that I lied, why I lied, and what I can do to make amends. My phone buzzes as I sink onto the bench and wait for the next customer. I stare at the piece like the text is rude and awful. She hasn't replied back to me as Knox. Something is off there, but I'm not sure what. If only she would tell me I could fix it. A small part of me can't help wondering if she found out about me as KT. But how? It's not like I gave anything away. I slowly reach for the phone and pull it closer, swiping the screen and bringing up the conversation. Suddenly, the outdoor sounds seem muted, like I'm stuck in my own bubble and no one can hear anything but me. Savvy. Sorry, I'm having a hard time right now. Me. With what? How can I help? What happened on the date? Is he causing problems for you? Savvy. I want more with him, but he's not the type, not to mention. Not the type, not to mention. Savvy was fast becoming the queen of vague. I narrow my eyes. What could possibly be giving her a hard time? Why hasn't she reached out to me by this point? Me. What do you mean more? And what's not to mention? Savvy. Yeah, I asked him to stay the night. Me. You're not the type to sleep with someone without more of a commitment or even this early. Are you sure that's what you wanted? I grind my teeth. She was upset about that? I thought I was doing the right thing. Plus, I had some truths to tell her before I allowed our relationship to go to any major levels like that. Savvy. It doesn't matter. He wasn't interested. I wanted to try something different. Like maybe this time I could jumpstart things. Savvy. I'm worried he's a liar. Me. Doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results. But I've sent my next text before I see her last one. Savvy. Is the definition of insanity? Exactly. See why I think he's a liar? My stomach clenches and I stare down at the screen. She caught me. Somehow she knew, and I played right into her hands. Rather than coming clean to her, I had to get caught by her in my web of lies.
Chapter 33. Savvy. I had to block Knox's number and KT's, or I guess I should say Knox's second number. A deluge of texts came through after my mic drop, but I delete the whole conversation and block his number. I don't want anything to do with him. He's a liar. Unfortunately, I can't block his number from the group, which I desperately want to do. Thankfully, Lila is on summer break from classes, and she volunteers to work the keto trailer for the rest of the week. I've got to get out there and find a new spot to park the trailer. I can't be around Knox when I know what he's like. When I know how he affects me and makes my chest tighten. Every part of me is aware of him, and I can't deal with it. How do I explain to my body and my heart that he lied to me? They don't care. They like the way he makes me feel. I like the way he makes me feel. But I can't forgive the lying. I need to get out of Coeur d'Alene and get my food truck closer to home. All I need to do is find a new place. But not today. Today I'm going to have another discussion with Paul and most likely feed my emotions. You don't get to judge me, Paul. I stomp into the pantry where Paul has been banished since Sunday night. Sitting on the nearest 5-gallon bucket full of flour, I draw my feet up and stare around me as I avoid looking directly at the planner. The kids won't be home for a while, and I have nothing to do because I didn't plan anything. I couldn't plan anything because I'm fighting with my planner boyfriend. I'm not letting him win. Quit it. I puff air up toward my forehead and fold my arms. But I can't stay in that position long. In moments, I'm grabbing at a box of Fruit Loops and eating them by the handful. The truth is, I like Knox a lot. I care about him and think about him in very embarrassing ways. Paul hides a very shameful secret, in fact, where I wrote my first name and Knox's last name all over a notes page inside. Wait, Knox Taylor, KT, why am I such an idiot? How did I miss that? Shaking my head, I reach for Oreos. When did I buy these? It doesn't matter. I'm shoving them into my mouth 2 by 2. I should say something to the group about him and his lying, but I can't. I can't even look at my phone. I can't even face him or anything about him, or anything. Half a bag of semi-sweet chocolate chips joins the half bag of Oreos before I decide to make a switch to something healthier. Salt and vinegar potato chips. Shut up, Paul. They're made out of potatoes. They have to be healthier. I mumble as I shove another handful in my mouth. I eat so many chips my tongue feels cut up and raw. Sighing, I tuck the remnants of my garbage into the now empty chip bag and huff as I lean against the wall of the pantry. My energy is gone, evaporated, and I feel similar to the way I felt when Keith announced he was leaving. The motion-detecting light turns off and I don't move to correct it. I don't want any light around me. I just want to sit there, hidden away in the dark, while my heart tries to heal itself with Oreos, chocolate, and salt and vinegar chips. If I don't feel better in an hour, I'll go after the marshmallows in the back of the pantry. I'm not sure how much time passes before there's some kind of noise outside the pantry door. Blinking from my stupor, I glance up as the door opens and I shriek, "Don't kill me! I look hideous!" "Mom, what are you doing in here?" Dexter studies me, his mouth fallen open like he's in mild shock. Abby's eyebrows rise up toward her hairline as she takes in my appearance and then sees Paul. "Oh, my word, you're getting sugar drunk with your planner boyfriend." I moan and turn away, holding up a hand to ward them off. "Don't look at me." But they ignore me as they both squeeze in around me and stand me up, one arm around each of their shoulders. How many times would I make them see me like this? Maneuvering me out of the pantry, Abby and Dexter get me to the sink where they proceed to dust the crumbs off from my embarrassing binge. "Mom, are you okay? Here, tilt your head this way." Abby uses my chin to move my head to the side, and she shakes something out of my ponytail. "I'm such a mess. I got crap in my hair. How's that for responsible?" I try not to focus on the fact that my kids found me like they did, in a snack-induced haze. "Mom, do you want anything else to eat?" Dexter is sincere as he asks, and sweet for thinking I would need anything else at this point, or even that there's anything left in the pantry. Abby cuts either of us off, though. Please, look at her. She's not going to eat anything healthy. She's an addict. Abby bustles around me, and I lift my head to stare at her in horror. I'm not an addict. But she's right. I don't want to talk about why she thinks that about her mother. Mom, please, come on. You never let yourself eat it on a moderate basis, and when you get started, you can't stop. It's insane. One of my friends at school said her mom has a problem with sugar, which is why she started keto. I don't know why you don't just start it. I mean, you have a truck and everything. Abby shrugs, continuing to clean me up as she moves. Dexter shuffles to the pantry and calls out, "Mom, do you want Paul out? He looks kind of abandoned." I'm still mad at Paul, but now I'm thinking about what Abby has said. I know I have a problem with sugar, but I have an even bigger problem with control. I'm not sure Paul is a help or a hindrance with that problem. I like Knox. He's straight up, even when he's not being completely honest. Abby starts in the small talk, having no idea it's not small. I blink at her, wiping at the crumbs still clinging to the sides of my mouth. "Not honest? What are you talking about?" Abby laughs like she's talking to a child. "Come on, Mom. No guy is completely honest. They'd probably end up dead if they were. But like at Silverwood, we just got off the log ride and he said I looked pretty and not to worry about my hair. When we passed Dad on our way out, he said I looked like drowned rat." She laughed like her dad being insulting is completely okay. "Anyway, I like him. Is she giving me her blessing or something? That can't be it because she doesn't really know him. I don't really know him, but I keep my thoughts to myself. I don't want to ruin Abby's opinion of yet another man in her life. And yes, Knox is great with the kids, but for how long? And will he tell me the truth ever?" As the kids finish picking things up and then disappearing to their rooms, I sit and stare at Paul and my phone where Dexter has set them on the counter a few feet from where I sit. The least Knox could do is tell the group the truth so I don't have to. That's the least he could do. Maybe I could forgive him if he did that. I reach for my phone, ignoring the sink of dishes to my left and the fact that I need to get dinner done for my children. Opening the phone, I pull up the group thread that has a red icon indicating missed messages. Apple: "I haven't heard from Savvy in a few days. Has anyone else?" Dion: "Hopefully she's busy with spicy buns." Alex: "I'm not sure. She seemed kind of off the other night." Vev: "Guy problems. I'm telling you, we need to branch out and expand our horizons. Maybe Savvy needs more exposure than to just the one guy. Maybe we need to introduce her to a bunch of guys." Sarah: "Do you know a bunch of guys? Because if you know a bunch of guys, I know a group of women who might be up for dating." Mandy: "I'd love to date." Sarah: "I meant us, Mandy." KT: "Hey guys, I think I know why Savvy hasn't been in the group for a few days. It's the same reason I haven't been." Dion: Oh, did we offend one of you guys? I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to do that." KT: "No, it's nothing any of you did. In fact, even Savvy hasn't done anything. This has to do with me." Apple, popcorn. Alex: "Okay, what's going on? Do you have a crush on Savvy or something?" KT: "Yes, I do. Huge, but not as a woman. I'm actually a man." Dion: "Okay, so you're saying you're transgender? I don't know any transgender people." Alex: "This explains the divorce." KT: "No, you guys, I'm Spicy Buns. I've been on this thread this whole time, hoping to learn from you ladies on what makes women tick and what makes men me. Fail at relationships. KT. Savvy somehow found out, and I feel awful that it happened this way. I would have spoken up sooner, but I lost my phone and the group started. And by the time I found my phone, the group was too far in, and I'd already learned too much. KT. You have no idea how helpful talking with all of you has been. Dion. Okay, I'm going to speak first. Your spicy buns? The hot guy with the tattoos? KT. I'm not sure that I'm hot, but yes, I have ink. Dion. Oh, honey, you're delicious. If Savvy doesn't want you, I'm next in line. Apple. Me next. Alex. This is ridiculous. Although, if you're taking a wait list, I'll sign up. Vive. Oh, you guys, I would totally sign up, but tattoos aren't really my thing. Apple. I don't think they're Savvy's either. Sarah. Oh, please. She ogled spicy buns more than any of us. She was going out on a date with him. How did that go, by the way? KT. I'm not sure. I thought we were having fun on a few of the dates, but I think something spooked her, which is terrible because I really care about her. Dion. Don't say love because you'll shoot down my chances. I can't go for a guy my friends love. It doesn't work that way. KT. I completely understand. My heart is broken, Dion. Alex. Oh, you're cheeky. That's funny. KT. I really am sorry, ladies. I'm sure you must feel betrayed. I didn't mean for it to get so out of hand. Apple. I think I'm fine with it. At least Dion didn't send a picture of anything other than her nose. Mandy. I'm not upset so much as confused. How did we help you? Sarah. This circumflex. KT. All of you made me realize that men can be a lot more self-centered than I think I got. We need to listen more. It also helped me see what parts of a relationship need work and what parts shouldn't be too hard. Dion. Now go out and spread the good word. Vev. Would that all men would hear what you just said? I set the phone down. I couldn't go back in the group. Not now, maybe not for a while. So what if I'm acting like a pouty child? Quite honestly, I feel a little betrayed by the group now, too. Why weren't they upset like I am? Worse, why did they see his side? It doesn't matter. He can say how much he cares about me all he wants. It's too little. Too late. It's time to get my head on straight. But maybe not until after we have dinner. And some dessert. If there's anything sweet left.
Chapter 34. Knox. Everyone knows, and the only one who seems bothered by it is the one I want to talk to me. But she won't. Every morning I watch her trailer until I see it's the college girl running things. Then my day darkens. She won't answer my texts. And even though I know where she lives, I can't make myself go there. I just can't impose on her that much. If Savvy wants anything to do with me, she's going to have to reach out, even just a little bit. I'll go the rest of the way, but I need her to try, even if it's just a sneeze. In order for that to happen, she needs to come to work. An entire week passes and she never shows up. I take Sunday off, like normal, and finally do dinner at my parents', which my dad disappears only 15 minutes into it to watch baseball. We don't watch sports in my family. I have no idea why he's mad at me. Maybe Mom told him to be nice and this is the only way he can be? I don't know. Monday morning dawns bright, and I'm at my BBQ trailer first thing. I need to do brisket and pulled pork. Unlocking the door, I turn and catch a glimpse of the spot the keto trailer is supposed to be in, but it's gone. Gone. Just gone. I leave my keys in the lock and turn away from the trailer, walking slowly as if my eyes might readjust before I get to where Savvy's trailer is supposed to be. Leonardo walks by, stopping beside me as he too stares at the spot where the trailer was. Sucks, right? She must have pulled it out last night after we were all closed up and gone. It really bites too, you know? I think she was close to going out with me. Leonardo shakes his head and turns back to his trailer. I can smell your brisket every week, man. I think I'm getting fat. You don't order my BBQ, Leonardo. If you're getting fat, it's not from my stuff. I dust my hands off on my pants like I'd been touching something, and I stare at her empty spot a moment longer. Ha ha. I know, man. But here's the problem. When I smell your brisket, I get hungry, and I grab the closest thing to me. And lasagna doesn't help in the weight department. He laughs and shakes his head. Sylvia waves to me as she finishes setting things up. Some of the food trucks do all 3 meals. David was never able to convince me that anyone would want brisket for breakfast. Plus, I can't spend my entire life at my job. That's what engineers do, and I'm more interested in having a life than a career. I climb into my trailer and mechanically go through the motions of setting my brisket up to go in the smoker. David comes in 2 hours later and sees me, gasping as he does so. "Oh, crud, Knox, are you okay?" I blink at him, feeling like I can't breathe. Maybe I was kicked by a horse and just don't remember. My lungs hurt, and something in my chest feels like it's been ripped out. "Okay, enough. Tell me what's going on. I know you're keeping something from me. Now, talk." David grabs his grill master apron and pulls it on, but focuses the fullness of his attention on me. With the pulled pork finished and ready to be served, and the brisket only 2 hours left to go, I sink to the bench and lean forward, resting my elbows on my knees, and then place my head in my hands. I'm an idiot. "Okay, go on." David doesn't argue, but he's my brother. Why would he? I proceed to tell him what I did, how I messed up, and that I have no idea how to fix it. The silence after my confession brings my head up. David stares at me as if I have 3 heads. "You had access to a group of women, and you didn't ask fundamental questions? You had the opportunity to get information from them, and you wasted your chance? I feel like I don't even know you. How can you be my brother?" He throws his hands in the air. "What do you mean? I couldn't take advantage of the situation. What if they got mad at me?" Maybe David wasn't listening. I couldn't go through the entire thing again. It's just too painful. "Oh, but the only one who really matters is mad at you. Agreed?" He doesn't wait for a reply as he plows onward. "I just don't understand how you mess these things up. Stop caring so much. Look, here comes a group of women. Watch how it's done." David turns to the approaching trio and winks, placing his hand on his hip and calling out to them. "Hey, ladies, looking for some hot meat today?" I groan inwardly as the ladies glance at each other and then turn back to David. The one in front speaks. "Thanks, but your meat is probably overused and overstated." David slams his hand to his chest and tilts his head forward. "Ouch, okay. Good shot. But really, my pulled pork is phenomenal." "Pass. We're looking for the keto trailer. Did she move?" The second woman looks bored with David's display and motions toward Savvy's empty spot. I jump up. "She's gone, but we're not sure where." The third woman pulls out her phone, and after a couple moments of clicking around, she holds up the device in triumph. "Found her. She's in Post Falls. Come on. I can't stop thinking about that lava cake. I need one, maybe 2. They ignore us as they dart off toward their car. Post Falls. So Savvy ran from me. From everything we could have had and moved her business to Post Falls. David holds up a hand. "Don't even say it. I'll get the next one." He shakes his head and braces his hands on the counter. "I can't believe that just happened. It's like I have bad luck with you in here. Yeah, you sucked on that one. But I'm not interested in pursuing the line of teasing that should follow." David holds up his hand again and shakes his head. "Shut up, man. That was a crash and burn and I've got nothing. I'll do better." He pushes back from the counter and shakes his arms and rolls his head side to side like he's getting ready for battle. I could care less. But do I tell him so, or just tell him to try again and again to get his heart broken? How can I give him any advice when my own heart is lying in 1,000 pieces at my feet?
Chapter 35. Savvy. Everything about this new, amazing spot irritates me. The perfect parking lot bugs me with its nice curbing, pavement, and clearly assigned parking spots. The grassy and well-maintained eating area in the middle of the lot surrounded by the trailers. So irritating. Where's the dirt and gravel? The perky Jennifer as she walks around and checks to make sure we don't need anything as trailer owners. Who does that? In the last spot, I paid my monthly rent and that was it. I never got things fixed in a timely manner and I didn't expect it. The Mexican trailer 2 spots down has gotten on my nerves in a huge way as well. I miss seeing Sylvia and hearing her loud Spanish as she yelled orders inside her trailer. Plus, the woman working the trailer is obviously not Mexican, or at least doesn't under Mexican fare. She told me twice that fajitas are a dessert. I went back to my trailer and sat down, feeling more out of my comfort zone than anything else. The mishap with the Mexican trailer kept me far away from the Italian trailer and the wannabe burger trailer across the circle from me. It's irritating that the burger trailer just within eyeshot doesn't have a hot, tattooed, muscular man moving around in a black apron, or that I can't smell the BBQ sauce from here, or that all of it is bugging me and nothing is helping. I glare at Paul sitting on the counter across from me. Folding my arms, I huff. "This is all your fault." I can almost hear him talking back. He would say something like, "How is this my fault? I'm paper. You were supposed to keep things in line for me. Make it so I don't get hurt again." Control is all I can count on, and even control is out the window with the number of things I can't control in my life. Like the group allowing Knox to stay in the text thread. I frantically tap my fingers on my thigh. The group is mine. I should be able to say who stays and who doesn't. Shouldn't I? Or is that me exerting control where I can't have it or shouldn't have it? They talk with him and joke with him. The other women in the group have completely accepted him, and I don't know how to feel about it. Why aren't they worried about him lying? Why isn't this concerning? But I'm close to dropping out of the group because I can't trust him. I know I can't. How can I when I'm not even sure what is the truth and what isn't? My phone buzzes and I'm tempted to throw the cell across the trailer, but it won't go far and won't be nearly as satisfying as, say, throwing it across the lot at a BBQ trailer that isn't even there. Swiping the screen, I'm prepared to yell at the phone. Yelling at Paul isn't making me feel better. A new thread with Dion opens. Dion: "You okay? You haven't said anything on the thread in a while." Me: "No, I'm mad at Knox and upset you guys aren't madder at him." Dion: "But he didn't hurt anyone by being in the group, did he?" Me: "No, but is that the point? He lied. I thought he was a good friend as KT, and I was dating him, and I just feel, I don't know." Dion: "I get it. You love him and you feel like he let you down. We all feel like that sometimes. Plus, he was and is your good friend as KT. Just because the sex changed doesn't mean he has." Me: "Wait, what? I don't love him. I hate him." Dion: "Yeah, I can feel the uncertainty in your text without even seeing your face." Dion: "Look, I need the group. I need you in the group. And I know Knox wasn't who you intended to be in the group. At least not originally, but what if he needs us?" Me: "I still assert I hate him." Dion: Laughing emoji. "I still assert you love him." Me: "I hate him." Dion: "Except you don't." Me: "I don't?" Dion: "You don't. You love him. Time to accept that so you can move on from whatever is holding you back from letting yourself be happy." Me: "But he's the wrong guy." Dion: "Or he's the right guy, and I can't fault her for saying that. Knox isn't the wrong guy. He's never acted like the wrong guy. He's only the wrong guy when he lied. And in the whole scheme of things, what he lied about isn't that big of a deal, but at the same time, it is. I can't get my head wrapped around everything I need to." I set the phone down and stare across the lot from my view out the window. I miss everything about where I'd been before. I had to leave, though. Getting away from a liar had to be on the top of my priority list. Plus, if Dion is right and I have fallen for Knox, then what good would I be in the group? Would I tear apart my whole family because of the actions of a liar and then replace him with another liar? That doesn't make sense. No matter how much a small part of my mind screams that what Knox and Keith lied about were two entirely different things and on different levels of severity, I have to ignore it. I have to. Because what kind of self-respect would I have? Laughing.
Chapter 36. Knox. No matter what I text Savvy or say to her in voicemails, she doesn't call me back. I'm even sure she's reading the messages I'm sending. The app she uses for the group messaging thread shows when people see the messages or don't. If it's accurate, she hasn't read any of my messages in a while, or any in the group. I can't wait any longer. I reach out to the women. What do I have to lose? Considering Savvy isn't reading the messages and I need help. Desperately. Me. I need everyone's help, if you can. Dion. What do you need, Knox? We'll do our best. Me. The thing is, I love Savvy. Me. She's not reading these messages. She's not answering me or my voicemails or anything else. I know I messed up. Me. Big. I know I messed up big. Huge. I just didn't know what to do. Me. I love her. I need her. That whole family's everything I've been missing out on. Me. Please tell me how to fix this. Alex. Have you considered renting a hot air balloon and going to her work? Mandy, make her some keto treats. Me, she doesn't eat keto. I delete the message before sending it. That isn't my secret to share. Sarah, I think you should take her flowers. Vev, no. No one likes flowers. They're dead. You're literally delivering a dead body to someone like that means you love them. It doesn't. My jaw drops. That is the first time I've ever heard giving flowers described that way. That explained why Melissa, an ex-girlfriend, told me I was trying to kill our relationship before it even began and threw the roses at me. Where was this group when I needed them? Dion. Chocolates? Sarah. Keto. Unless you can buy some of her keto treats for her. No, that's dumb. I couldn't tell them she loves food and control and neither are supportive of the other. Me. Can I get her a planner? She likes those. Dion. No, absolutely not. Sarah. Nope. You'll be dead to me if you do that. Her too. Me. Wow, that bad? Why? Mandy. You never buy a planner for someone else. That will kill all respect she has for you. You have no idea what she's looking for in a planner. Vev. A planner is like a boyfriend. You can't find the right one for someone else. You just can't. I grin but don't reply. Savvy's planner is her boyfriend. Paul. She even named him. Sarah. I like the chocolate idea. But maybe not what sells at her truck. Is there some way you can get some recipes and make her some? Or some of your brisket? Vev. I'd date you for some of that brisket. Dion. Oh my, Vive. We need to get you a man or a distraction at the very least. Apple. Knox. I think it's so sweet that you care that much for her, but you can't buy her affection. Let her know she's missed. Make her feel missed. I close my eyes and hang my head. How in the world am I supposed to accomplish that when she won't even talk to me? My voice seems loud in the empty trailer, but there is no answer, and I'm not sure how to deal with that.
Chapter 37. Savvy. Working at the Post Falls lot has me frustrated most days. I'm there a week, and I already want to yell at the customers that keto isn't a flavoring. More than half the people who come to my trailer ask what flavor keto is, or if it has anything to do with the new Korean dishes out on the north side of town. I got similar questions in Coeur d'Alene, but they didn't seem to bother me at all. Now I'm irritable and close to snapping most of the time. Back home from yet another day of irritations, and I flop onto the stool at the counter in my kitchen. Abby eyes me from the table, where a schedule and planner pages are spread out over the surface, and she's bent over them with a pencil in hand. I sit up, suddenly no longer as tired as I had been. Oh, is that a planner? Leaving the stool, I edge closer, taking a chair opposite where she's sitting and lean forward, resting my arms in front of me and trying to only look mildly interested, even though I'm dying to see what she's doing. Maybe I need a new planner, a refresher. That wouldn't be out of line. I've had Paul for a while. Maybe if I get a new one, I won't feel like I'm stilted in my planning efforts. But as appealing as that is, a small voice inside me whispers, changing planners is like changing husbands. You can't just jump from one to the next because life gets hard. I'm sure there's a life lesson in there somewhere. I'm going to ignore it for now. Abby shakes her head at me and holds up her hands. Mom, this isn't like what you have going on with Paul. I'm not even naming mine. I'm not using washi tape or colored markers or any form of stickers. In fact, Abby flips through a stack of daily sheets and pulls a page of planner stickers out. She slides it across to me and arches an eyebrow. There, you can use those. I don't want them. I sit back, not sure if I'm insulted or what. I clear my throat, my fingers inching toward the sheet of brightly colored stickers. Yes, I admit it. I feel like a 6-year-old when I hold new stickers in my hands, and I can't wait to find a place to put them in my planner. I don't understand. Why wouldn't you want to decorate your planner? This is offsetting. And it is. I study the workspace she has set out, my brow furrowed. Why would she want to plan with just a boring pencil? Yes, of course, you plan and make appointments and all kinds of things with a pencil, but not the first time you sit down with your planner. No, your first time is when you have fine-tipped markers, stickers, washi tape, colored pencils, maybe crayons, all of the options, and then some. That's when you write down birthdays, which are days that don't change, or doctor's appointments, days off. All kinds of things that aren't changeable. Then you start plugging in goals and dreams and thoughts and quotes. But I've told Abby all of these things. She knows how to plan. I need to let her do what she wants. She doesn't have to do things the same way I do them for her to be successful. Wait, is that really how I feel? I try to look inside myself and then I realize that yes, it's exactly how I feel. I don't need to control something. The realization is actually freeing and I let my shoulders relax. A black figure darts across the low side window by the front door and I barely catch a glimpse, but it's enough to shift my attention. That cat. I'm going to, standing from my seat and point my finger at Abby. I'll be back in a little bit. Lila is watching the trailer. I need to run to the hunting store. Mom, you're not hunting the cat. Abby is both in denial and slightly horrified as she stands too. I shake my head. No, oh no, that's terrible. I would never. I hold up my hands, shuddering at the thought of killing anything, even the cat that has gotten my innocent feline knocked up. I sigh. No, but I am going to see what my options are. I need to get the cat owner to pay attention to this problem. Plus, we don't want him running around all the time. She nods and slowly sinks to take her chair again, but she watches me as I leave the house. I'm slightly worried too, but I can't admit that to her or anyone. What do I do with the cat if I catch him? Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. I snap my eyes open and stare at the ceiling through the darkness. Something woke me, but I'm still too asleep to really know what it is. Blinking, I roll to my side, determined it was just the wind on a windless night or something like that when I hear it again. A screeching, growling call from the backyard. Sitting up like a spring is attached to my back. I jolt upright and then jump to my feet, pulling on sweatpants and a t-shirt before flying from my room. Abby is in the hallway, her eyes wide. "What is that?" she whispers, the sound almost too loud in the quiet of the early morning. "I think we caught the cat. Or a cat, I'm not sure." I hope the noise is from a cat and not a rabid raccoon or a possum. I can't stop thinking it might be a coyote. What if it's a coyote? Are there coyotes that far into the suburbs of town? The guy at the hunting store told me a catcher cage was the best way to go because snares weren't allowed in city limits. He offhandedly informed me snares kill animals, and I almost yelled at him, but decided to just point out I would take the cage. Now what, though? What did I do now that I caught something? Feed it and treat it like a pet? The store clerk hadn't told me that part. After setting up the cage, I'd even read the manual front to back, all 3 pages of it, and even tried to interpret the other languages on the pages. I'm hoping the French section doesn't tell you how to get rid of what you caught. I don't speak French. Abby reaches out and grabs my hand. I'm not sure if it's to steady me or her, but I'm grateful either way. I'm grateful she would care enough to worry about how I feel, and I'm grateful she would think I'm strong enough to go to in her moment of fear. At the back door, Abby and I breathe in, and then I yank the door open. Before we can stop ourselves, we step through the doorway and then come to a halt on the deck outside. The black cat sits huddled in the cage, a ridge of raised hair along his spine as he glares balefully our way. I can almost hear him saying to us with complete disdain, "Yeah, I got her pregnant, so what? She's a big girl." I could be wrong. He could be a completely good choir boy cat. Do they have those kinds? But his black fur and the fact that he's skulking around my house has me convinced he doesn't have honorable intentions toward my cat. Not that it is all his fault. "What do we do? You caught him, yay?" Abby's voice lilts with the question. I'm confused, too, on whether I should be excited we caught him or not. Yes, he's a nuisance. But what am I supposed to do with him? I swallow and flick my gaze over the fence line toward his home. If Blaze had only said he'd do something about his cat... Wait, that isn't fair. This isn't Blaze's fault. It isn't the cat's fault. It is honestly no one's fault. I just want someone to blame. My planner didn't ruin my life. The customers at the lot haven't destroyed my dreams for me or my heart. Knox hasn't ruined the group. No, my perceptions and reactions have knocked everything down. I have to own that. I can own that, but how do I fix it? I sigh. I don't know what to do, honestly. I turn away from the cat and his blame-filled eyes and move to rest my arms on the railing of the deck. Mom, why don't you call Knox? He would come and help, I'm sure of it. Plus, we haven't seen him in a while. It's almost like you're mad at him. There is no question in her voice this time, and I don't know how to reply. After a moment, I face her and wrinkle my nose. Honey, I messed things up with him. There. Look at me taking responsibility. Yeah. I don't have anything else to add to it. I can't explain it to myself, let alone my daughter. Have you tried fixing things? Abby moves closer to me, studying my face in the back porch light. I can only imagine how I look. It's not that easy, plus it's been too long. I wouldn't even know where to start. I lamely lift my hands and then let them fall to my sides again. I blocked his number and I'm ignoring the group thread we were in together. It's making my refusal to have him in my life easier to achieve. Abby gives me a look that I'll never tell her reminds me of her father in one of his better moments, and she whirls around to leave me outside while she ducks inside. She's back out in seconds and holding my phone toward me. I shake my head. No, it's too late. He won't want to come over here. He probably forgot who I am. Maybe that's part of my fear in contacting him. Maybe that's part of why I can't consider reaching out to him. What if he doesn't want anything to do with me now? He'll come. He cares about you, probably more than you know. Abby winks at me. My 15-year-old winks at me and swipes the screen on my phone, punching a few buttons and then handing the cell across to me. Okay, he's unblocked. Now you can call him. It's too early. The screen of my phone says 4:31 a.m. The sun is barely dusting the mountains in the east with light and making the black of the sky look more like a gradient of blues. Nah, you need him now. At least text him. Abby folds her arms. I can if you want. She sees my hesitation and continues. Mom, I know you care about him too. I've seen it. I've seen how you stare at him at the food lot and the weird way you giggle when he's around. It's kind of freaky, but okay, whatever. Plus, her tone softens. You always tell us to give people the benefit of the doubt, second chances and all that. You should practice what you tell us to do. There, I can see she's used all her adult advice and she's expecting me to act on it. I swallow, slowly reaching for the cell. All I have to do is text him. That isn't that hard, is it?
Chapter 38. Knox. I'm embarrassed by how long the letter is when I've finally finished it. So embarrassed that I went to bed early to avoid looking at it, and then tossed and turned in my covers, as if the letter mocked me from the desk on the other side of the room in my house. This could be one of those times when the telltale heart is more like a lovesick love letter. Instead of beating an accusation under the floorboards, it whispers sweet nothings from the desk. There is so much in that letter I've wanted to say for a while. Writing the words down made me feel like I'm doing something for Savvy that she wouldn't have to run from, wouldn't have to face like an in-person attack, but maybe she'll take her time with the things I wrote. On 4 pages. 4 pages. I don't even want to think about it. Almost 4:40 in the morning and I still can't sleep. My phone buzzes on the nightstand and I shift my gaze from the desk to the glowing phone screen. Blinking, I pull it toward me, unplugging it from the charger as I do so. Who is texting me this early? I swear, if it's David, I'm going to wrap him up in a headlock. But I stop my mental threats toward my brother as I see Savvy's name on my screen. Nervously, I open the thread that is just to me. Knox. At least I know who she's messaging now. Savvy. Sorry to bother you so early. I caught a cat in a catcher cage and I need to do something with him, but I'm not sure what. Can you help me, please? She asked me for help. After all the silent treatment, she was actually reaching out to me for help. My fingers fly over the keyboard as I reply. Me. I'll be there in 15 minutes to get my head around what exactly it is I need to do. As I dart out of the room, I grab the lovesick love letter and shove it unceremoniously into the front pocket of my hoodie. One way or the other, I have to get Savvy to hear me, even if I have to leave her a letter to read about it. I must have set some records as I pull into her driveway 12 minutes later. Climbing from my cab, I glance up at her house and wish things had gone differently. What if I hadn't lied or hadn't left out who I am exactly? Where would we be right now? I knock softly on the door, but it isn't necessary. Before I finish knocking, Savvy has the door open and she steps back, welcoming me inside. She doesn't meet my gaze, though, as she smiles tightly and stares at the college initials on my sweatshirt. Thank you for coming. I'm not sure what to do with him. Do you know which house he lives at? I follow her through the ground floor of her home, careful to keep my voice low. I'm sure Dexter and Abby are sleeping. It's still too early for anyone to be up yet. The guy lives behind me. I've told him a few times, but he doesn't seem to believe me or something. I'm not sure. Savvy shrugs in front of me and I try to keep my eyes off the leggings she's wearing that early. They definitely showcase the curvier shape of her body, and I'm not there to think about her in my arms. I'm supposed to be there to support her in her cat-catching endeavors. We step onto the back porch, and Savvy stops, pointing toward a metal catcher cage with a disgruntled black cat inside. I stop and fold my arms over my chest. Okay, I'll take the cat, but we're going to talk about what happened. Savvy's eyes go wide and she shakes her head. No, I can't. I just don't think it's an appropriate time. Appropriate time? I shrug, mimicking the movement she offered earlier. Okay, then I'm not dealing with the cat. Savvy gasps and shakes her head as she finally meets my gaze with hers. You're seriously going to blackmail me? Yep, you can add it to my tab of sins I've got racking up. I challenge her with my gaze, unwilling to look away. She finally does and nods. Okay, fine. Get rid of the cat and I'll talk to you about whatever we need to talk about. Her voice is small, but I take it at face value. She's promised. I'm going to come right back and collect. Before bending down and picking up the cage, I reach into my front pocket and pull out the folded up pages. Here, you can read this while I'm gone. When I get back, we're going to talk. She slowly takes the letter and stares at me, but I ignore the questions in her eyes. Bending down, I pick up the cage and whisper to the cat as I stride through the house. Rather than put him in the back of my truck, I slide the cage across the front seat to sit beside me as I continue murmuring nonsensical things his direction. The drive to the house behind Savvy's place takes a handful of seconds. I don't really care how early it is. The guy's cat needs to be dealt with. It's either I bring him to his home or I take him to the Humane Society. Carrying the cage at my side, I reach the front door and knock before pushing the doorbell. I wait a moment, maybe two, and then do the routine again. Knock, ring. Before I can start a third time, the front door is swung open, and I'm staring into the eyes of Blaze Morgan, a great friend I haven't seen in far too long. He blinks at me, the new eyebrow piercing catching the early dawn light. Knox, man, is that you? Why are you? He rubs his hand down his face. I guess I don't understand. Do you need something? Am I dreaming? If you're dreaming of me, you have some pretty disturbing dreams. I chuckle as I hold up the cat. Listen, your cat got caught over at Savvy's house. You're also the proud cat grandfather of some babies. They're pretty cute. Yes, your cat is the father. He's hanging out over there far too much for them not to be. I let Blaze take the cage slowly, disbelief starting to wear out his fatigue. He nods. Okay, yeah, I didn't realize Savvy was wound so tight. Or I would have done something sooner. Yeah, she's in a hard position. Maybe help her out instead of making things harder. I side smile. Man, it's been a long time. I can't wait to catch up. Where can I find you? Besides here, I'm working down at the Iron Horse on Sherman, tending bar and managing. He jerks his chin my direction. Nice. Still tending, huh? That's great. Blaze and I had finished school around the same time, but opted out of the 9-to-5 grind since neither of us seemed to fit in a box. Man, you want to come in? I can put some coffee on. His yawn argues against his willingness to have me in for a visit. I wave my hand. Thanks. I need to have a chat with Savvy. Understanding fills his eyes. So you're the one who has her attention. Nice. She's gorgeous and fiery, but kind of crazy. He laughs and takes his cat inside with the cage. I'll get you the cage back. Sorry again for the inconvenience. I'll see you at the bar. I wave as I walk back to my truck and he closes the door. If only talking things out with Savvy would be that easy. But I'm going to give her a little bit more time to read the letter. No one can read 4 pages of cursive in the short handful of minutes I've been gone. My hands shake as I put the truck into reverse. One way or the other, we need to get this resolved. I just don't want to lose her. What if she doesn't feel the same way?
Chapter 39. Savvy. Watching Knox walk off the back porch and into my home, I crinkle the paper he gave me and then drop my gaze to the letter after he's no longer in my field of view. I sink onto the nearest patio chair, tucking my feet beneath me. It's cool, but not cold. In probably 40 minutes or so, the sun will be fully up and warming the valley we live in. I fold open the paper, hoping Abby went to bed like she said she was going to. And finally, I let myself read the words Knox put on paper for me. Savvy, if I could have it to do all over, this is how I would have responded to being in the group thread. Me. Hi guys, I would love to be a part of this group, but I need to be honest. I'm a single guy who has never been married and thus never divorced. Is that going to be a problem? Let me know. Thanks. And then, Savvy, I would have responded to our private thread with the same information and then this. Hi, Savvy. Thanks for letting me know about the group. I would love the chance to stay in there, but you need to know that I've had a crush on you since you came to the lot last year. I've watched you with your kids, with your customers, and with other trailer business owners, and I've always been amazed and slightly in awe at the way you treat others with such kindness. Even me when you're supposed to hate me. Right? What if I told you that we're supposed to be together? What if I told you this text is fate? This mix-up is meant to be corny, right? Yeah, I know. There's so much corniness I want to share with you. How much I love the way you laugh and what it was like eating across the table from you after you made that mess of water. It was a blast. You were graceful and funny and humble, not easy traits to find in a woman so beautiful and successful as you. I've had the hardest time getting anyone to look past my exterior, look past the rough edges and see me for the man I really am. I really want you to be the one who can do that, who can love me for me. But you won't even talk to me. You won't check the messages. You're not talking to the group and you're not talking to me. You've left the Coeur d'Alene food lot. You have literally done everything you can to cut me out of your life, and I just want to know why. I want to know if my omission is really so bad you can't forgive me. I'm sorry I lied. I'm sorry I didn't fix things or straighten things out when I had the chance. I'm sorry I dropped the ball with that. But everything else I've been honest about, especially about how I feel for you and your children. I want to be there for you. I want commitment. Can you meet me halfway? Knox. I blink the tears out of my eyes. His large cursive scrawls beautifully over the pages, and I try to picture him writing the words. I fiddle with the corner of the top page and lower the stack to my lap as I stare off into space. How am I supposed to process this? He said he'd be back. What did we say when he returned? As if my thoughts had conjured him, there stood Knox in front of me. His hands splay out by his sides, and he studies me before he takes a seat across from me on the matching patio chair. Well, what's it going to be, Savvy? I shift my gaze to his face, but have no words to say. Savvy, I'm sorry, I really am. Can we get past this? He searches my face like the answers will be there. How can my expression tell him what I have no real answer for? I take a deep breath and decide not to overthink it. I'm just going to tell him what I'm thinking. I never did that with Keith. I have to be able to do that with Knox. Even if we don't end up together, at least I can say that I got my thoughts out and didn't hide how I felt. I'm not sure what I'm thinking. I do know you're always there to help me. I treasure that trait in a friend. Do I really want to keep him in the friend zone? It's not even that, it's just, I don't know if I can trust you. There. I said it. Now what can he do? Knox stands and moves to the other side of the chair. His shoulders are broad, even in the hoodie he's wearing from a local college. He runs his fingers through his hair that is unusually hat-free. The thick, dark waves fall into his face unless he pushes them back of his forehead. A lot of men would kill for hair like that. The shaved-up sides and back just give him more of a dangerous vibe that makes my pulse stutter. You and I both know that's a lie. You trusted me enough to come get the cat at 5 a.m. You knew I'd be here, Savvy. You trust me enough to throw yourself at me. He grits his teeth. What? I stand, immediately filled with outrage that he would insinuate I had done anything of the kind. I move toward the back door, unsure what I'm even going to do or where I'm going. I'm trying to run and I don't know where I can go. He's at my house. He's here, in the backyard. It's not like I can physically move him myself. The man is 10 tons of muscle, rippling muscles that I would love to, nope, just nope. But Knox grabs my arm and spins me around, pressing my back against the wall beside the door. He's staring into my eyes, and for some reason I can't breathe, even as my chest rises and falls. Really? Don't even try it. You knew I wouldn't take advantage of the situation, the way you told me to stay the night. You and I both know I would never disrespect you like that or take advantage. Ever. What if I had, Savvy? What if you really couldn't trust me? His voice is husky with a slight rasp on the second syllables. The sunlight is still soft as it caresses the lines of his face and casts his eyes into shadows. You wouldn't. I have no pride as I stare up into his eyes, certain my heart is going to pound out of my chest. I admit that he would never have taken advantage of me or my situation. He would never have let me push for something I wasn't ready for. He lifts his chin in a fast nod as he acknowledges my admission. He leans forward, pressing his lips to my forehead slowly before pulling away. And what if I had? What if I... He presses against me, running his large hands up and down the sides of my body, but never straying from just the sides. What if I had, Savvy? He tugs my hair until I'm looking fully at him, and he drops his mouth to mine, ravaging the depths like he might never get another taste. I can't breathe, for real this time, but I never want to come up for air again. He stops, pulling back and watching as I open my eyes. What if I didn't stop, Savvy? What if I took what you offered? You wouldn't have been prepared for that. You say you can't trust me, but even the day you found out the truth, you knew deep down you could still trust me. Admit it. I nod and press my hands against his chest to put some space between us. Fine, I admit it. You're right. That doesn't change anything. Knox steps back from me, folding his arms and narrowing his eyes at me. Why? I think it would change everything. But it doesn't, and I don't know why. Maybe because I love him and I'm scared to be that vulnerable with anyone again. Or maybe I don't love him, but I'm confused at the suggestion. Or maybe I can't think properly after having his hands all over my attention-starved body. I lift my hand before he can move toward me again, and I shake my head. I need some time. I can't think through this with you so close to me. His nod is tightly controlled, but I can see the hard angle in his jawline as if he's biting back anger. As he storms from the house, his why rings in my ears. Why indeed?
Chapter 40. Knox. I can't shake this frustration still lingering after leaving Savvy's house so early this morning. She didn't want to talk anymore, and honestly, neither did I. But that doesn't help the way I feel. Thankfully, the line out front of the trailer is long and thick. David and I work like a well-oiled machine, laughing and joking as we maneuver around each other, filling orders and taking payment. Summer is always fun-packed and fast-moving. I'm going to miss this with you when we split trailers. I bump David with my elbow and we laugh. Yeah, me too, but it's going to be fun. He grins, scooping some fries into the basket in his hand. Yeah. I only kind of understand the melancholy feeling starting to blur the edges of my mood. I wipe the counter and call out for the next order. Next up, we grill 'em, you inhale 'em. I laugh, glancing at David. That one sucked. But he isn't laughing and he's barely smiling. I would say it's more of a smudge of a smile than anything. I follow his gaze and still. My dad is at the front of the line with his high brow and his wide shoulders easily above the crowd. Boys. I glance at David and wipe my hands on the towel in a sudden nervous gesture I hope my old man doesn't recognize as nerves. Hey, Dad, what can I get you? He looks at the menu board set up all around the window and he shrugs. Your bestseller? But he asks with a stiff lip, and I get it. He doesn't really want to be down there. He doesn't really think we can do what we say we're doing. Like our relationship isn't strained, I crow and clap David on the back as I continue laughing. The brisket brick it is, coming right up. David turns toward me with his eyebrows raised almost to his hairline. He'll never be able to finish that. Nope, but it's our best product. Maybe he'll take some home to Mom. I start putting the basket together, and in minutes, I've got the brick ready to go. Dad reaches into his pocket. How much do I owe you? I wave my hand. Nah, for my dad, it's on the house. I reach out, handing down the overflowing basket to him, and point toward the utensil and condiment table. Help yourself to some of the items. David will have a drink for you in just a minute. And I'm shoving off toward the next customer. I can't dwell on the significance of having Dad at our trailer, or the fact that I most likely lost Savvy that morning. All I want to do is work. Get the BBQ out to the customers. There's something synergistic in filling a customer's order and moving to the next. It's something I can center myself in. Eventually, though, the crowd dies down and I take a breath, moving to clean up the mess of spilled fries, lettuce, onions, shredded cheese, and sauces that have sprinkled my counters. David works on the other sections like cleaning the pop dispenser and refilling food items and baskets for the next rush. And suddenly our father stands at the window, easily seeing inside with his height and proximity to the space. I whirl, still holding the rag, and David turns as well. We eye our father like there's something he's about to do, maybe spring on us a request we won't be able to turn down, or maybe he's going to make some kind of demand. I'm also a little worried he's going to tell us something is wrong with Mom. I'm not sure how I'll be able to take that kind of news on a day like today. David, Knox. I know I don't tell you often, or even at all, but I am proud of you. Watching you today, I can see you are very successful and are good at what you do. He nods at both of us, his eyes bright. I might be a big guy, but even I can't fight the emotion at being told by my dad that he's proud of me. Thanks, Dad. I'm not sure what else to say. Yes, well, is there any way you have a to-go container? Your mother will love this. I tried, but I only took care of a third of it. No wonder it's your bestseller. I could eat that for days. He's obviously trying to soften up the way he treats us. I want to ask if he's dying or something, but I don't want to ruin the moment. Are you dying or something? And David does it anyway. Idiot brother. Instead of getting mad, Dad laughs, the bark loud and carries. No, I'm not dying. A good friend just did, and I realized I'm not doing my job as your dad, and I need to fix that. I hope that's okay. I grab down a large to-go container and lean down toward Dad. You bet it's okay. Ignore David. He was dropped on his head as a child. Dad laughs. That he was. As Dad waves to us and walks back toward his car, David leans toward me and mutters, You know you were thinking it. Yep, I definitely was, but I wasn't going to actually say it. He is a tactless bother, but he is my brother and I won't trade him for anything. I want to tell Savvy about the milestone I'd hit with my father and brother, but we aren't quite talking yet. How did I go from being awful at relationships to even worse? All of that trouble with the group was supposed to help me do better, be better. I was supposed to learn, and I feel like I got nothing useful out of it. Or whatever I did get, I didn't use it the right way. I go to study the text thread again. One way or another, I'm going to figure this out, even if I burn the brisket.
Chapter 41. Savvy. I can't make myself fall back to sleep. Not after the visit with Knox that left my insides shaking and my heart lovesick and alone. What is wrong with me? I want to reach out to the group, but I can't ask them about this. Knox can see the thread, and I don't want him to know what I'm thinking. Not yet. Not until I actually figure it out on my own. But sometime around 2, there's a knock at my door. I have Lila working for me again, and I'm trying to get a nap. Standing up from my nap is not something I'm altogether enthused about. And then I'm opening the door and staring at my neighbor, Blaze. Yes, what can I do for you? I don't have your cat. What? No, I'm not here because my cat is missing, although from what I understand, he should be. Blaze's expression is sheepish, and he reminds me so much of Knox, I could cry. Okay, so what can I do for you? I'm too tired to try very hard to impress him. I don't care. The only guy I want to impress left hours ago, and I most likely shot my chances with Knox into the sky. Actually, it's not what you can do for me, but what I can do for you. Blaze moves out of the way and kicks a large bag of kitten food closer toward the door. From the other direction, he drags a 50-pound bag of litter toward me. I wasn't sure what kind you use. I got the non-clumping kind because the lady online said that kittens taste everything, and if they lick the litter, it can kill them. So, he says it almost apologetically. He motions toward the bags. They're child support. And just so you know, Blaze has an appointment at the vet's to, Well, to get himself a little less charming for the ladies. I burst out laughing. Okay, that works. And just so you know, Spike is going in as soon as she's able so we can make herself a little less available for the men. Nice. He glances down and then back at me. Is there any way I could see the babies? I've never seen brand new kittens before. Of course. Come on in. I lead him up the stairs toward the closet where Spike has holed up with her babies, and I open the door. He glances in and sees the orange stripes of the mother and the black coloring of the babies and starts laughing as he kneels down. Oh yeah, these are Thunders. Definitely. Look at how beautiful they are. Wow. He gingerly pets them and glances up at me. When you're ready, I'll buy one from you. Surprised, I blink at him. Really? Okay. But you don't have to buy one. You can just pick which one you want. After a minute, he stands and smiles. Well, thanks for letting me intrude. I'll move the bags inside for you. Tell Knox I said hey. That guy is one of the best you'll ever get. I'm glad he's ended up with someone stable like you. Sometimes I worry about the good ones, you know? Yeah, I do know. And he's right. Knox is one of the good guys. I just want to be mad at him. I want to blame someone for my loss of control, when what it really comes down to is accepting the fact that I can't control everything. No matter how much I pencil in, so many things can get erased. Blaze moves the bags inside and then waves as he leaves the house. I pick up my phone and start a new thread without Knox in it. I don't want him to know what I have to say. Not yet. Me. Okay, I'm an idiot. I love Knox. I can actually accept that now. I love him and I don't want to lose him, but I don't know what to do. Me. Yes, I do. I'm going to go to him. I need to see him. I need to tell him how much I love him. He's at the food lot. What if he doesn't feel the same? But I'm not waiting for a reply. I'm already in my car driving toward Coeur d'Alene. The kids are both at friends' houses. I've got nothing to hold me back but fear of rejection. That just won't work for me. I can't stop just because I'm afraid. I need to step forward and fight for what I want. Knox isn't Keith. Knox is unlike anyone I've ever known, and I'm not going to let him get away. I'm at the food lot before I know it, and my hands hurt from how tightly I gripped the steering wheel for the entire 20-minute drive. Climbing from the car, I try not to be in too much shock at the sight that my spot has already been filled. And not with a keto trailer. No, it looks like a seafood truck. Oh boy, my strong stride slows as I realize I have nothing planned. I have no idea what I'm doing. He's going to tell me to leave. After that morning, he's not going to want me. Oh, what am I doing here? Hey, we got your back. Dion calls from her seat on a bench in the middle of the lot. She lifts her hand and wiggles her fingers, and I feel like I can actually breathe again. I nod as I realize Dion, Alex, Apple, and Vive are already at the food lot to at least be my backup. They must have dropped everything to get there for me. Mandy walks up and sits beside them, winking at me as she does so. Okay, I have my support. I can do this. I lick my lower lip and approach the Knox Your Socks Off BBQ truck and stand in line. Thankfully, no one is behind me and I wait, growing more and more anxious the closer I get. And then I'm there and I'm looking up toward a distracted Knox, and I know I have to make it good. Big and worth it. I love you! I yell it at the top of my lungs. So loud, I've startled the customers at the trailer next to me and the Mexicans working in Sylvia's trailer. With my voice still loud and my cheeks on fire with embarrassment, I continue. Just so you know, when you kiss me, my insides shake. And I think you taste like brisket, which just happens to be one of my favorite flavors. People are starting to gather around me and the trailer, and they're laughing as I talk. I want them all to shut up so Knox can hear me. What if he can't hear me? I raise my voice even louder, staring into the trailer and looking for him. Where did he go? Knox, I love you. Can you hear me? I love you and I'm sorry. I'm an idiot. I trust you. More than that ex of mine. More than anyone else. I trust you. Can you hear me? I'm almost screaming at this point, and I'm starting to doubt my sanity. I can hear you. But he's not in the trailer. I jump and spin to my right. He stands there with his arms by his sides as he studies me with narrowed eyes. You really love me. I lower my voice, but not too much. I need to make sure he can hear me and that he knows I'm yelling it to the world. Yeah, I love you. Like, the forever kind, the I do kind, the I would eat keto for you. He bursts out laughing and shakes his head, reaching for me. You don't have to do that, not for me. He pulls me close and murmurs just for my ears. I love you too, so much. And as our lips connect, the crowd cheers and David yells out, Who wants to grab a lover's deal? Double burger with brisket romance? Get them while I've got brisket. From somewhere behind us, in the direction of the benches and tables, I can hear Dion's voice calling above the crowd. You give me hope in happy endings. Maybe the wrong text finally got a right reply. I can't wait to see where we go next.
Chapter 42. Knox. I hold my glass by my lips, but stare out the back window as Blaze works in his yard with his shirt off. I'm not amused as I glance over my shoulder toward Savvy. Hey, what's going on here? You can see him shirtless from your house? I thought you couldn't see over the fence. I'm illogically jealous and I know this, but I can't help it. I don't want competition. Not when I still feel like our relationship is still so new. Almost too new. Blaze? Nope. Not my type. Savvy smirks and shakes her head. My mouth falls open. How is he not your type? He's exactly like me. And he is. Blaze is so much like me. I remember being told we could be brothers. Savvy sachets up to me, the bright blue of her shirt not holding a candle to the brilliant blue of her eyes. She leans in close, wrapping her fingers behind my neck. You have nothing to be jealous about. You're my type. No one else is. I love you. Don't forget it. I sigh because she's right. No matter how insecure I feel about not really matching the type of guy I'm sure she would look better with, she chose me. That has to say something. I love you too. I consider her a minute, Blaze still on my mind. Hey, what if we match him up to one of the girls? Why don't you worry about making me happy first? She winks at me and then spins away, giggling as she rushes toward the house. I chase her inside, but I'm too late. She's standing by the sink and holding onto the spray nozzle with one hand, while holding her other hand over the faucet handle. Before I can say no, she squirts me with a flash of cold water, laughing her head off. On the table behind me sits Paul. I reach back and lift him up, high above my head. Her eyes grow wide and round, and she puts the nozzle back in its holder. I tilt my head toward her. Do you want me to get rid of the boyfriend? You wouldn't. Savvy holds her hands at chest level, staring at me like I might go crazy any moment. Slowly, I put the planner back on the table and shake my head. No, you're right. I wouldn't. But I don't like the competition. She moves around the kitchen island and motions toward the planner. But look, you're right here. She lifts up the planner and shows me the front cover. I hadn't even looked at it. The cover is plastered with pictures of me Savvy must have taken on the sly. I'm flattered, and suddenly not as threatened feeling as I started out being. I pull her into my arms again and murmur against her lips. That's exactly what I needed to see. And we kiss, and I feel like for once, maybe I'm not going to fail at this thing called love.
Epilogue. Vev. Guys, that's it. I've seen the lovey-dovey dopey expressions and happy ever after with Savvy and Knox. I'm going to find mine. Apple. If you get the secret, let me know. Vev. I'm going to make a challenge for myself. I'm going to go on a blind date as many nights as possible for the next 3 months. Let's open it up for 3 months. Yes, Dion. Where are you going to find these guys? Vev. You're going to hook me up. I'm so excited. Time to blind date me, guys. Knox. I might know some people. Vev. Not David. I'm not dating your brother. Knox. It's okay. Calm down, Lowell. I won't fix David up with any of you. Promise. Alex. I know some guys at my office. Mandy. There's a construction site down the road. I'll see what I can do there for you. Sarah. I'm out. If I knew any guys, I wouldn't be miserable and alone. Maybe I'll tag along. Laughing emoji. Savvy. Wow, this sounds like fun. So glad I don't have to do that. Dion. Don't be smug, Savvy. Happiness only looks good on good winners. Knox. I think anything looks good on Savvy. Dion. Oh, great. Sick. Vev. My only thing is, don't take it personally if I don't like them or don't want a second date. I need immediate sparks and I can't waste time on anyone who doesn't do that. Knox. Got it. Sparks. Laughing emoji. Asterisk, 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 I'm so happy for Knox and Savvy, aren't you? I can't wait to see what happens between Vive and Blaze. Oh, you didn't know they were up next for a fun accidental romance? Vev needs one and so does Blaze. Check out Wrong Place, Right Time, Book 2 of the Accidental but Perfect Romance series. Keep listening for a sneak peek of Wrong Place, Right Time. Bonnie Paulson is a USA Today best-selling author who writes with sweet romance on the mind. She loves spending time with her family of 6 kids and one amazing husband on the boat, in the woods, or on dirt bikes. When she's not running around with the family or creating fun, sweet romances, she's serving for her church or others. What's not to love about life?